Okay. Okay. Is it trying to catch up? I swear, nothing seems to work at all these days. Sometimes. Yeah, it seems to be working. Okay. Making sure. Ay, ay, ay. Okay. Oh, hello everyone. It is I, David from David Gaming. How are you all today? Oh, I don't want to start off just yawning, but whatever. So today we're gonna be doing some reactions. Most of it is Warhammer. I tried to differentiate it a little bit with the Warhammer content. I'm gonna move this down and kind of hopefully stretch. I'm also a little tired if you couldn't tell. But yeah, I'm gonna try and differentiate it a little bit with with the fucking one fan electrician video. But otherwise, I was trying to build sort of a list, but when I got done making the list, it was all just Warhammer related. And I'm just like, well, what would be an interesting thing to react to outside of Warhammer? I thought about doing a Vascal video. I thought about maybe reacting to some other content creators or some of the other things that content creators have been reacting to, but ultimately I decided to do something that's still a little bit new while simultaneously something I haven't actually done on the channel. And at least I don't think too much, which is a fat electrician video. But yeah. Man, I haven't eaten at all yet. Kind of want to grab something to eat at the moment. Let's see. I don't expect anyone to show up until later, so maybe I should go grab something to eat. You know what? That's what I'm gonna do. It's good. It's a little early for this, but I'm gonna go grab something to eat. I'll be right back. A little brazen, don't you think? But yeah, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Oh. Alright. Everything's still functioning? Yeah. Okay. Already got my food. Something to hold me over while we watch this. So, yes, I got several videos lined up. May improvise and take some other videos to react to intermittently between each video, maybe. But otherwise, I do have a roster of mostly Warhammer related things to react to. So let's go ahead and just get right into it. So, every Warhammer fantasy faction explained by Pancreas Network. Now, I did an initial reaction to this video on one of my VODs. Was the Stellar Blade video. And while I did listen and fairly engaged with the video as much as I could while waiting for the game to officially become available to play, I do feel like that I feel like I could have given that one I feel like I give that video a bit more of a respectable go at it, right? So I thought I'll do a re-reaction of every Warhammer Fantasy faction explained. That way, the ideas that were introduced get to settle in a little more, and plus, it becomes one of those, it becomes one of those things that I could actually sit down and rewatch again to pick up things that I missed. And it's got ideas in here and explanations about certain factions that I probably need to hear multiple times, to be fair. And while some of them are very self-explanatory, there are others in the fantasy setting that are just, I think if I a moment of pause and thinking about it for a second might do wonders for me. But otherwise, yes. That is basically the gist of why I am re-reacting to this particular video. It also just, I feel bad for Pancreas because, someone also recommended it to me, and Pancreas seemed to have, he really did a really good job with the video, and I feel kind of like I was disrespecting him a little bit when I was cycling between that and the Stellar Blade game to see when that was available. So, yeah, just want to re-react to it. I may release the initial video because I do have that in in the background somewhere, debating if I should release it or not. But otherwise, yes. Without further ado, let us just jump right into it.
I like when people get into Warhammer. It's always a joy to have more people to play with and interact with in the hobby space. It's a new chance for me to try and convert someone, anyone, into accepting that the Eldar are actually really cool and interesting, and please just for 5 minutes stop saying elf bad. But speaking of elves, every time there's a wave of people that first learn about Warhammer, there's always one thing in common with them.
I mean, to be fair, I haven't heard anyone say that elves are bad, so I don't know what he's talking about there.
None of them realize there's more to Warhammer than Space Marines, Tyranids, and spikier Space Marines. There's a whole other pair of settings that also exist, and they just fly right under the radar half the time. And this sucks, because the best Warhammer setting is right there. Yeah, GW ended it, but then it came back, and if you don't want to, you don't even have to collect thousands of dollars of minis to play with this one. Kind of. Warhammer Fantasy has been around longer than even 40k. It's had its ups, it's had its downs, it got blown up for a little bit, but thanks to Total War, Vermintide, and the constant nagging of the community, you can once again play in the old world. With elves, dwarves, and humans as standard, but also some more out there races, such as magical frogs, rats, and Walmart shoppers. And not enough people know about them. Not nearly enough, and not nearly enough
Can confirm.
the setting is even a thing. So I'm gonna be doing my part today. Today I'm gonna learn you all about every faction in Warhammer Fantasy. Some of them had extensive army lists and plot relevance, some of them languished when unupdated army books for years on end, and some of them until recently were relegated to about 3 pages of background lore. Doesn't matter, we're doing it all. If you can conceivably consider it an actual faction, they'll be here. Think of it as a companion to this video. That one was me trying to overview the setting as a whole, and this one is about the groups of people in the setting. So let's dive into a world of fantasy, and see what all that nonsense about them having the Warhammer is all about. But you're about to start listening to me list off all kinds of factions, and do you know what you could be listening to me with? Raycon and their Everyday Earbuds, the sponsor of this video.
That's the funniest part too, isn't it? Is that there is an actual like Warhammer for which the series is based off of in the setting, but there isn't like any fantastical Warhammer in 40K, which is kind of funny.
Raycon's Everyday Earbuds are some of the finest available on the market, and they've got a new and improved version just to go that extra mile. Let's just get right into the features of these bad boys. Multi-point connectivity, so if you and someone else want to share the music, you can with no problems. Active noise cancellation, because sometimes the outside world just needs to take a step back for a bit. And a new sleek ergonomic design to make them look and feel better than ever before. It's even got a cool protective case to keep them nice and safe. I've got them colored in a nice purple in a galaxy-themed case. It's got a nebula on it and everything. It's nice. You can get them in other options, though. There's plenty of colors to choose from. You know what's better than that? A 32-hour battery life that gets 90 minutes of battery per 10 minutes of charging. I forget to charge my headphones pretty often, and combined with my complete and utter lack of patience, that's usually a bad thing. But the Everyday Earbuds got my back. You can just charge them up for a little bit, and they're good to go. I use them when I'm painting or assembling minis. It's nice and relaxing, and the sound quality lets me tune out the world and get into the swing of things. This is good because, as you can see, I have a lot of minis to work on. But even with your own shopping needs, you can still enjoy the Raycon Everyday Earbuds. Click the link in the description or go to buyraycon.com/pancreasnowork to get 15% off your Raycon purchase, plus free shipping. They're already half the price of other brands, and with my link, you can get them at an even better price. Spice up how you listen to music, podcasts, and more with Raycon's Everyday Earbuds. Now then, let's talk about where it all began. That's orc spelled with a C, by the way, not a K. But across the board,
Most
the
people I know
Greenskins of
use
Warhammer
Beats,
Fantasy
but
aren't that different from the ones in 40k, which is why
I've
we're
never
starting
tried
with them.
Raycon
They like
personally,
to fight, they're mushroom
so
people,
I wouldn't know
they're
anything
green.
about it.
If you took an orc from 40k and put him in a greenskin tribe in fantasy, he probably wouldn't be able to tell the difference. Might wonder why no one has a decent shooter hanging around, but he'd be content with his life regardless. He might even be happier, because these orcs have characters like Grimgor instead of Ghazghkull. There are no thinking and tactics for Grimgor, only beating everything near him to death. The Greenskins used to have some pretty different lore, being closer to D&D than anything else. They had half-orcs, and they didn't reproduce with mushroom spores. Then as time went on, that was moved away from, and eventually we came to where we are now in the Old World. That being that the orcs hopped a ride with the Old One's ships when they came to the Warhammer Fantasy.
That's interesting, isn't it? Now I think about it, a lot of popular fantasy settings usually portray orcs as being able to reproduce in some fashion, but most of the time, it's through some alternative means, right? Like in Lord of the Rings, I believe how the orcs are made is that they basically like have this sort of like this I don't know what it is, but they have like an entire canyon where they just like they have all of this weird sort of like this weird sort of like I don't know I don't know what you call it, but they have all of this biomass in this canyon, and through this biomass they create more orcs. I don't remember how or why it's done this way, but that's how they've been doing it. And I think how they do it, right, if I remember, because it was explained to me once, was that they essentially, and I'm paraphrasing, not really paraphrasing, but I'm kind of trying to remember, so don't quote me for this. I believe how they do it is that they take the bodies of already deceased warriors, ones that have actually managed to kill at least a good few of them or whatever, take it back to Mordor, and then throw the body into one of these biomass related things, have them incubate in there for a bit, and then they turn into an orc. I think that's how it works. And if not, that would be an interesting way to make it work, but yeah. I'm not sure. But it seems like a lot of fantasy settings, when they have orcs, they definitely seem to reproduce in a way that isn't as simple as just like, oh, they do the coitus, yeah, they do the deed, so to speak. So as far as like between fungi and however these people reproduce, in fact, how did he say they reproduce now? I got so lost in the sauce thinking about it that I do not know how they reproduce in this setting. Oh yeah, how would they reproduce in typical D&D as well? That's another interesting question. You know what? We'll just leave it and move on.
And reproduce with mushroom spores. Then as time went on, that was moved away from, and eventually we came to where we are now in the old world. That being that the orcs hopped a ride with the old ones' ships when they came to the Warhammer Fantasy world. More on them later. From there, they naturally began spreading out across the entire world. The Old Ones and their servants did their best to get rid of the orcs, as they did all other races they weren't quite fond of, but you can't get rid of the orcs once they're on a planet. It's just not possible. So nowadays, if you wander around a given area long enough, chances are you'll find some greenskins kicking about, making things worse for whoever lives there. The orcs themselves are one of the biggest similarities between the two settings.
So they do
Biggest
reproduce
guy's in
from
charge of
spores
a
in this
tribe,
world.
and if you get a real big boss, he might be in charge of multiple tribes. And when you get a really big boss, you can get a whole proper WoW going. When this happens, you usually get a whole lot of dead humans and dwarfs. Painting something red still makes it go faster, painting it blue makes it luckier, and can block arrows from killing the blue painted orc. And they still love looting. Not nearly as much as in 40k, but you can always find an orc in a tribe wearing dwarf plate armor or wielding a human greatsword he grabbed off a corpse. They do have some more savage brethren who judge other orcs for using things like basic tools or digging a pit to shit in rather than just letting it drop where you stand.
Is this orc
But
like
aside
some
from
kind of
being a bit more
jester,
magical,
or
those orcs aren't
what?
really all that different. Where you get the biggest change, though,
Or
is
do
with
they
the
just color their
goblins.
shamans
See, in
very
40K,
particularly?
Grots are an entire species of plot irrelevance to the orcs. You'll get one like Makari once in a blue moon who are allowed to be in the shadow of the spotlight of a far more famous orc, but the goblins in fantasy are an actual threat all by themselves. Sure, they're still cowardly and will refuse a stand-up fight unless they outnumber the enemy 40-1. Sure, they're still kicked around by the orcs and are used to do all the manual construction stuff. And sure, they're
So what
still
he's saying
slightly
is that
smarter than
the
orcs
Night
when it
Lords are
comes
the
to knowing
goblins of
any
the
actual
40k
construction or
universe.
research is done by them. But every now and then, not often, but every now and then, you get a goblin who's a cut above the rest. And when that happens, everyone's in trouble. The goblins are cunning little buggers.
You know, with some of the things that I hear about the Night Lords and some of the characters that are featured in the Night Lord faction, I almost want to say that the Goblin comparison is actually pretty appropriate. But yeah, they're just like walking death machines, but with Goblin level of intelligence and Goblin level of tactics.
They know in a straight up fight they're gonna lose, so they'll wait till the biggest orc around is sleeping and slit his throat. Or poison his food, or convince him there's something shiny in a nearby cave filled with hungry trolls. And sometimes, if they're really insane, they'll overdose on literally magic mushrooms, and when they come back to reality, they've slaughtered every orc in charge in a manic frenzy. Now instead of a big green moron who just about knows which way is forward leading the army, you have someone like Skarsnik leading an orc army. A green little Sun Tzu who's gonna run circles around you and your entire military. Or you can get one that pretty much just lucks into the position, like Grom the Paunch, hallowed be his girth. Instead of being clever, he just got incredibly lucky and was forced to eat troll meat. Instead of exploding, which is normally what happens when you do that, he just kept growing alongside it. 3 things happened. 1, he got so incredibly fat he'd beat rival orcs by sitting on them. 2, he became a legend among goblins everywhere, the alpha male fantasy they all wish they could be. And 3, he nearly ended the world.
Oh yeah, the alpha male fantasy of just sitting on your ass and doing literally nothing. Kind of like what I'm doing. The true peak fantasy of all alpha men or men who yearn to be alpha. In all seriousness, though, I don't think anybody likes the idea of sitting around collecting girth. And if women don't like it, I'm sure there's a good portion of men who don't. I don't have this problem particularly because I mean I'm a scrawny bitch, but you know, like I have a fast metabolism. So fat just kind of rolls off, just kind of rolls off of me. But you know, I do know some people who are of this variety, and I don't know how they would feel about that, about the idea of being fat. But I do know that they probably don't like it nearly as much as they would if they were probably just a little slimmer. You know, like it's just how it is, especially since everybody knows that, you know, a lot of people hate fat dudes than they do fat women. So, you know, take that for what you will. I mean, I say hate, but I think they're both disliked equally on the attractiveness scale. It's just the problem is it's just one is more acceptable to shit on than the other. Yeah, I'm just gonna leave it at that. But yeah.
by sailing from the equivalent of the Middle East or Africa to the middle of the Atlantic and destabilizing the High Elves. If you like grots but wish they could, do anything important ever, maybe take a look at the goblins. Their history really isn't anything special though, mostly because they're greenskins and what you see is what you get. Usually, they beat each other up. Every now and again, one of them beats up enough orcs that he convinces them all to go beat someone else up instead. This continues
Interesting
until
that they have
war
guns
boss
and
is killed,
flintlocks in
and then
this
the orcs
setting.
disband and go back to beating each other up again. Some evil dwarfs like to use them as slaves, and when they tried to make bigger, stronger, and smarter orcs to use as slaves, they immediately learned why that was a bad idea when the orcs revolted. If you like being mean and green, you'll like the orcs. And one crucial thing I nearly forgot, they love to dance. Wurzag may be the prophet of the orc gods first, but he's a hell of a dancer second. Now let's get out of the realm of similarities and into some things fantasy really does different. When the
Lizardmen.
old ones showed up, the planet they arrived on was ideal for creating the ultimate weapon to fight chaos. Of course, they still had to create it, so to do that, they started by moving the planet closer to the sun to warm it up, which pissed off a lot of things on it, like the dragons. Speaking of, there were a lot of races on the planet that wouldn't really like to share the room with the Old Ones' creations. So to help them with the legwork, as well as get rid of all those fellas, the Old Ones created the Lizardmen. They also created most of the other playable races in the setting, so unless otherwise stated, assume all these factions started out as the test tube babies of the Old Ones in one way or another. The
It's
Lizardmen
interesting
were
that
not
the
just
old
weapons
ones
of
exist in every
chaos,
fiction, in
but
every
they were
Warhammer
still pretty
fiction
good
so
at
far.
fighting. You know how I said the orcs resisted extermination by the Old Ones? That was just them who managed it. Everyone else
They
fell under
created the
a kind of
orcs and the
angry
Eldar in 40k, and now they created the Lizardmen in fantasy.
lizards, dinosaurs, or angry lizards riding dinosaurs. With that small little bit of genociding out of the way, the Old Ones set about making the world fit their needs. The Lizardmen were their chief assistants, and to be the best secretaries they could possibly be, the Old Ones made them in several different flavors. All of them with a dash of Mesoamerican cultures thrown in, because if you have the option to have Aztec lizard riding dinosaurs, you have no good reason not to take it. First you have the Slann. The Slann are the best wizards in all the world. They may be big fat toad people, but the first generation ones were the ones who changed the entire planet's orbit, moving around where it needed to be in space. Moving down the generational line, they did get weaker, but that's highly relative. Second generation Slann could only cause entire mountain ranges to suddenly appear at the drop of a hat. These were the Lizardmen who directly worked with the Old Ones and delivered their messages and will to the rest of them. Next you have the Saurus. Stupid people might think that since the Lizardmen are a Bronze Age civilization at best, they're not much of a threat. Then an 8-foot-tall monster from the Cretaceous period clubs you to death with an obsidian axe, and you find
I
out
forgot to
just how
turn
the
on
Saurus were able to
captions, my
take
bad,
down the
folks.
entire planet. These were the generals of the Lizardmen armies. They were bred for war and only war. They're pretty straightforward, and all their characters have the same background of
It's not like I watch videos on this channel in my spare time. I have my own account for that. Do you think that it would just keep my captions options, but maybe I'm doing something else on the channel that inevitably leads me to take off captions sometimes? Yeah, and then I think about when I edit videos, sometimes I have to turn off the captions just so I know if the quality's coming in right, and having big blocky text on screen doesn't help.
Break it down to its simplest possible form. Next are the skinks. They're little chibi gecko axolotl things that do to the day-to-day management of Lizardman society. You need a building planned out or to do basic diplomacy, you send the skinks. They're also skirmishers. When the trees start speaking great planese, it's the skinks doing it. They've even got their own god all to themselves, Sotek. It was a bit of a controversy when he came around at first, but the rest of the Lizardmen seemed content enough to let him be worshipped. Finally, we have the Kroxigors. They're alligator men. They build the buildings and gator death roll all over enemy armies. That's it, but that's all they need to do. When Chaos first came and the Old Ones fled, the Lizardmen had to figure out how to not only survive, but continue the Old Ones' work in their absence, which they kind of sort of have been pulling off a little bit. They held off the invasion at the cost of almost all the first Slann and most of their spawning pools, turning them into a very numerically disadvantaged race. Not that this stops them from still sometimes rampaging across the world, but they are largely held up in the jungles of Lustria nowadays, also known as South America, because Warhammer Fantasy is just Earth if someone with really shaky hands drew a map of it. They're isolationists, the Slann will spend centuries at a time meditating on
Yeah, the maps in this world look fucking gnarly, but that's probably for strategy game purposes.
Because it's usually to steal those plaques. They're all gold, you see, because gold doesn't tarnish or rust. Convenient for writing things down in a jungle, less convenient when all the warm bloods come to steal the shiny stuff. If you see a Lizardman army, you're either screwed because the Great Plan dictates your death, or screwed because you're somewhere they don't think you should be. Very simple faction, but again, that's a positive. Sometimes being dino-brained is the way to go. Also known as the Imperium, but not as awful. These guys are the default protagonist faction. They're the strongest nation of men in the world, and that's no meaningless boast here, because there's actual competition they have in that department, unlike the Imperium. They formed about 2,500 years prior to the setting's modern day, when a pretty cool dude named Sigmar was born. Sigmar had a dream, uniting the scattered tribes of barbarian into one unified nation of mankind, to drive back the darkness and bring peace to the land. He did this chiefly by beating up everyone who disagreed with him, but in fairness, most of them deserved it. If this sounds familiar, let me just remind you that this guy was here first. Plus, Sigmar realized that outright killing everyone just because they disagree with you is perhaps a bad idea that will...
I mean, to be fair, in this, from what I've seen from the initial video, the fantasy setting is a little bit more, I don't know if I would say more metal, but it's certainly a lot pettier than in 40K, whereas they took the pettiness factor of the fantasy setting, as well as some of the crazy shit that happens to it, and then moved it over to 40K. They just did, what they did is that they took similar races and things from the fantasy settings to the grimdark future setting, and they just put a lot more grimdark into the setting. Like, they replaced a lot of the pettiness with just a lot of just, like, really fucked up shit. Really fucked up shit in stories. It's arguable that this is probably still a grimdark, like, setting. I'm sure it has some of its own grimdark stories, but 40K is known for being fucked up in creative and unique ways. I haven't heard anyone talk about fantasy Warhammer in that same light, so... This one seems more of like a straightforward setting about people with their own interests kind of clashing over their own specific philosophical ideals, as well as special interests.
Will lead to problems later down the line, so he settled for only beating them up. Sigmar didn't just beat up people, though. He also beat up a lot of orcs. Like, a whole lot of orcs. So many orcs that the dwarfs swore eternal friendship with mankind, because if Sigmar is so kick-ass, surely the rest of humanity can't be that bad either. He united most of the tribes of man in the area, and you better believe I'll come back to the most later, and formed the Empire of Man. 50 years later, he just up and left. A little bit after that, he became a god, and the Empire soon worshipped Sigmar as the chief god of their pantheon. The Empire is pretty unique as far as fantasy factions go. Usually a fantasy setting will reach the medieval era, and then very explicitly never move past that for the next trillion years of its history. The Empire isn't like that. When Sigmar was doing his thing, it was barely the Iron Age. The dwarves giving them steel weapons every now and then was considered the height of technological advancement. Nowadays, 2,500 years later, the Empire has tanks. Good tanks? Yeah. Look, for a Renaissance age civilization, tanks are pretty damn impressive no matter how good they actually are. They have factories, mechanical horses, and countless other things that make you wonder if the book you're reading was put in the fantasy section by mistake. They also have wizards who scam people out of $50 for the thrill of it, politicians who constantly need to be wrangled by the one competent guy in the entire government, and enough floppy...
Boy, ain't that the fucking truth. I'm not getting into this, but God, does it feel like the government just needs an absolute shakeup sometimes.
hats to arm the entire Holy Roman Empire with. They're still normal people, though. The three things that make the Empire great aren't genetically modified super soldiers, or lost technological secrets from a golden age, or even the direct intervention of their gods. It's faith, steel, and gunpowder. A whole lot of each. Give a man a halberd, a cause to fight for, and his friends by his side, and it turns out you can push back even the most determined of evil murder Vikings time and time again. Most Warhammer Fantasy books follow the Imperial characters around, and you get a good feel for just how fleshed out this land is through them. You've got the Heartlands, sure, places like Altdorf, where it's interconnected with the wider world, magic runs through the very city through its colleges of magic, and elves and dwarves can be seen regularly. Then you have backwater shitholes like Ostermark, where the people are outnumbered by everything nearby that wants to kill them, and guns are still a scary black magic invention for a good half the population. Or Averland, whose most noticeable trait is that they hunt halflings for sport there. There's halflings in the Empire, by the way. They can vote on the next emperor because they baked a previous one a really good meal. They also had a civil war over pie. Don't be a halfling in Averland. You're gonna decorate someone's mantelpiece sooner or later. Of course, this is still Warhammer, fantasy or not. Sure.
I mean, what's the real difference between a halfling and a dwarf? One's more commerce focused, the other one is just good natured. Like, what's the real brass tacks on between the dwarfs and the halflings? Because I feel like halflings do a similar thing. They're just sneakier about it. But I don't know.
Sure, I said it's not as awful as the Imperium, but it still has witch hunters who will burn you alive for being a wizard, or being a mutant, or just for being a bit too ugly, because that's also a sign of chaos mutation. And it's still a Renaissance Age civilization. For 90% of people, this means it's a medieval civilization, but you might see more pretty statues and paintings than your ancestors did. You're still probably gonna die of the water making you poop too much. They're bordered by the undead, beastmen are everywhere.
Fucking dysentery, man.
And worst of all, they have people who have sex with horses for neighbors. The Empire is constantly on the defense. From orcs, from chaos, from beastmen, which are a different kind of chaos, and really anyone else who's feeling a bit bored that day. But the average citizen of the Empire will do their part to keep the hordes at bay, and at the end of the day, they did this for 2,500 years until the authors decided reality itself had to go, which is a pretty good track record. They're a human, relatable nation, like if the Imperial Guard got to actually be the main characters of 40K instead of Space Marine 9001, model on sale now for $60. It's grounded with...
I mean, that's a fair point to make, I would say. Everybody likes the Cadians. Everybody stands for Cadia. I think that absolutely seems entirely valid. Though, you have to admit, when your power scaling is as broken as it is in 40K, we have to kind of just recognize that there is no way in God's green earth you're not going to make the 8-foot tall or 7-foot tall behemoth and a fucking armor that's the equivalent of a battle tank, not the fucking main character of your setting. And that's kind of ultimately the point of why Space Marines, you know, like, are the biggest focus and draw when it comes to Warhammer 40K, is because they're a little different from the other shit that you could find in the stores. Plus, again, you know, when you have something that cool looking, that gnarly looking in a setting, of course you're going to want to show it off. Of course you're going to want to make a shit ton of it. Because why wouldn't you? Especially when you can give it pretty colors, among other things, you know? Like, they are very much the paladins, the knights of your setting, and you want to decorate them about as well as any other fantasy knight should. So it makes sense why Space Marines are the focal point of the 40K setting. As far as, because especially since, you know, like, you couldn't just use typical knights because, you know, this is futuristic Warhammer, right? This is the grim dark future. And you can't exactly not put knights into the setting without first going big or going home. So naturally, following this mindset, right, Games Workshop essentially made an entire, not just entire factions based off this point, but entire gameplay mechanics around, you know, just with equal amounts of fucking people over. And also inventing units that could go toe-to-toe with just about anything or anyone, decimate even small armies even. I mean, like, the Eldar get a lot of flack for how squishy they are, but goddamn if they're not all psychers, and goddamn if they probably couldn't just absolutely destroy you if given the opportunity. But yeah, that's the kind of shit that Warhammer 40K has to contend with. So making the Cadians the supposed protagonists of the setting, while that would be an interesting idea, normal humans are in positions of power. I think having the Cadians be the focal point of the stories is kind of debatable because, you know, most Cadians end up dying the moment they're deployed anyway. So they throw the Imperium of Man throws people at problems for a reason. It's because they don't know how to actually logic their way out of most encounters, which is why the Cadian regiment, among other sort of like military regiments, are fucking massive in scope and size. The Cadians in particular being the biggest one with the greatest level of ordnance to work with. So, yeah. A lot of this makes sense on paper. Anyways, moving on.
people having normal struggles, but also fantastical, with wizards and monsters being everywhere. They do have one ultimate ace in the hole, though, the reigning emperor, Karl Franz. The best statesman in the old world, the guy who wields the Warhammer. You know the one, the actual real-life Warhammer logo? That's his, and he's very good at using it. He's the kind of politician who could convince you into giving him everything you own and leave you thinking you got the better deal, but also...
Which is important to note because that makes him infinitely better than even certain other emperors from other fantasy settings, as well as the other one that is the alternative to this one. I mean, a fair and benevolent emperor, one that takes the place of the ones that came before, is a idea and is a story that is certainly worth mentioning. I feel like, though, that, you know, like, Sigmar and the, you know, like, the interesting parallels between Sigmar and the Emperor are the ones that is mainly meant to be focused on, whereas Karl here is clearly meant to be, like, the next in line, so to speak. He's basically the Guilliman of this setting. And that's not necessarily a terrible thing, because Guilliman in the 40k setting is also equally just as cool, and as well as just as equally as likely to lead the Imperium down the path of something greater than most other Primarchs even. Like, I think that he would be a far better suited for leading the whole of the Imperium than Jagatai Khan, or God forbid Angron, but, you know, that's neither here or there. I think that, you know, like, if nothing else, Guilliman can serve as a bit of a statesman, whereas if most people had their way and their choice, they probably would elect Sanguinius into that position, but because Sanguinius is, you know, he's fucking dead, you know, that makes that proposition a bit difficult. It also adds a different level of complexity to the setting, which is they're bringing back Primarchs. How many Primarchs are they going to bring back before they eventually, like, move the story in a different, unique direction? That's a question that I'm wondering. But yeah, we'll just go ahead and just leave it at that.
The kind of person who wouldn't do that to you. He's got everyone's interest at heart, and overall, this guy's the best emperor in Warhammer. Not Warhammer Fantasy, Warhammer in general. Kiss my ass, corpse worshippers. This one will walk, talk, and beat you to death in the name of the Empire. If you like relatable folk with a touch of the fantastic, Sigmar and his people have your back. But I did say most tribes are united by Sigmar. Unfortunately, a couple weren't able to be integrated for one reason or another. Let's talk about the one that I like first. Kislev is all of Eastern Europe thrown into a pot and mixed to boiling until it coagulated into one Slavic specialty stew. They live in a frozen hellhole, which is also their country's greatest defense. They wear thick fur pelts. They have winged hussars. They also squat in the middle of a battlefield, because such is the natural state of the Kislevite. And vodka. Even the dwarfs and their genetically ingrained alcoholism respect the drinking skills of a Kislevite. Kislev's job in the setting is to face tank chaos invasions before they get to the Empire of Man.
Smukalana must exist in this universe. You know, her avatar would work strangely well for this setting.
Occupying their land freezes to death, come back in and rebuild. Their religion is different from the Empires and they view them as weak southerners, but the two nations are still staunch allies. Mostly because when the forces of actual hell are your neighbors, anyone else is going to be a good friend. They're led by the Tsar or Tsarina of Kislev, because GW was worried you wouldn't understand which region this place is based off of. Many times, and indeed the last one before the world blew up, this was an ice witch, a handy person to have running your country when a raging blizzard is considered a mild day. You still can't play as Kislev in the old world, thank you GW for that extreme blue balling, but they had some pretty heavy redesigns and a lot of the marketing for the old world did at one point feature Kislev. Here's hoping GW realizes that winged hussars riding bears is something people are interested in. Shame that sentence needs to be said. I don't know why anyone would ever need to be told that. Blat.
Winged hussars? What the hell did I just hear? Riding bears? People with wings riding bears? Or bears with wings mountable by people? I'm kind of confused on that point. But otherwise, that sounds pretty fucking dope if you ask me. Why isn't GW on this?
These are those people who have sex with horses. When Sigmar was uniting everyone, they refused to join him, because obviously they were too good to join him. Did they have some super special magical secret or a technology that could let them surpass the fledgling?
I mentioned that to a friend of mine, just like, oh yeah, it's the faction that has sex with horses. And he was so confused. It's just like, what do you mean? It's just like, that's the meme, isn't it? They have sex with horses. And he's just like, what? I mean, not exactly, but, I mean, that's funny. He was so confused. He just didn't know how to respond to that. Just like, oh yeah, it's the faction that has sex with horses. Like, yeah, but they're also based off of the French. And it's like, well, yeah, they're based off of the French, which is probably why, despite the fact that they have the greatest advantage of all, which is cavalry, you know, they get fucking body when they're not on horseback. Me and my friends make some pretty ham-fisted jokes.
Empire or some other race in the whole? No, but they copied the elves' homework and are French, so they decided they were too good to shack up with a future god and went it alone. Bretonnia looked at all the cool advancements the Empire was making, how it was a dynamic.
I thought the Eldar were a bit more samurai focused than they were French. Especially with some of the things that I've heard about them from Bricky in particular, but I don't know. I know interpretations as well as inspirations can be a bit of a mix, right? Some people have their own interpretations on certain aspects of certain lore details, and when it comes to how factions are designed and made, they do take multiple inspirations, so you can definitely glean a few different types of ideas from a singular faction than most might suggest.
Dynamic nation in a genre that usually gets to the medieval era and then freezes like it's going into cryo-sleep, and said no, we will not be doing that. We will be staying as medieval land. It is mandated by the government that technology will not advance, that society will never have any major upheavals, and that everything is just perfect the way it is. It's like that old decree the Pope made that declared crossbows were a blasphemous weapon, taken to be an entire society's philosophy. Bretonnia is all about knights.
I don't know anything about crossbows, but... Or was it... Did he say crossbows or crossbows? I was looking at the caption when he said that.
Everything is just perfect the way it is. It's like that old decree the Pope made that declared crossbows were a blasphemous weapon, taken to be an entire society's philosophy. Bretonnia is...
I think he's saying crossbows. And that makes... I don't know how accurate that is. Though I will say... Right? That, you know, I had a thought and now I lost it. Shit. Definitely, I would say that... Shit, what the fuck was I gonna say? I was gonna mention something about technology and people and their uses of technology and technological advancement. I was gonna say something to around the question of this about the inventions and inventing things past a certain point. Shit. He was saying that they were perfect as things were. Nope, I've lost it. Damn it. That sucks. I had something I wanted to say, and now I don't know what it was anymore. Although, to be fair, right, the technology does have this tendency to fuck people over, I will admit. I mean, you have no better example of this than looking at our own country, looking at our own world, and seeing the same exact shit that, you know, that could easily happen to other settings if it's allowed to get out of hand, right? I mean, look at humanity in 40K, you know, like they had the best technology that there ever was. And then at the height of their hubris, you know, when they thought things could not go nearly so wrong, the warp got really fucky, and suddenly they couldn't space travel no more. And so a lot of planets were left to fend for themselves and their own devices. And humanity was just kind of, you know, they kind of went to shit. It's a tale as old as time, but, you know, the problem with that particular issue is that despite their technological advancement, they relied heavily on things that were just convenient to them. Again, The problem with technology is that it allows for too many conveniences. All right, just because you have the ability to make life that much easier for yourself, technologically speaking, that probably doesn't mean you should. I mean, again, we're having a lot of problems about, like jobs being taken away, about how certain so like your typical like job appointed things are currently being slowly weeded out because of the advent of technology, right? You got voice actors complaining about how their voices could be AI constructed to be used in works without actually having to hire the voice actors specifically. I mean, Fortnite's got a good example of this because the original Darth Vader actor had his voice and likeness put into the game of Fortnite with all of the funny memes that were born from that. It's an issue and a question that does prevail some people's minds, right? And as far as that stuff is concerned, I think some people do have a point. I think that people do have a point. I think that people have a point when they say that technology kind of fucks with things and kind of disenfranchises actual people from being able to do very specific things that they themselves would like to do professionally, right? Like it's a problem that's typically exclusive, but it's not mutually exclusive to any type of field. Like eventually we're all going to be weeded out of a job. It's just a matter of fact. It's just how things are going to be. If you can make the industrial process of shit easier, why would you not make it easier for yourself? And that's kind of where the technology kind of fucks with people. And as far as the AI voice acting, among other things, is concerned, I do think that while it is certainly a good point, I do feel like there are definitely, especially nowadays, like some people who are championing this cause are kind of dumbasses, and like even let's just I'm just gonna put it right here and now. Even before the SAG-AFTRA thing, right? Even before the Funimation voice actors became a member of SAG-AFTRA, I'm just saying they were already pieces of shit before they entered. And so I knew exactly how that was probably going to go as soon as they got into it, right? It was not that big of a leap in logic for me. All right. I've seen what these people were like in actuality during another big controversy that happened within the anime sphere, the fucking He Who Shall Not Be Named allegations. And, like, as much as I don't mind talking about that particular subject because it particularly interests me, I do know some people who have claimed that there are things said about a particular individual that is potential, that is actually, that are things that he is accused of that have actually happened to them because of him. And so I think that, it's clearly a topic that, for the lack of a better evidence, terms, and excuses, right? Like, it's an issue that is ever evolving. It doesn't have any clear and concrete answers, at least as far as I remember seeing it back when it was at the height of its fucking popularity. And I believe since my last looking at it, like a year after it started, and with the case being settled, the lawsuits being settled, everything, right? At the end of the day, the biggest takeaway I got from it was that a lot of the old Funimation voice actors, a lot of the old guard are real pieces of shit. And I would rather see that side of the industry just die. Just flounder and sputter into non-existence. I mean, if anyone's going to bring that shit down, if anyone's going to bring down the SAG-AFTRA movement, it's going to be those fucking people, let me tell you. And that's not even touching on some of the other bits of controversy they've been getting up to since that whole debacle as well. If it's not the localization changes for Kobayashi's Dragon Maid and other anime works, it's the fucking dumb shit that one of their voice actors got into when they were a part of some weird sort of scam involving some other company or studio, but that's neither here or there. The point is, like there's a lot of bad blood in that particular pie, and like it takes it took a lot of things to get to the point of Arrival where it's just like, oh yeah, it's totally because, people just, you know, dislike these individuals. It's a little bit more than that. People have actual criticism, valid criticisms for wanting to shit on you. And it has nothing to do with the fact that you stand for something or because they just don't agree with the way you do things. No, no, no. You are literal garbage human beings. And I would rather see you all be put out of business, let's be honest. And they're all individual business types, okay? They're all professionals working independently because, they're independent contractors, as according to many of their contracts from these companies. They're not actual employees, they're just hire-ons. So they don't actually have any real weight to speak of. The only reason why they want a fucking union is so that way they can bully the companies into capitulating to whatever demands that they want, which is typical for most unions, but that's neither here or there. I think it's understandable that people want to unionize for specific reasons, right? But when you go to as far as like we want to bully companies to giving us more things than we reasonably should have, that becomes a goddamn problem. And there's a reason why people hate unions. And there's also a reason why companies hate people who want to unionize. There are legitimate criticisms and reasons for unions. All right, let's just be fair and entirely honest. I just don't think that, especially not in the SAG-AFTRA movements of things, that getting those Funimation voice actors in there was the smartest idea, considering that it wasn't even started by the voice actors themselves. It was started by, I believe, the person who played as Fran Drescher in the Fran TV show. I don't even remember. It's a whole bit. Anyways, I got lost in that sauce. But ultimately, right, technology does add a certain level of convenience to life. And when it does that, it kind of trivializes other things, and it trivializes your own ability to think and do things. And so you might say that you could become more focused on certain other aspects in your life due to this convenience, but I feel like it needs an equal balance, right? We need people who can do tasks and can do the things, while simultaneously we need to give people, we need to make it easier to be able to focus on other things, right? I think when it comes to entertainment and entertainment purposes, AI might have a leg room to stand on, but if you're already weeding out like actual craftsmanship and literal trade skills out of the market, then don't be trying to fucking remove people's ability to work in the entertainment industry, because that's just gonna fuck people over even more. Like, if people could just create AI generated arts using the stylings of favorite favorite artists, such as like their favorite anime artist or their favorite fucking manga artist, or even like their favorite painters, like Van Gogh, for example. Like if people can create AI generated art based off of a particular stylings of things of their favorite artists, and then post that as like original, that becomes a level of that's a level of fuckery we need to kind of address. And I think that there's absolutely a valid criticism for a lot of those issues. I just think that it needs to be handled with a bit more care and depth than just simply strong-arming people into capitulating to the idea that, yeah, not only should you not use AI to better your own company, to make it more convenient, to not pay professional actors to do their God-given job of being professional actors. No. You should not use the AI, but on top of that, right, you should also give us a lot more money and also capitulate to our demands on what we think is acceptable for the hiring process. That's where things get a little fucky now, doesn't it? But anyways, that's neither here or there. I don't need to go back onto this topic. Point being, technology breeds a level of convenience, and when people get too complacent, they start getting really fucking weird. And you don't need to look any further than the fucking Eldar to know that to be true. if things are not nearly as challenging, we just start looking for problems to make for ourselves. I mean, like, humanity is also just as much as guilty as the Eldar in that description. You know, like, we will absolutely go looking for petty indulgences and petty conveniences to basically kind of, like, challenge our life and to challenge our lifestyles, among other things, right? We will chase the pettiest things for the sake of feeling something, right? And I feel like that humanity could easily go down that route as the same way as the Eldar did if they allow themselves to take that direction, which they haven't. And in fact, they're very religiously stringent on not going down that direction, so much so that they replaced all AIs with servitors, which are just lobotomized humans. So, yeah. The humanity of the 40k universe is willing to do some fucked up shit to avoid the problems and issues that comes with the added convenience of technology. But anyways, I've harped on this long enough. It's a whole topic. It's a whole bit. You could probably get an entire video's worth out of that particular topic alone, but it is certainly an issue that needs analyzing, and I think it's an issue that every company and that every person, right, needs to ask themselves at some points. It's just like, is it worth the convenience of having automation in my company, or would it be best if I hire some actual professionals at the end of the day? You know, like, it is a question, and you know, it's really up to the person on what they want to do with the added use and advent of technology. But ultimately, I think that, you know, especially nowadays, you know, like, with the fact that, you know, so many of the elites seem to care so much about the about the illegals in the country, you know, you think that, you know, like, they would just hand those jobs over to Americans and not give a shit about the fact that there are such sad, desperate illegals in the country. But, you know, far be it for me to want to, like, ask them or even suggest that they should deter cheap manual labor away from the labor market. I mean, how dare I?
It's all about knights. Baby knights proving themselves, magical knights defending the realm,
and before anyone gets it twisted, you know that's how they think of it. All right, every time they talk about this subject, they're always just like, "Oh, but these people are meat pack. They help pack our foods in meat packing plants. They're the people who help water our crops. They till our fields. They harvest our cotton and all these other things. They are fucking on the nose about the fact that they're just slave wagers. They're just slave wages. They don't actually care about them. They just care about the fact that they're just cheap, affordable labor. All right? They're no different than the fucking sweatshop. They treat these people like they're no different than the fucking sweatshops over in China. It's no different. It's no different. There's definitely some differences there. All right, granted, but it's kind of the similar reasons why we have companies make circuit boards and shoes and other things over in China rather than here, and why we would prefer cheap, affordable labor here rather than hire actual Americans who actually would want a decent wage and salary for their efforts. All right, it's all the same thing. Why would you want to get, right, someone who, a self-respecting individual who would love to till your fields, who would love to do these things for a decent wage, when you could just get someone who's willing to do the same level of process and effort for like $5? It's like, all right, are you fucking kidding me? There are actual reasons for this. Some of them legally and morally ambiguous, but and ethically too. Of course, there's all the things, but it's a problem that exists solely in a vacuum, and it's really hard to police that shit. You cannot fuck with this harder than the people who stand for this issue have already fucked with it already. Like, it's one thing, right, to feel bad for people who are in the country trying to escape from the shithole that is their own nation and their own culture. It's another thing when your excuse for defending them is literally just like, oh, but they're easy, cheap, affordable labor. Why would you want to do that? It's like, how about you get a fucking wellness check, my guy? It's like, Jesus fucking Christ. And they're certainly not doing themselves any favors either, to be fair. I mean, they're assassinating politicians now, the last I heard. And, you know, I don't agree with that shit. I mean, as funny as the Luigi Mangione situation was, I don't fuck with that. You know, like, you're gonna start assassinating people. That's when any sort of debate about whether or not you actually have leg room to stand on, you know, kind of goes out the fucking window. All right, just because the Unabomber had some interesting points, that doesn't mean that we should definitely accept the fact that the Unabomber is at all, you know, like, reasonable and or logical for the fact that he bombed the shit out of people and at one point was doing it randomly for literally no fucking reason. Okay, let's just be fair about this. All right. Just because somebody has an interesting point to make, that doesn't excuse the fact that they did terrible things to do it.
Saving damsels, knights.
That's it. That's all I'm saying.
The goals and interest of the rest of the knights. Imagine King Arthur. That's it. Just imagine King Arthur stretched out to be a whole faction. The in-universe justification is that they saw high elf cavalry and just ran with the concept. Out of universe, it's just King Arthur and every medieval stereotype thrown together. You could, admittedly, say the same thing about the Empire and the Holy Roman Empire, or Kislev in Eastern Europe, but those are eras and places fantasy writers don't usually copy wholesale, so they get a pass from me. Bretonnia is the land of almost every fantasy setting ever conceived since Lord of the Rings, and it shows. Unfortunately, they can afford to do all of this fantasy stasis, because an elf goddess is playing them like a fiddle. Their precious Lady of the Lake, also known as the Elf Goddess of Magic, chooses some super special knights to become Grail Knights. They sip from her chalice of bathwater, and when the now Grail Knight emerges, they're like supercharged D&D paladins. Bullets are an inconvenience, their armor is magically tough.
So what he's saying is that the Lady of the Lake is basically Amaranth and Belle Delphine mixed into one. Or just Belle Delphine. Either way, it's an e-thought. And this is her Horde of Sims. You know, for France, that's pretty appropriate. You know, I haven't heard a lot of great things about France, though I have heard some decent stuff about France. One thing I have heard consistently, though, from the bros, is that the women there are just fucking rude. They're just so fucking rude. Like, you could just be asking them a question. It's sorry you, but you know, like, that's just one of the things that I've been hearing from the guys, and clearly that seems like an appropriate stigma, to be honest. I mean, French history isn't exactly very glamorous for them, and their culture is also just as weird. But you know, that's neither here or there. Oh. Ah. Are we good? Yeah, we seem to be good. Okay. My OBS disconnected. Wonderful. Sorry about that. There was a slight buffer there. I don't know what happened there. You know, I could probably plug this in. That'll fix that problem. But yeah, generally speaking, you know, I've heard only bad things about the French people, and specifically from the women. I've heard other things. I find that the way that they police Paris is funny. I think it was Paris, but yeah. It's just recently I've heard of issues and stigmas relating to the women's side of things over in France, and it seems that people are going elsewhere to find decent women. So of course they probably thought, why not go to France? There's definitely going to be some self-respecting women there. They're all full of themselves. I gotta stop. As soon as this thing fixes itself, because it looks like the connection's a little wonky again, I'm gonna fucking continue the. We are having a hard time right now, and I don't know why. I even plugged in the Ethernet cable to solve this problem. I hope this won't be a consistent problem this stream, but we'll just fucking ball with it. We'll just play ball. Anyways, it seems to be catching up a little bit. So I'm just gonna go ahead and play it and hope for the best.
And their mounts never tire, so until the Empire invents the Gatling gun, they're able to keep being aggressive backwater dickweeds. In older lore they were tolerable, but in modern lore someone must have felt they weren't.
Oh my god, what is wrong with the connection right now?
Angsty enough and made them nice and extra oppressive. The peasants are honored if the noble allows them to have 3 pennies a week instead of 2. Ladies who aren't magical are property because medieval times, and social mobility is a punchline. I hope you like medieval medicine. The Empire's medicine already isn't that great. Bretonnian medicine is the kind of thing that has a 300% fatality rate. And horses. Everyone has a horse. Even the lowliest peasants have a horse. A horse that more often than not eats and lives better than they do. I like horses, but I don't like them that much. If you've ever been to medieval times and made that your entire personality, Bretonnia is a good faction for you. Because God is real and hates me, they're also one of the starter factions of the old world, so getting into Warhammer Fantasy nowadays is pound for pound fairly easily done with Bretonnia. In all honesty, pick 'em if you like 'em. It is on some level cool because for as much shit as I was giving them for being generic and bland knights, knights are cool. There's a reason every 5-year-old wants to be a knight and not a Landsknecht. I mean, for God's sakes, just trying to say that word is difficult. The other army GW has refused to put onto the tabletop despite already having a direct hand in reworking them for Total War. Did you know there's a fully fleshed out Cathayan army book for GW developed? You can't have it because funds not allowed. This is a shame because Cathay is awesome. Dragons are also awesome. Cathay agrees because they're ruled by
it's stable
immortal
now.
dragons who the Cathayans follow at every whim. Fantasy China is a magical place and one of the few places in the entire planet that might not be a terrible one to live in. Every now and again it does what actual China used to do and implodes, and sure, those ruling
I suppose it's the YouTube god's way of saying that you talk too much. You need to just let it go.
And it always comes back together after imploding.
And I shall.
Usually after mommy and dad
I'll let it go for a bit.
come back to kick everyone's heads in until they start behaving again. It is, like I said, just fantasy medieval China. But that is a compliment. You know those terracotta soldiers? What if they were animated by magic and also 100 feet tall? Are you a 40k fan? Imagine if the Primarchs weren't utter morons and failures almost to a man. Because that's Cathay. Again, for reasons I will never understand, we don't have them yet in tabletop. But Total War does, and by God is it fun to play as Cathay. The Silk Road was prosperous in real life, and it's prosperous in Warhammer. So if/when they finally come out...
And then the opium attack. We're bringing out all the jokes. We're bringing out all the jokes, it seems. I don't think China's ever going to forgive America for that, by the way.
Prepare to show
Not even a little.
China was for a good 1,000 years the most prosperous country on the planet. It's even better here because this Great Wall has magical dragon ladies guarding it. Oh, Cathay is also near the countries of Nippon, Ind, and Koresh. Nippon is Japan, Ind is India, and Koresh is Southeast Asia. I'm not giving them their own spots because no one cares about them, and I can't bring myself to either. That's it for the non-chaotic living humans, but that doesn't mean we're done talking about humans. The next few ones just don't have a heartbeat. Or skin.
Yes, the more interesting faction.
Imagine Dracula, if you will. Now imagine Dracula if he had a 100,000 strong army of zombies, skeletons, lesser vampires, and pretty much anything else that you could find at a Spirit Halloween. The total history of the vampires stretches back thousands of years, but for the purposes of this video, we're only going to go back a few hundred. We go to a fella named Vlad von Karstein, because if you haven't caught on yet, this setting is allergic to subtlety. He showed up to the very on-the-nose Empire province of...
I mean, so is 40k. But, you know, if that's the case, I'm going to say that's just a GW thing.
Sylvania, which was a horrible place to live. It was covered in swamps, the people were dumb and afraid of scary monsters, and because this setting is what it is, they weren't even wrong to be so. When a peasant in real life says the witch made their family ill with the plague, it's baseless superstition. When a peasant in Warhammer says that, there's a good chance they're right. When a Sylvanian peasant says that, they are right. Vlad shows up to this province, marries the daughter of the ruling noble to become its next ruler, and despite being a blood-sucking vampire, this place sucked so hard it was a marked improvement. Even better, him and his wife Isabella actually loved each other. They had vampire kids like Conrad von Karstein, who was insane and liked to twist the heads off of peasants, and Manfred von Karstein, who was the worst. Of course, this wouldn't be Warhammer if everyone was just nice and peaceful,
As his
so one
picture
day
can
Vlad had a
blatantly tell you.
brilliant idea. What if he was the Emperor? He could live forever and usher in an eternal age of prosperity, mostly for vampires, but for some of the people too. So he tried to become the Emperor. At gunpoint. Zombie point more like, but 100,000 zombies is a lot more effective than most Renaissance age guns were. He failed, but the damage was done. Him, his wife, and their children spread vampirism across the Empire. Now Sylvania is barely even considered a part of it, and everyone does their best to ignore it. This is probably a bad move, because every few decades some vampire likes to try their hand at raising a massive undead army to take over the Empire with. They all fail, but they're very murderous. Them failing means the Empire's population only drops by 20% instead of 100%. Just watch the first episode of Castlevania if you somehow haven't, for what it's like when the Midnight Aristocracy goes to war. There's a lot of vampires to choose from, though, to get your specific undead needs.
I mean, to be fair to Castlevania's Netflix adaptation, it certainly is a good show. But I feel like now that I know what I know from watching the Devil May Cry TV show, probably among a few other things, you know, Castlevania only worked because there weren't any contemporary stories that focused on that fiction to begin with outside of its mainline games. And if that is indeed the case, then I feel like, right, that the amount of love and appreciation we gave to that series is entirely dependent on whether or not the person who made it actually cared about the setting of Castlevania or cared more about their ideas for the setting, right? And, you know, like, Adi Shankar, you know, like, I don't know the guy, so I can only judge him based off of his body of work. And from what I've seen, you know, like, his Castlevania TV show helped skyrocket him into infamy and fame as well as popularity. But when it comes to his actual ability to direct and perform on other things that isn't just Castlevania, it leaves you questioning things. It leaves you wondering, like, does he actually appreciate these things, or is he just talking out of his ass? You know, like some other people who have done similar things with famous IPs. He-Man, She-Ra, anybody? Anyways, yeah, it's, I feel like, right, Netflix has this problem where the executives at the top level are fucking idiots and morons, and though they have some talented directors and people, they don't care about channeling them correctly in a way that actually warrants fan reception plus profit, as well as new consumerist fans who would be interested in the IP to begin with, as much as they're in love with their own ideas and their own ways they could possibly abuse the product, which is the stupidest fucking thing in the universe, if you ask me. The Netflix is essentially the Disney of streaming services, despite the fact that Disney themselves also has their own streaming service. They are very much the Disney of streaming services because they don't actually care about the IPs they ape off of. They just care about what they can do to twist it and turn it into something that's a little bit more palatable for modern senses, which the quote-unquote modern sensibilities is fictitious and often debatable, more often than not, because it's like, just because you can put Alucard having polyamorous sex, just because you can put Alucard in a threesome with like two siblings, one of them being a dude, doesn't mean you should, right? Doesn't mean you should. I mean, the main reason why he was even included in Castlevania, the game series, in the first place, all right, was because, you know, Alucard was just a pretty face to get women more interested in the thing. It's kind of hard to think of Alucard as being a very self-respecting and very noble sort of like character who's also a bit of a femboy. when he gets pegged like one. You know, like it's not there's no point to it. You know, like you maybe the idea of him being in that particular type of scenario that led to him getting chained to a bed, among other things, is not necessarily a knock on Alucard's parts entirely. Like maybe it's arguable that that female fans probably don't really give that much of a shit. But I feel like, you know, like if I was a fan of this character, right, and I was someone who really liked the character, I was someone who was who liked the character, who enjoyed the character to some degree, you know, like was a fan in a few ways, right? I don't know how I would like the idea and the interpretation of him basically allowing himself to get chained to a bed and having, although consensual, just random casual sex with people who are supposed to be his fucking students, among other things. You know, like there are layers to this that need unpacking, but the point is that, you know, like, I feel like the depictions and the ways that they handle certain characters is a bit dubious and questionable. And I feel like Alucard's character in particular probably didn't need to go in the directions that they ended up going down. But since not a whole lot of people seem to have given a shit outside of like the obvious fact that some people were kind of like had their eyebrows raised and were just like, was this necessary? No. Okay, fair enough. You know, like people ignored it mostly because at least the show's quality was on point, right? But now that we've seen Adi Shankar's other works and his other interpretations of certain works, you know, like, it really does bring to question the actual intent and ideas behind the man. And I really don't know if I like the idea that he's willing to take certain IPs and properties and turn them into something that is not at all like people remember them. I mean, again, Devil May Cry had a story. If he just focused on making that particular story flow better, it would have sold gangbusters, but he didn't do that. Instead, what he did was that he created an abomination that has led to Lady working for the governments, the demons becoming less interesting by making Dante and the demons less interesting by association of the fact that there are a lot more half demons than there should be. And on top of that, right, you know, like, they turned them into a literal political allegory for illegals. It was the dumbest fucking thing they could have done. It was the most boneheaded decision. And though some people have commented on it, it's saying that it's not a terrible idea for a story, I'm gonna fucking disagree with them on their inclusion, not just on the sheer fact that, yes, it would probably make for an interesting idea. It's certainly a pointed story to tell in this particular modern day and age, but was it handled well? No. And did it deserve to be here? No, because the setting didn't allow for it, and it was the wrong show to be having this conversation in the first place. Okay, it detracts so much from the overall lore and appeal of Devil May Cry. Again, Dante and Virgil are a rare type of sorts because Sparta decided he was going to stand up for humanity, rebel against demonkind, and nobody else talks about other demons that did this. Only Sparta. Probably because most other demons were fucking petty. They care more about coveting their own power. And the only way to get more of that is to devour humans. And also just probably kill other demons to devour them as well. But at the end of the day, they just coveted their own power. Sparta was at the top of his game. He was the most powerful being alive. He looked at the mindless slaughter of humanity, and he's just like, either out of a weird sort of moral crisis about wanting to slaughter and butcher them wholesale, or because he didn't want other demons to essentially gain more power to overtake his. You know, like, Sparta did make the decision to rebel against demonkind and essentially make it impossible for them to basically reap the power from the humans by killing them, like, just wholesale, and essentially divided the two worlds into different realms. And so, regardless of what your reasons are for why these things tend to happen, you know, like, at the end of the day, I feel like Sparta, and I feel like Dante, I feel like all of these things are made lesser by the show's inclusion because they don't care about actually making the show work for what makes the games themselves work in the first place, right? Like, the games themselves are great for what they are as is. The show did not need to overcomplicate it or even change up several different details just to make it work for a Netflix adaptation. All right, it even told the most impressive story of all, which is family drama, family issues, revenge. It told a whole lot of different motivational and interesting factors that would absolutely appeal to a wider audience. The problem, of course, is that they just decided they wanted to do it shittily that particular day and not actually bother to make it at all cool or interesting. Just because Lady works for the government and she swears up a fucking storm, that doesn't make her cool. That doesn't give her cool points. It just makes her look childish. Alright? That's just a brat. And nobody takes brats seriously, despite the fact that they're woefully, competent. And that's the problem, is that she is woefully competent, probably too competent throughout the entire show, so much so that it makes all the side characters that work under her seem like a bunch of incompetent morons by comparison. Alright? The fact that she does everything herself, from what I understand, and the fact that she does, that most of the things that get done is a result of her actions and not everybody else's, is a testament to this fact. Alright? It's just dumb. Everything about the Netflix TV adaptation of the Devil May Cry franchise is just woefully and ill-conceived garbage, and I'm not going to change my stance on that point. And again, as far as turning demons into refugees is concerned, I think it's better to be employed in maybe a different story, or potentially and more than likely an original story, than in a Devil May Cry TV show. And though some people will argue that it is a unique artistic interpretation, a twist to the story of the franchise done specifically for the show, because the show is its own thing. It doesn't need to work in tandem and in line with the games. And my argument to that is, then you're missing the fucking point of making a TV show based off of a popular work. You're missing the point of adapting something for a new medium. You're missing the overall point here. Alright? I mean, it would be no different, right, than if someone were to claim... It would be in fact, actually, I just remembered something even more damning. But anyways, I'm not going to touch that one yet, because this video is going to be too long. So, basically stating... I think that if your overall point of adapting something is to erode all of the things that made it good in the first place for the sake of making it quote-unquote better, that ceases to become the actual work itself. It loses all of the grandeur, all of the appeal, all of the original love and soul of the work, and it becomes something else entirely. Okay? It's no longer Devil May Cry. It is Adi Shankar's Devil May Care attitude. It is the Adi Shankar Devil May Care the anime. That's basically what it turned into. It is not Devil May Cry. And I cannot argue honestly that it is Devil May Cry, other than in name only, because it has none of the things that made that story what it is. Lady did not work for the government. Lady was just a girl who got really good at killing demons and wanted to hunt down her father. She had such a hatred boner for him. So fucking bad. Actually, I should probably not say that. But she basically had the biggest raging hatred storm within herself that she had to hunt him down and had to get revenge for the murder of her mother, because that's what he did. He murdered her mother to gain more power and also to work with demons. And in order to fulfill this revenge, she ran into Dante. She met him, climbed the 10-minute groove, faced onslaughts of demons, and had to wrestle with the sense that maybe not all demons are terrible, and that maybe this one guy who looks more human than most, has a heart that is more human than most, who has demonic powers and can withstand actual brutal fatal punishments that would normally kill a man, You know, like, despite the fact this guy is a literal Ikemen with demonic power, she literally was just like, you know what? Fuck it, right? She came to terms with the fact that her father is gone at one point. She can't do anything to stop him at another point. Things have escalated far too great. She does not have the strength nor the ability to take on this task, but there is someone who's willing to carry that torch. And Dante was more than happy to carry this torch because he learned through Lady, right, that this is an important matter, not just to her, but for himself, because Virgil's involved, and Virgil is basically his other half, his twin brother. They stand for two very different things, and he wants to destroy humanity and the human world in order to make himself stronger as a result. And it is a story that only works because it focuses so heavily on family. And there is no better story to tell other than this particular story. And yet, for some bizarre fucking reason, the entire show, from what I understand, does not focus on any of these elements, but rather focuses on some stupid bullshit about demons, demonic refugees, and the government. That's the most that I've heard about it. That's the most people's general consensus is of it. And they've also turned Dante into a reactionary character. Well, I mean, granted, he was already a reactionary character by that point in the storyline, but they made him incompetent as a result. Like, he's not Ichigo from Bleach. He is very much like fucking, what is it? He's not Midoriya, but he's, what is it? Who is that fucking weird purple kid from My Hero? I don't even remember at this point. He's the one with the fucking hair that can stick to things. You know, like, he's turned into Mineta, I think is his name. He's turned into fucking Mineta. All right. When your comparison goes from being Ichigo Kurosaki to Mineta, it's awful. All right. It's awful. Burn it down, burn it with fire, kill it with fucking a chainsaw at this point. Anyways, I went on another tangent, and my apologies. You're going to get this a lot throughout this entire day. But yeah, I'll just move on.
Satisfied. The von Karsteins are the classic vampires who want to suck your blood and rule over the night. The Lamians are a vampire KGB with spy networks in pretty much.
Oh, wonderful. My connection's lagging a little bit.
Austria, probably. The lizards don't take kindly to that sort of thing. The Strigoi are what happens if your average Florida resident became a vampire, the Necrocs are evil wizards, and the Blood Dragons are a heavy metal album cover. If you thought it was kick-ass when Dracula sent the forces of hell to wreak havoc on the living, you'll love the vampire counts. But I did mention that some of the undead don't have skin, and vampires usually have that at least. For those fellas, we need to go further south.
Tomb Kings.
Ancient Egypt. Ancient Egypt. You now understand the basics of the Tomb Kings. Once upon a time, thousands of years in the past, the lands of Nehekhara were prosperous.
I mean, to be fair to the vampires in that explanation, they definitely, it seems very interesting, right, that there are vampires native to this setting that actually have their own faction and power outside of just like, they're just a monster of the week type of thing. They're just an occasional occurrence that just turns out to be an inconvenience for humanity and an abomination, among other things, right? It's interesting that they have their own faction and they have their own society that they openly like work with. And it's an interesting thing to witness because most settings don't even do that. They don't even go that far. They don't give vampires that level of power. I once wanted to do something like that. I once wrote a story, right, that was going to put the vampires with their own secret society. They were going to have their own secret society in the middle of some underground butt fuck nowhere type of area that people would hear of but would never actually know the location of. And it's not a network of tunnels. No. It is a secret cavern beneath somewhere. Not even the vampires themselves would know it. And it's basically a cave system that exists almost, it's like a well of sorts, right? It's like a water well, an underground well that's large in diameter, has an entire city built around it, and the only way to enter it is by teleporting into it. And that's how I was going to basically structure that vampire society, and then all of the vampires that you would meet throughout that particular setting would be of nobility, and they would be not nobility of the sense of like, oh well, they're clearly like the nobles of like certain like of politicians or of different countries. No. Some of them do masquerade as such, but most of them are just isolated, right? They're just isolated. They're away from human society, and they only ever allow themselves to be known, or they only ever go out only to find humans worth abducting or experimenting on to further their own particular sort of ventures and research, right? Which is where their nobility comes from. They're only noble in accordance to their own societies rather than what is established by humanity. And that is how I was going to work with it. That's how I was going to frame it in a story that I was making, but you know, that I never told that story. So there's that. One of these days, maybe I should tell that story. Maybe one of these days I should write that story, because I had so many ideas going for it that it's honestly would be a shame if I didn't do something with it, but I'm not going to get into that. But yeah, as far as vampire societies go, I love the vampire society of this one because it's an actual vampire society. It's one built and predicated by vampires. I would love to see this done in other fictions because I think vampires are interesting. Where they're not Twilight vampires, but I think that they're interesting. And I would love to see more works around them. But yeah, I digress.
They had regular contact with their gods, magical constructs to defend themselves with, and when they had a good king like Cetra, they would sometimes go on to conquer half the world. Then a fella named Nagash was born. He's awful. This man was a monster through and through. He's really smart, though. Smart enough to capture dark elves and force them to teach him dark magic, which usually humans can't do. Smart enough to invent necromancy with what he learned. Smart enough to overthrow his brother, the king, and take over most of the land with his undead forces. And he's also quite powerful with his magic. He was eventually overthrown and cast into the desert where he died, but he invented necromancy. Death is a suggestion for him. Such is his power. When he inevitably came back...
So, necromancy was developed by these Egyptian spin-offs? That's interesting.
He discovered someone had stolen his research notes and used them.
You know, it seems pretty apt for
those vampires as generals, and no, they didn't have a choice in the matter. And then decided ruling just Nehekhara with undead wasn't enough. So he formed a plan to kill everyone in the region at once, resurrect every corpse on the planet, and take over the world with his World War Z undead army. Part 1 of the plan went off without a hitch. It was only through the intervention of the Skaven, who I promise you will love, and the last living dude in the region, which kept most of Part 2 from happening. Then everyone in Nehekhara promptly stood back up, realized their hearts were no longer beating, but they were still standing, and things got messy. Imagine Game of Thrones before it became horrible, with all the political fighting over who gets to be king. Now imagine Game of Thrones if every single person who was ever the rightful king was now alive at the same time fighting over what was their throne. Not they believed it to be their throne, or they wanted it to be their throne, it was the throne they sat on once upon a time.
That's fucking wild to think about. Bringing back all of the previously the previously dead to become undead, and now they suddenly rise up and they're like, wait, this is my throne. No, this is my throne. No, I sat on this throne. Well, so did I. Well, I have a right to rule it because I'm the one who brought this to the to the entirety of this land and culture. Well, no, I did this, so that it validates all of your things that you've done. And it just, imagine how petty this must be. And if I remember correctly, I said that these people were very petty at one point. And then we got to the dwarves, which basically took the cake for the pettiest of the petty, if I remember correctly.
And also they can respawn. And also, most common people were mindless undead skeletons who had the flesh flayed from their bones with the desert winds and could only follow basic orders, like kill that guy who thinks he's the real king. This does not a stable nation make. Luckily, the priest woke up that Cetra guy, who cockslapped everyone until they started behaving again. Now the Toon Kings no longer have skin, have no clear path to achieve immortal bodies to feel with again that they so crave, and no longer have the backing of their very gods. Fortunately for them, death is more of a suggestion. They can still use magic, even if not quite as good as it was when the gods were helping, and they now have eternity to do whatever they want, as long as it doesn't involve some sort of physical sensation. Sometimes they still fight amongst each other, sometimes they spend their newfound immortality pursuing whatever hobbies they want, and sometimes they sail all the way from Egypt to Sweden and burn half of it to the ground because someone stole their hat. And on the rarest of occasions, a tomb queen will tell a strapping young lad that if they still had functional genitals, she'd fuck him so hard the experience would kill him. They're very fun. They're true neutral to the core. Some of them want conquest, some of them just want to find new hobbies, some hate the living.
I mean, Cleopatra was a thing, and I feel like that was probably apt. It was maybe appropriate. That's probably that's probably a funny thing to include knowing the history, right? I mean, Cleopatra was a femme fatale of the truest sense of the word. Like, she not only had power, but she knew how to wield it, and she also had her femininity, which is also just as damning of a power as anything else. Like, she had a natural law of attraction on her side, and so what did she do with it? She did the thing that most women did, even especially back in the day, which is that she leveraged it to basically turn one of the, I think it was a general from Sparta, into being her personal simp. And so he basically, right, was just all about this broad until the day he died. And I believe Cleopatra and him died from poisoning or some shit. I don't even remember. But I don't even think that it was actually clear as to how Cleopatra died, but it's a whole bit, right? It's that I don't remember too much of the story. I've seen it referenced in other fictions, but I do find that Cleopatra's story to be an interesting one because it's a real actual story about a real woman that ruled over an impressive kingdom and culture and used it to the fullest extent of the term and managed to do all of that without being usurped, among other things. She probably had other issues, a lot of issues that I probably have never heard of or probably am just completely glossing over. But it's like, like, it's impressive that a woman was, at one point in time, like a pharaoh and was leading a nation of people and was able to obtain allies and constituents by both utilizing her brain and her brawn, her actual fucking physical form to do it. Like, she's only as great and is often remembered and often referenced because her rule was that interesting. Like, she leveraged everything to get the things that she wanted, not just for herself, but for her people. And even if it was selfishly motivated, it helped to basically do a lot for Egypt, for the, what was it? Was she Persia? I don't even remember now. Was it Persia or was it? I'm pretty sure they're probably different though. You know what? I don't know. I don't need to. My ignorance is showing. But the point is that there is a lot of interesting takeaways and similes that we can make about certain fictions, and one of the funniest ones is thinking about history and wondering just how, on what level is history referenced in certain fictions. And it's not just someone just being like, you know what, I know this particular thing about this particular culture. I'm just going to roll with that and just lean a little bit heavier into it.
Out of jealousy, some don't care either way as long as they serve, and some go out of their way to find human members to recruit for their court because it reminds them of what they've lost. If you can think of a motivation, there's a Tomb King that has it. It's a very simple thing to know if the Tomb Kings are for you or not. Do you like the Mummy? Do you like ancient Egypt? Have you ever wondered what it'd be like if the Sphinx came to life and started crushing people like Godzilla? Tomb Kings are perfect for you then. And hey, look at that. They're the other
that's pretty fucking
of
wild.
The old world. Now you can get into fantasy proper without people like me dismissively calling you a horse molester. So now we can leave this region of the world and indeed humanity, and I have forgotten 4 human nations that deserve at least a little bit of credit. Shit. Tylea is Italy during medieval/Renaissance times, so it's thousands of city-states smushed into one country. It's right next to the Skaven capital. There are worse places to live. Estalia is Spain without the colonial empire. Both of these places say they're the first civilized nation in the old world, which the empire disputes. The border princes are the land of whatever the hell you want it to be. It is an excuse to make your own homebrew army, and they fight orcs more than anything. Most of the people there are either fleeing from the empire, leaving the empire in a futile attempt to make it big, and petty nobles. Araby is exactly what you think it is. Turn Aladdin into a war game faction, but only a background faction. And if you think that's me being dismissive of it, do please read about Sultan Jafar's military campaign campaign against the old world.
Hmm.
It's actually got advanced medicine, science, and magical practices and theories, but I can guarantee the only thing you're going to remember about this place is Sultan Jafar. We're going to start by clumping all the elves together, because their backstories are all very interconnected. Don't worry, they'll each get their own time to shine. Once upon a time, there were just elves. The first species created by the Old Ones to fight chaos, they were made to be elves. Arrogant, long-lived, and short of the Slann, they're the best wizards around. Then chaos descended, the Old Ones pissed off, and the elves had no idea what the hell to do. Eventually, a cool elf named Kalidor made a magical vortex, the chief cool elf Anarion grabbed a cursed sword that killed a whole lot of demons, and then everything cooled down a bit. Anarion disappeared, but they elected a new king, so all was okay. His children with his first wife even showed back up to be a bloodline of legendary heroes, though they're also cursed because of that sword. Then Anarion's second wife told their son Malekith that he should be king, convinced him with her boobs because family trees can be shaped like Christmas wreaths if you don't mind being a freak, and a civil war broke out. Malekith walked into a sacred fire to prove his worth, whereupon their chief god lit him on fire. Him and his mother kept trying to take over the home continent of Ulthuan. They nearly unmade it when they realized they couldn't, and then the newly formed Dark Elves were forced off of it to go live in Canada. The High Elves, those
To go live in Canada. I mean, the Dark Elves in particular are an interesting faction, simply because they're fucked up, but they're not as fucked up as like the obvious futuristic grimdark fantasy that the fucking Drukhari are based off of. But they're very much on a similar level. They're just evil, and they're also kind of petty. Like they're just like the pettiness is there, but it's mostly just political backstabbing turmoil among other things. It's all just it's more so just what do they call it? Selfishness. It's a combination of selfishness and some, what is it? It's just avarice. It's avariceness. It's just, if that's even a word. It's just avarice incarnate. It is greed, it is lust, it is a lot of things. There's a lot of motivations that play into the Dark Elf Society from what I remember of the initial reaction of it, and that is fascinating. And it's only fascinating, right? Because they're elves, right? They were once just normal elves, and now they're again, just like the Drukhari, they're shadows of their former selves. It's like, but it's only more controlled and more contained within the fact that their government operates and functions just purely off of just wanting to stab each other in the back, coveting more power, and doing whatever political shenanigan to do it.
who stayed behind once again got to rebuild the
rather than
of their home.
the creepy shit in 40K.
Friendship with the dwarfs, that's a good thing. Oh wait, that got ruined too. But don't feel too bad. The High Elf King ruined that one for them himself by being the worst. That one wasn't an unfortunate tragedy. It was a self-imposed unfortunate tragedy. The dwarfs and the High Elves fought Fantasy World War I, and it was pretty miserable for everyone involved. Picking a victor is sort of meaningless because both groups were pretty thoroughly wrecked by the event, and the High Elves had to return home when the Dark Elves began the first of many invasion attempts to retake Ulthuan. Some High Elves didn't go home and sheltered in a magical forest called Athel Loren instead. Now we have our third group of elves, the Wood Elves. The Wood Elves are the easiest of the subgroups to explain. They sit in their magical forest and are insane. Sometimes people walk into the magical forest. It's safe to assume that unless stated,
I mean, they're just Bosmer or Romulans. They're just wood people. They are Fey folk. That's just all they are.
otherwise, they do not come back out of the magical forest.
They get up to some freaky shit, I imagine.
Out of the magical forest, you find that 1,000 years have passed since you entered, and every single one of those years catches up with you as you age to dust within minutes. Aside from that, though, your first instinct might be that these are stupid, uninspired, lame D&D Wood Elves who love nature and harmony and trees. And in fairness, they do love all those things. It's just that these trees are 50 feet tall, mobile, have a craving for the suffering of mankind, and the Wood Elves will invite peasants to feasts to fatten them up for the forest spirits. They don't give a rat's ass about the outside world aside from how it might affect their perfect little lives inside the forest. There are a few scattered enclaves of them across the world that are a bit friendlier, but the general motivation of the Wood Elves is getting other people to get the hell off of their lawn. And when the lawn can come to life and devour you alive, it's a pretty easy task to do that. They also gaslight the Bretonnians into thinking they're goddesses in an elf one, although as it turns out later on, the extent of the elven gaslighting goes even further beyond their understanding. They're led by the avatars of two of the elf gods, naturally the ones that are focused on nature, because wood elf. The king likes to rampage across Bretonnia every now and again for funsies, and the queen sometimes says don't do that, sometimes doesn't care, and sometimes encourages it when she's in a feisty mood. They're not my thing, truth be told, but I can respect the idea of wanting to be left alone for all eternity.
That sounds very naturalistic to me, and it sounds very animalistic too. It's all whimsy, as nature is. Nature's always been whimsy. You know, you live or you die. That's the only thing that matters.
So if you too cringe inside a little bit whenever you get a text message or a Discord DM, these guys might be for you. The High Elves are the ones that stayed on Ulthuan and remained much the same throughout. And like I said, the old ones sure as hell made them to be elves. Long-lived, magical, arrogant, and because they live for thousands of years, they're real good at what they do. Some of their swordsmen have been practicing for so long that they take into account the weight of their eyelashes when they swing. You're not beating that. And sure enough, the history of the High Elves is the history of them sailing out from their homeland to go stop most of the problems the world faces. They taught humanity how to use magic properly, they keep excess magic from saturating the world, and they have a habit of showing up just as they're needed to stop things from getting completely out of hand. There's a High Elf who destroyed orc warbands that have been rampaging since the dawn of time and was so good at it that he gave the entire elven race a reputation amongst the greenskins for being good fighters. All of this because a fat goblin burned down his house. And of course, Teclis Black Beloved. Is there a 10,000 strong army of orcs, dark elves, or worse bearing down on you? Well, with a wave of his staff and a flick of his wrist, there is now a new Crater. He's a real cool guy like that, and he's not even that arrogant. The flip side to balance this glazing session I've just done is that they do actually have weaknesses to go along with all that. They reproduce slowly, and in a wargame setting, that's the mark of death.
I mean, to be fair, they do reproduce slowly at 40k, but I don't think... Because it's... The way I understand Total War, at least, is that it's basically like a sim. It's very much a war simulator, whereas 40k is just a tabletop game that focuses on faction versus faction rather than the actual commerce and the other aspects that would in resource managing that will go into that. You know, it's very much just war versus like units against the other units, which. That being said, you know, like, I can understand why this in particular might be a bit more of a sticking point than it is in, say, 40k, but I do feel that the reproducing slowly aspect of it is a challenge that's uniquely suited for those who know how to balance their need for needing to recoup the losses, as well as the cost of certain issues of losing units in war, among other things, right? It adds a layer of challenge that I think a lot of strategy enthusiasts might find to be interesting or compelling.
Every death in battle is a hindrance, although at least compared to 40k, they aren't outright dying. They're on the watch list for being endangered rather than being endangered outright. And magic being so innate to them means that when something with it goes wrong, they feel it and are affected by it more acutely than most. Like when their magical queen is sad. Their entire homeland's climate is tied to her emotions, and like any living being that isn't a psychopath, she is sad when a great amount of her people die. So when Malekith decides today is as good a day as any to get 1 million people killed trying to retake his homeland again, it really sucks to live in the same country as her. They're also physically frail, which isn't the biggest weakness in the world, but you'll definitely notice it when an orc is bearing down on them. They've also got a bit of a species-wide depression thing going on too. When you live functionally forever, you get a long time to get a real feel for what the world is like. And as it turns out, this world kinda sucks. They just don't have time to recuperate from any of their constant losses. The world is in danger, the High Elves sail out to fix the issue, and then the world is immediately in danger again. Add on to that some more standard Elven weaknesses, like their old age, meaning they don't always adapt to...
Well, I mean, have you seen how many factions there are in this goddamn world? There's so many problems that you have to contend with on a daily basis that it's gotta be mind-numbing to have to stop and really think about. I mean, like, as an elf who's probably lived for even 100 years, you probably have encountered, on some level, right, Skavens, humans, dwarves, and you know all the histories of their cultures and what led to their discoveries, among other things. Like, you probably have a vague idea of how other factions work, how other races work, as well as how your own people works. Since there are other elves in this universe, they're very intimately connected on how those other people and factions work, I'm sure. And so when you really look at the grand scheme of things, if you let I'm sure if the elves, when they get the chance to, when they sit down and really think about and ruminate all of the experiences they've ever had, they probably come to the strangest and most ungodly conclusion, right? That this world is just fucked. Everything's just fucked up. And there's no fixing it. There's just no way around it. You know, like they probably feel it very acutely, which is probably why, you know, they're what led to the inspiration as to why they're so touchy-feely for the 40k version with the Eldar. But yeah.
To new things well, and you've got a race that has a bit of a deadline attached to it. Mankind is inventing guns, tanks, and more, and the elves think the bow and arrow remains the height of warfare. To their credit, though, they're damn good with that bow and arrow, especially when it's a magical lightsaber bow and arrow.
I mean, to be fair, they probably would value grace and skill above all others. Technological advancement be damned.
And dragons. The High Elves are best friends of almost every dragon that isn't from Cathay. Dragons are scary in a fight, and let's be honest with ourselves. If a dragon declared your hometown to be the best thing ever and made sure to always visit and help out when it was in trouble, you'd have an ego the size of Mount Everest too. Overall, if you like elves, you'll like these guys. Even if you don't like elves or only associate Warhammer's elves with the Eldar, the High Elves' ability to actually put their money where their mouth is might win you over. And if nothing else, there's an elf character named Aletha Nar who skins Dark Elves alive because he just hates them that much, and is overall Michael Myers if he had pointy ears and special forces training. Hard to get more unelven than that guy. Speaking of ego, though...
I mean, I'm sure they're all small racists in their own way.
Or if you're not a big fan of the race, elven racism. Now jack it up to the logical extreme endpoint of the concept so that they don't only think they're the best, they think of all other races as vermin that should either serve them as slaves, be hunted for sport, or outright eradicated. Welcome to Naggaroth, friends. It only goes downhill from there. Warhammer North America sucks. It's home to the Dark Elves after they got kicked out of their old home, and the entire thing is either a frozen hellhole...
You think that'd be South America. It was the southern states that wanted to enslave everything.
Inside of this place. Do you think anyone that lives here is gonna be nice? Sure enough, the Dark Elves aren't nice. There used to be some human tribes that lived in Naggaroth, and then the Dark Elves killed or enslaved them all. They have cities built into mountains they use as ships to raid and enslave others, they kidnapped High Elf children to raise as Dark Elves, and the entire society looks like what would happen if every single Decepticon was Starscream. Murder and treachery are only illegal if you get caught, and if you're powerful enough, not even then. They're led by Malekith and his mother Morathi, the same two elves who formed the Dark Elves 10,000 years prior. Morathi is kind of just always awful, but sometimes if you squint real hard, Malekith can almost kind of, sort of a little bit resemble a noble elf hero he once was. Then he does things like instituting the elven god of murder as the head of the Dark Elf pantheon, uses demons as auxiliaries when he invades Ulthuan, and starts the Warhammer Fantasy Triangle slave trade. In spite of failing to retake Ulthuan every time he tries, he's a damn powerful wizard and warrior both. He's just Darth Vader, actually. He's even got the suit of armor that helps keep him alive because he was severely burned. And who can forget his mommy issues? Although I don't think Anakin ever piped his mother, so a little bit different there.
When I heard that one the first time, that one was fucking wild. Fucking God. But yeah, he does sound like Darth Vader. He's just, yeah. It's, weird, interesting similarities aside, you know, like, he also reminds me, both design and uniquely, as the character from Overlord, who you play as to send your minions out to essentially fuck up shit. Which, you know, by the way, I don't remember who the studio is who makes those games, or used to, but when's the next Overlord game? And also, why would it be just the absolute worst? Like not in the sense that it's awful, the gameplay's awful, why would you design it this way? No. I'm talking about the absolute worst, as in, like, why can't we do the most crazy, gnarliest, evil shit and be able to get away with that? Like, why can't we do that? Like, it's a... Overlord could do that from the first game to the second game on varying levels, but generally speaking, you could do some pretty evil shit. Right, but it was very much like tame evil. Like, it wasn't full sail, just straight up, like, petty, selfish evil with a hint of treachery. No. It was the evil I'm talking about is just straight up wholesale. I'm just gonna slaughter people for no reason. Actually, now that I think about it, they do have that. Actually, now that I think about it, they do have some things that are interesting to dissect. But the point is that where's the next Overlord game? Why isn't it here? Why isn't there? Why haven't we gotten another mainline Overlord title in like forever? I get that maybe there's a few people, a few publishers who probably wouldn't want to publish the damn thing because of, you know, obvious implications of the fact that you're playing the villain of a story instead of the hero is obvious. But, you know, again, you know, like the appeal of Overlord was that you can choose to be a bit less of a dickhead when you played as the Overlord. Like you play as a guy who can either rule with an iron fist or it's just a murder hobo. Like it's not, there is no ifs, ands, or buts around it. It's like there's different flavors of evil here, and you just need to focus on which one you want the player to really work with. And even then, you know, if we're working optimally here, give them all of the flavors and just let them choose what kind of Overlord they want to be wholesale. You know, like it's as simple as that. You know, like the whole, I think if you were to bring back the Overlord games, you know, like especially now, especially at the height of like the return of like the modern gaming and conventions and writing that we're seeing making a return nowadays, which is like all these male-focused particular type of action games that focus on violence, gratuitous slaughter, with a hint of like, if not just outright philosophical, just like what is it? If not just outright, right? Just like, you know, like we understand the game that's being played here. We understand the score. You know, like we're going to become all about this thing. We're going to do this for the Emperor, for democracy. You know, like if it, you know, like if it's, how do I put this? At the height of this game, at the height of this trend, right? Overlord gets announced. Overlord hits the market, and it immediately gains fucking success and notoriety because you could do a bunch of crazy shit in the games that you just don't get to see anymore in most AAA games now, as well as some indies. Like I think Overlord would absolutely be great if it were to come back. Like, I think that in the right hands, Overlord 3 potentially could be a real game changer, especially if we're talking like, you know, the Pikmin-like strategy type-esque fighting game. Well, I won't say fighting game, but definitely the Pikmin-esque strategy type game mechanics that the series is known for. And I think it would just be an interesting thing to witness. I think a modern Overlord game would absolutely, not the modern Overlord game, but definitely a Overlord 3 sequel, one that takes all of the graphical enhancements and gameplay conventions that we have now, just all rounded down to create the best Overlord experience, would be an absolute banger of a game. Like, I don't want to just be Sauron. I want to be my own Sauron. I don't just want to feel the Sauron. I want to be the Sauron, right? I want to color my own Sauron-like existence. And if that means murder and slaughter wholesale across all the wide different nations and leave nothing but darkness in my wake, then god damn it, let it be so. You know, right? There's like I know that some people, right, are just like there's like a whole moral outrage about games, about certain games, especially games like this, right, where it's just like, oh, the whole point is to be evil. That's kind of fucked up, right? But the interesting thing is that, well, yeah, it's fucked up. But, you know, you can't morally grandstand either, because I'm sure you've probably thought about maybe wanting to potentially hurt someone who's probably giving you a bad time at one point in your life. You probably had thoughts about doing something similar. You probably are a woman who sits alone in her house all day with 10 cats watching murder documentaries in her spare time, if not reading the most trashiest smut that has ever smutted onto the pages of some fucking book somewhere, and you're entirely okay with it because, god damn it, you need to get your rocks off somehow. And you know what? I'm not going to take that away from you. I'm not going to take anything away from you. Men have two natural proclivities: murder and sex. All right, you take away those two things, what do you get? What's the basic core of it all? It's just domination. Why do we gravitate towards domination? Why do we gravitate towards control? Why do we gravitate towards specific stimuli so heavily, so such petty motivations, such trivial petty motivations. The interesting question is obvious. It's because that is how we're neurologically designed that way, and god damn it, sometimes daddy does need to get his fucking rocks off. Sometimes he needs to vent his frustrations, and if that means he has to do that by blowing people's heads off in a video game, chopping them up, or turning them into mincemeat, then god damn it, let him have his game. Let him have his moment of just being a disgusting piece of shit. Because the alternative, right, is that if people didn't have these outlets, there'd probably be a lot more disgusting pieces of shit in the world, and I don't think that's an issue and a question we want to really debate as so much. We just want to just accept the fact that, yes, people like this probably can and probably would exist if we probably took away these things wholesale, and they probably would exist a lot more. And though it might be debatable, you know, like, because the question of right and wrong and choosing whether or not to be that person is always a subject and a matter of debate. I do think, right, that people are conditioned to be who they are based off of their environment, things they're exposed to growing up, among other things. I do think there's a lot of contributing factors, but I don't think we want to really delve into the idea and experiment with the possibility of what would happen if we took away these violent mediums away, as well as the sexual ones, because then the obvious problem, of course, of like taking these things away for the sake of moral outrage and ethics would probably inspire a lot of problems. And even if we agree that there probably wouldn't be that big of a huge tick in just rampant crime and violence, I don't want to play the game of wanting to put that as a debate subject or even see it happen in real life. So, yeah, you know, my overall point, you know, like, it's all entertainment. We play games for the purposes of catharsis, for the feeling of being able to entertain ourselves, for the feeling of being able to express parts of ourselves that are both good and kind in nature, and sometimes whimsy in that sense, but also some of the pettiest, most ridiculous, some of the most fucked up things we could ever conceive and we could ever do, and just do it for the fuck of it, right? Just do it for the sake of doing it, just because for that one particular instance, it just seems like it would be really, really nice to be able to just punch that reporter in the face. Just punch the reporter in the face, the journalist, because that person asks the most annoying questions that you frankly do not deserve to be asked. You know they're going to twist it. Shepard, just do it. Just punch the reporter in the face. She's wasting your time. Just fucking do it. You know, like, there's a lot of funny things to take away from this little tangent, but the whole overall point, the overall shtick, is that I think an Overlord sequel would be great. I think it would do great, and I think that now more than anything else, I think we need another Overlord sequel, because people are becoming more delusioned, more desensitized, and more annoyed with life as is. I think we need something that channels all of those frustrations into something that is so glorified, not necessarily glorified, I guess, but more so just like, you know, like, it's just done for the sake of shits and giggles, all right? And Overlord never took itself that seriously, by the way. It was a story very much a parody of standard fantasy tropes like Lord of the Rings, taken to the extreme, and none of it was ever meant to be taken that seriously. Like, the humans are just dumbasses. They are just they're the stupid pauper peddlers of The Witcher 3, for example. And the elves are just holier than thou, so noble that they basically put themselves in a position of being put into doing stupid shits because, you know, they decided they wanted to be Gandhi for a day or something. Like, they put themselves so high and above all other races and all other people, they think they're capable of doing anything, taken to the extreme. And then we have dwarves, we have halflings, we have all these other things in Overlord. I think they're just extreme caricatures of what the races actually are, and I would just love to see that brought back in some fashion and just have the ability to take them all down a peg. It would be a sweet, sweet, amazing experience. We just won't get it. We just won't get it unless it's indie, in my personal opinion. But yeah, where's the Overlord 3 sequel? I would love to see that come back. Moving on.
There is no height of cruelty that Dark Elves don't aspire to. Acting nice gets you killed because it clearly means you're weak. Admitting you're a bit tired or injured gets you killed because if you were strong, you wouldn't be injured, so clearly you're weak and someone else more fitting should take your spot. They don't have as many dragon allies, and the ones they do are corrupted by dark magic, so they just grab whatever monstrosity they can find in the Midwest and put it in chains until it's time for battle. Much like their cousins in space, if you find you're about to be captured by them, it's probably best to just off yourself. They may not have quite as exotic measures of torturing you, but they make up for it with a real go-getter attitude in the field of human rights violations. There's a holiday called Blood Night. The cult of the god of murder goes around and kidnaps people to murder. They steal elven girls to be trained as witch elves like them, and they throw elven boys in a cauldron of boiling blood. If they survive, they get trained as an assassin. I don't think a concrete statistic has ever been given, but you can assume that not many people survive this. If you like being edgy, either ironically or because you think suffering is inherently deep, you'll like the Druchii. I can already feel the viewer retention going down, though, from how long I've been talking about elves, so how about we move to their polar opposites?
Dwarves.
Elves are posh, regal, and always at least a little bit uptight. Dwarfs are brash, to the point, and consider sobriety a sin. While the Elves of Warhammer have a few things that make them stand out a bit from the standard elf template, the Dwarfs of Warhammer could fit in just about any setting with minimal issue. They like drinking, they like mining, they hate orcs, and getting them to compliment non-dwarf craftsmanship is like pulling teeth from an orc. They hate magic both because it's weird elf nonsense, and because when the old ones made the dwarves, they made them so opposed to magic their mere presence makes it not work properly. They love mining and mountains because that's just what dwarfs love. They do have three things that make them stand out, though. First is that it's pronounced dwarfs, not dwarves. Second is that these dwarfs are industrious little fellas. They've discovered oil and how to use it, and with it make helicopters, trains, and more. While humanity has galleons with cannons and the elves have either magical dragon ships or city-sized slave ships, the dwarfs have ironclads, submarines, and aircraft carriers. They hate using them because no proper dwarf would ever be happy with anything but solid earth under their feet. They have them. They're slow to change to the point that anything less than 500 years old gets you complained at if you suggest using it, but at least some of them understand that the 20-barreled artillery piece is nice to have even if their ancestors might not approve. The second is that these dwarfs are the embodiment of the word spite. They're bitter that the other races won't just conform to proper dwarf ways. They hate orcs and goblins for ruining their once great cities. They hate the elves for that war they got into thousands of years ago. A war that ultimately started, mind you, because the dwarf diplomat forcibly had his beard shaved. There were some other factors leading up to it, but that was the final straw. The average dwarf doesn't know about the lizardmen much, but they'd certainly hate them too if they knew the Slann were involved in shifting some mountain ranges around that destroyed a whole lot of dwarf holds. Have you ever wronged a dwarf? Into the book you go, the Great Book of Grudges, that is. Every single thing that has in some way wronged the dwarf race is put down in there. Most dwarf holds have their own personal ones for slight against them in particular. Some dwarfs have their own personal book. Even if they don't, they have photographic memory. If you've wronged them, they'll remember. It doesn't even need to be on purpose. A human town once shorted the dwarfs 2 coins by accident in exchange for some construction work. The dwarfs sent an army and killed everyone in it. If this happens to you and you try to seek some sort of retribution for this insane idea of compensation they seem to have, you're going back in the book for any harm you might cause doing it. They will spend centuries and entire military campaigns fighting wars to right grudges, and naturally anything that happens to them during these campaigns leads to more grudges, which leads to them trying to right those grudges, which causes more grudges. You know that saying about digging 2 holes when you set out for revenge? 2 holes is not nearly enough.
Again, it's another problem of it's like the old saying, an eye for an eye and the whole world goes blind. This is also just another example of a death from 1,000 cuts, because it's literally just like you're just adding more problems on top of a mountain of problems that are already there, and it's just a mountain of problems that you're creating because of this one particular grievance, or multiple grievances that you might have, spawning and turning into even more grievances. All right, it's kind of like the Hydra. You're cutting off one head of a serpent just to create 10, 20 more. It's dumb, but I'll give the dwarves that. I'll give the dwarves something, like their ability and pension for for being the absolute worst is certainly something that is worth admiring and being in fear of. It is holy crap, you know? It's like yeah, you don't want to cross a dwarf at all knowing this, but it's like like if you just so happen to accidentally do it, you know, that's a scenario I don't think anybody wants to consider. It must be just absolutely infuriating, goddamn insufferable, just to have to make negotiations with the dwarves at some point, right? Because it must just be just the most stifling thing you'd ever have to do. Because like there were already a traditionalist people to begin with. It's another thing when they're so fucking petty that they'll go to war with you for just the slightest of grievance, right? Oh, you shorted me by 2 coins or even a single? Congratulations. We're slaughtering your entire country. It's like, Jesus Christ.
Enough for the Dowie. And who could forget the Slayers? Let's say you're a dwarf, and you committed some seriously dishonorable action. Maybe your negligence led to other dwarfs getting killed. Maybe you fled at the height of a battle. Or maybe you just lost a bit too much money on a bet, or had your beard shaved against your will. In any of those cases, there's only one option available to you. Kill yourself. Take the Slayer oath and die in battle. There's no redeeming yourself in any way but death. There's funerals held for those who take the Slayer oath before they even leave to find something to kill them, because for all intents and purposes, they've died and the message just hasn't gone through to them yet. If you want some great books that explore Slayers, dwarfs, and the Warhammer world, read Gotrek and Felix. Read Gotrek and Felix anyway. Do it. Now. While the dwarves certainly have their work cut out for them, they've got some good stuff that makes them cool regardless. They can't use magic like wizards, so instead they grab it by the balls and hit it with a hammer until it works perfectly how they want it to with their runes. The longer their beards are, the more respected they are, and there's even a military unit called Longbeards. If their beard can touch the floor, they get equipped with some of the best armor dwarf money can buy. They've got the finest weapons in the setting, the finest armor in the setting, and while they may be slow as all hell, if they catch you, it's game over. If you like facial chair, hate change, and despise other people for being different, take a look at the dwarfs. Imagine dwarfs without that silly grudge ideology. You've committed a wrong and have to make up for it, but you can right it without causing your own death. And what's more, you can properly use magic. Fireball and lightning and all those other lovely spells you can think of. Without the shackles of tradition or even their own biology holding them back, they can produce wonders of both magic and industry. Unfortunately, they replace stupid grudges with one of the most horrific slaver cultures around, and they forego tradition to worship actual demons and dark gods. And being able to use magic isn't necessarily a good thing, because it eventually turns them into stone statues. These are the Chaos Dwarfs, and they're horrifying in a way the more human followers of Chaos can only dream of being. Saying they take the best of the dwarfs is sort of overstating it, because the best of the dwarfs is their willingness to stand by both the letter and spirit of their word. They'll have your back no matter what. Plus, while their incredible stubbornness does hold them back from a lot of progress they can make and gets them into some stupid conflicts, it also means they're not only going to accomplish whatever they set out to do, but always stand by your side. If the dwarfs say they're going to help you, they're going to help you. And if a human, dwarf, and elf are all fighting together, the dwarf is going to be the last one to break. The Chaos Dwarves take these traits and have molded them in a way that is best suited to being an evil bastard. The craftsmanship of the dwarves makes weapons, yes, but also architectural wonders and genuine pieces of art.
I mean, nobody ever said dwarves weren't sturdy.
Hell factories that are 2,000% efficient and make the most brutal weapons Chaos has to offer. They take the runic magic of the dwarfs and use it to bind demons into their weapons and armor. The demons aren't happy with this, but the Chaos Dwarfs are still dwarfs. They're so good at what they do that more often than not, the demons are powerless once the dwarfs get their hands on them. They aren't numerous, and they aren't even terribly expansionist, but when the Chaos Dwarfs do go to war, there's nothing that can truly equal it. The finest weapons and armor just like the dwarfs, only now bolstered with the power of Hellspawn. They even have the closest thing to a nice chaos god to worship, which gives them all sorts of benefits. Hashut. Sure, he's called the Father of Darkness and is the god of tyranny and is overall exactly as evil as you'd expect from that, but he doesn't screw the dwarfs over. They want power, he likes it when tyrants are in power, so in exchange for them using their dwarf talents to enslave others, he gives them power. The most commonly seen use of Chaos Dwarfs is as artillery crewmen for the Hell Cannon unit, as well as frequently selling Chaos Lord's weapons and armor. This is because of both their isolationist nature and because they don't really have an army. They do have legacy rules for the old world, and they have had an army, unlike Cathay, but their status as properly playable is a bit all over the place. Still though, if you don't mind legacy rules and finding either old minis or third-party ones to use, you can feel the Chaos Dwarf army. So if you like the dwarfs but wish they were horrendous in every way possible, check out the Chaos Dwarfs. Just get used to people calling them chorfs. Not the most dignified nickname, that one. The ogres were the last race the old ones made before pissing.
It really does make you wonder why these particular dwarves don't actually become like. Is there a particular reason why no one's actually worked with these particular dwarves? Is it because they're just that unhinged, or is it just because because they're selfish, they're so selfishly motivated, they only care about their own self-interests? Like, what's because if they're this good at taking demons, creating mechanized demon machines, and among other things, right? Like you think more Chaos factions would be interested in wanting to recruit them, but I guess there are definitely some type of reasons as to why that wouldn't be a thing. And if they're as selfish as I'm thinking that they are, they're probably a lot of it is just self-motivated.
Off. They're resistant to chaos, tough unlike the elves, capable of changing things up quickly unlike the dwarfs, and are as ambitious and fluid as mankind. Unfortunately, the older ones couldn't quite get them to stop eating everything in sight, and never properly finished them before they left, or their homelands for that matter. When chaos invaded, the ogres were left unfinished in this state, and many became nomadic after they ate everything in whatever their first homeland was.
These are the people he calls the Walmart
shoppers.
shoppers.
Giants, who were a whole lot smarter, wiser, and powerful than the inbred alcoholic morons that giants are in Warhammer today. Things were made worse for them when they decided to migrate into Cathay, because the Dragon Emperor dropped a meteor on their homeland and blew it up. Now they had nowhere to return to, were still really hungry, and that meteor made a big hole called the Great Maw. It's a big hole in the ground with teeth, and the ogres throw food and people into it to get magical powers. They also worship a volcano and drink its lava to get fire magic. Neither of the past two sentences were made up by me. I love this setting. They're vaguely based on Mongolia.
That's crazy.
But I don't think Genghis Khan ever ate an entire city's population.
Is the Maw like some type of Cthulhu monster from space? Or is there like a specific reason why a meteor crashing into the planet created this? I would like to know the story behind that one.
Killed everyone in it, sure, but I don't think there was mass cannibalism. The ogres, though, do exactly that. Everything about them revolves around food. Their social hierarchy is in large part determined by how fat you are. They have a race of goblinoid slaves called Noblars they employ as equal parts pack mule, assistant chefs, and snacks. They go to war to eat other races' food and or the other races. One of the most common ways you'll see ogres around is as mercenaries, because while they are stupid, they're smart enough to realize being a mercenary means you can travel the world sampling all the food you can find, and you'll even get paid for the trouble. The gut is a sacred part of an ogre's body, to the point that oftentimes it's the only part of an ogre they keep protected with armor. That might sound stupid, but consider they're twice as tall, 4 times as wide, and 8 times as heavy as a normal person, and can reliably defeat demon invasions. The closest thing to an ogre's central government is Greece's Goldtooth tribe that sets up toll booths on the trading routes between Cathay and the Old World. Aside from that, though, they can be literally anywhere. They're happy to sell their services to all races, and sometimes they can even become corrupted by chaos. Being resistant to chaos, corruption, and immune to it are different things, especially if they willingly join for one reason or another. Sometimes they even embrace the cultures of the places they go willingly. An ogre isn't exactly gonna fit in an Imperial Nobles party, but are you gonna tell the 9-foot-tall slab of muscle with a racial reputation for eating people that he's being a bit of a slob? No, you aren't. And if someone does, everyone at your fancy dinner party now has some rather gruesome entertainment, while your ogre guest has dessert.
God.
The Chaos Demons are pretty similar between Fantasy and 40k. They're all servants/bits of a greater god, sufficient concentrates of magic can allow them to show up, and when a wizard messes up their spell, they can manifest that way too. They want to tear down the mortal world and bring ruin to the realms of man, elf, and dwarf, all that good stuff you can expect of demons. The only real difference is how they came about. In 40k, all the Chaos Gods have birthdays. Slaanesh has the most concrete one, but the other ones at one point very much came into existence. Warped timey-wimey cop-out garbage means they've also always existed, but I don't care about that. In fantasy, they have always existed, though. They're just evil gods who exist to ruin stuff. It's how it works. Chaos came about when they broke through the portals on each of the planet's poles when the old ones overused them to ferry materials and magic to their burgeoning creations. Other than that, pretty much the same, if with a small bit more emphasis on their positive aspects. Only a small bit, though. Khorne still likes war, Nurgle still likes disease, Tzeentch still likes scheming, and Slaanesh still likes degeneracy. Same demon units, same greater demons, hell, most of the named demons are the same. Where they really shine and differentiate between settings isn't their followers. Let's get GW's least favorite child out of the way first. The Beastmen are a cross between beasts and men. Being born of chaos itself, the Dark Gods don't need to bribe them with gifts to ensure their worship. Unfortunately for them, this means the Beastmen rarely, if ever, get any gifts from the gods. They know they'll always have their worship, so they get the scraps the proper Chaos Warriors get. Given that one theory of how they came about is man and beast getting a bit too friendly with each other, I don't feel too bad for them. Don't let that fool you, though.
Yeah,
While
fair
the nations
enough.
of men consider them to be a nuisance for all but the most isolated towns, and the dwarves view them similarly, the Wood Elves know the true danger they represent. In the forest of the world, millions of them lurk, and when they go to war, entire swaths of the country are trampled underneath their hooves. They defile nature with their every step, and won't stop their savage crusade until the civilized peoples of the world exist in a constant state of being hunted by their bestial overlords. At least that's what we're told in between lore blurbs of them being butchered like the cattle they look like. For the love of God, at least the Eldar are powerful on the tabletop more often than not. The Beastmen usually suck on tabletop and in the lore. I'm trying to be a hype man for the factions here, but while I wasn't for Bretonnia because I hate them, I'm not for the Beastmen because I pity them. For what it's worth though, they are incredibly dangerous to the average person in this setting. Villages at the frontier of almost every faction are regularly under assault by Beastmen raiders, and when they gather in force, they'll be wiped off the map at a moment's notice. And since they're all part animal, they have incredibly sharp senses. If you get in a fight with one while you're traveling, it's already game over. You can probably take that one on, but the 20 or so more beelining it in your direction because they heard a fight is a different story. The Beastmen are a savage race to the point that things like intact walls drive them to frothing rage, such as their hatred for civilization. All they do in their free time is get into brutal fights amongst each other, sometimes involving one challenging another for a position in the hierarchy, but usually just to assert dominance or for fun, hunt people, and drink. They do have some forms of worship for the Chaos Gods, and their shamans both help construct effigies and are actually revered by other beastmen as something above their common squabbling, but for the most part, they're every stereotype of barbarians squashed into one. Aside from those shamans, they have no desire to form their own culture, civilization, or cities. They just want to hunt like the beasts they are. The Beastmen may be a bit of an acquired taste, but for what it's worth, I don't think I've ever seen people address Beastmen players with anything but some measure of respect. While the Beasts of Chaos are no more, the OG Beastmen of Fantasy have returned to the tabletop. If you like the idea of being this savage force of nature that just wants to ruin, all the while being backed by the Dark Gods, the Beastmen might be for you. Just, don't expect to win all that often. Part of the respect Beastmen players get is for sticking with an army that Games Workshop seems to hold in utter contempt. I know I'm incredibly biased, but I do not care for the motivations.
I mean, GW has a problem of actually being able to do anything with their IPs as far as I've been seeing so far. Like, if the criticisms of GW are anything to go by, on top of how some of the factions work on tabletop, among other things, are also anything to go by, GW is woefully lacking in managerial leadership and how they manage their own properties. But granted, you know, like, they're not dumb enough to just hand their license over to any dumbass who's willing to do something with it. I can at least give them credit on that. They have yet to give their properties to any company that has fucked it up nearly as hard as they could have yet. And that's only impressive because on paper we have more companies who have done this than I care to shake a fucking stick at. But you know what? Good on GW, right? For being able to at least have that level of wherewithal to not just hand the keys to the kingdom over to a wannabe shill, to a goddamn fucking moron, to an absolute bastardized human being, a real piece of shit person who only wants to use the IP and the setting to tell some other story that has nothing to do with the lore, intrigue, or majesty of the setting in any weird, creative, or constructive, or even critical way. No. It's, I'm doing this to tell my story. Fuck you.
Of most of the Traitor Legions. They strike me as like listening to a story about me and my siblings not getting along when we were kids. Which I'm sure is at least partly intentional, but that's not the kind of motivation I want for why someone sold their soul to the forces of hell. At least not on a faction-wide level. By contrast, let's look at the Warriors of Chaos motivations for worshipping chaos. I'd say there's two blanket ones you can say. The reasonable one is that they live in the barren, icy lands of Norska. Aside from the southernmost regions, permafrost covers the whole land. No crops can be grown, and few animals are around to hunt. Because of their proximity to the North Pole, where the realm of chaos intersects with reality, a lot of those animals are heavily mutated, if not outright demonic. A lot of these people are also almost explicitly forsaken by Sigmar, as a lot of the ones who live there now are the descendants of the ones Sigmar forced out when he was forming the Empire. With all that in mind, I think it's at least understandable that these people would turn to the Chaos Gods for protection and worship. If the only option of worship is the guy who's all about plague, you might as well hope he's in a good mood and will keep the plague at bay in exchange for a few sacrificed southerners. The other motivation, while less relatable, is also much more fun. Just wanting to be an evil, powerful overlord. Why do you worship the Dark Gods? Because they give you ultra-powerful cursed armor you can use to give them more sacrifices to gain more power with. Why do you slaughter in the name of the Blood God and all the others? Because it's fun. Who gives a damn about morality? That orphanage made the mistake of being in front of you, so it obviously had to go. If the Blood Dragons are a heavy metal album cover, the Warriors of Chaos are every heavy metal album cover combined into one. Kill for the Dark Gods at every possible moment. Let loose your darkest desires onto the world, because you have the explicit backing of the powers that be to do so. The Norskins who live in the frozen north will make pilgrimages to the northern pole and realm of chaos to become true warriors of darkness. If they're unlucky or unworthy, they'll turn into chaos spawn or demon food. If they're lucky or worthy enough, they'll become mighty chaos lords. And if they're really lucky and get just the right amount of attention from their gods, they can become demon princes of chaos, immortal beings with the blessings of the gods themselves to pillage across the world in their name. Look at this dude. He has 4 weapons visible alone, and his armor looks like he just grabbed every single bit of scrap metal around and had a demon turn it into something almost coherent to look at. If you want to play the bad guy,
He almost looks like a fucking space marine on steroids, let me tell you.
guys who revel in being bad guys for the sake of it, the Warriors of Chaos have no equal. But believe it or not, these guys aren't the evilest faction. I love the Skaven. Take a rat, make it person-sized, walk on 2 legs, and
I haven't met a single person who hates them. Because the Skaven, despite the fact that they are rats, and they behave like rats, for some bizarre reason, they have an uncanny ability, one that I am neglecting right now to recall at this very moment, to just, anyone who deals with them, anyone who's played them, is suddenly a great admirer of the Skaven. I don't know what it is, I don't remember what it is, but something about the Skaven and Skaven players are just, they earn the admiration of some people for reasons that I cannot entirely understand, other than just the fact that they're just really fucking good at being the pestilent little devious pieces of shit that we know these guys to be, because they're fucking rats. And they're also pieces of shit amongst themselves. They literally plot and scheme against each other, always vying for more power control, probably even harder than the Dark Elves do. And that's telling you something.
fill it with hate. Now let them outnumber everyone else combined by a factor of 10, give them energy weapons and the foulest of magics, and a desire to see everyone else brought low before them. With that, you have the Skaven, and they are truly glorious. Unlike the Chaos Gods, their god of the Horned Rat has absolutely no positives. His own little territory in the realm of chaos is the realm of ruin. It sucks, and in there is a greater demon of his for every single Skaven, all of whom also suck. With numbers and power like they have, there's only one reason the Skaven haven't already taken over the world. The thing their god and race embodies more than anything else is the word asshole. They hate the other races for sure. They're petty and spiteful enough that even though they don't have any uses for gold, they mine it solely because it inconveniences everyone else. They hate each other only a fraction of a fraction less than they hate everyone else. They're also all power-hungry morons who are convinced that if they were in charge, they could lead Skavendom to victory. And of course, themselves to a life of luxury and power. So one will have a plan to defeat a dwarf army, and then all his underlings immediately begin sabotaging each other to look good for the commander, sabotaging the commander to take his place, and then sabotaging themselves because they're just stupid. They eat each other for food, the Skaven at the top bully the ones below them, and this lovely form of Reaganomics trickles all the way down to the common clan rat bullying Skaven slaves because the rat above him bullied him because the rat above him bullied him. Of course, none of this matters in terms of defeating them. For one, they're rat people. There's a reason the only human-inhabited place on Earth that doesn't have rats is Alberta. The Skaven literally breed like rats because they are. In the time it takes you to kill one, they've already given birth to another 1,000. In a chapter from a Skaven character's point of view, the commanding wizard of the Skaven army remarked it was impressive how they managed to pull off a victory despite only outnumbering the enemy 4-1. When a 4-1 ratio is what they consider to be a pretty even fight, you can rest easy, knowing there's a lot of rats under your feet. Or don't rest easy. I wouldn't. And of course their technology. It's the best in the world. They have nuclear weapons. They burrow under the ground and put them under people or places they don't like, which is everywhere and everyone. The only places the Skaven don't have some presence on is Ulthuan, the High Elf home, and Athel-Loren, the Wood Elf home. They can't get to Ulthuan because it's a floating island continent that doesn't touch the sea floor. There's no ground for them to dig up under through. They can't get to Athel-Loren, meanwhile, because the ground itself is alive and actively hates them for trespassing. They'll send thousands of their slaves and basic soldiers to death in order to slightly soften up the enemy defenses. As far as the Council of 13 that rules Skavendom is concerned, 1,000 slave rats in exchange for the enemy losing a couple rockets and cannonballs is a positive trade. This is before they start firing at you with magically powered Gatling guns, throwing poison gas at you, and lighting you on fire with magically powered flamethrowers. Every single one of those things has the potential to break and kill the operators because the magic rocks powering it are incredibly unstable, and it just doesn't matter to the Skaven. Other Skaven killed are other potential rivals killed, and everyone else they kill is one less obstacle to Skaven domination over the world. That magical substance they use to power their weapons is a rock called Warpstone, by the way, and the Skaven covet it above all else. They use it to power pretty much everything that isn't manually powered by treadmills of slave rats. Other uses for it include using it to boost their magical strength, boost their physical strength, as food, and as a cocaine equivalent. Everyone else that touches the stuff either mutates or dies on the spot, and for the Skaven it's nose candy. If they sound goofy, it's because they are, but consider what it's like on the other side of a Skaven invasion. You're walking down the street, things have been a bit rough with the goings-on in the town, but nothing that can't be explained by natural causes. Then all you hear is explosions, the sounds of the most horrifying mutated monstrosities ever conceived, and right as you turn the corner, all you see is dozens of beady red eyes staring at you with full intent to kill and eat you. And that's if you're lucky. On the other end of things, the Skaven are horrifying. There's a lot more about the Skaven I could say, but here's a quick and easy way to know if you like them. If you despise everything about everyone around you, know for a fact you should be in charge of everyone because you're clearly right, and altruism makes you want to curl up and die, you'll like the Skaven. Or alternatively, if you want to rock up to a fantasy setting with machine guns, magical artillery, and nuclear bombs, they're for you too. And I believe that is every major fantasy faction, and a lot of the minor ones. If you're new to fantasy, I hope this was a decently informative primer. If you aren't, I hope something in here was funny. Thank you as always to my wonderful channel members. You are the Warhammer Fantasy.
Yeah, in between all of my ranting and tangenting, then yeah, it is certainly something. I definitely got a lot more out of this video than I did initially.
Take care out there.
Oy, oy, oy.
There's a whole faction of vampire pirates I didn't really talk about. For the overall lore, they're just not important, but one of them has the largest navy in the world. That's what Warhammer Fantasy considers forgettable. A pirate vampire with the largest navy in the world. Total War only for the most part, but hey, it's pretty cool to play in that.
Hey, you're finally awake.
Anyways, that's enough of that. But yeah, on that note though, I do have that video lined up because apparently he also has a video covering that particular vampire faction. But let's see. Otherwise, yeah. I also have another video lined up. I have that video lined up later down the line. I believe it's this one.
Has there ever been a single...
Yeah, it's probably this one. Yeah. Okay. Not right now. Let's see. But yes, that was every Warhammer Fantasy faction explained. I do remember leaving a like the last time, but leave a like. Be sure to subscribe, support the original video, give Pancreas Network some much necessary and much needed love. And otherwise, we shall move on to the next video. The next one lined up is by the same guy. It is Pancreas Network. And this one is about why Warhammer Fantasy is better than 40k. This is his video essay on why Warhammer Fantasy is better than 40k. Now, I'm not sure exactly how true that is of a statement. I only know so much about the fantasy setting. I'm only just now getting into it through through the previous video and this one. So my mileage on it is going to vary. But I do find that the appeal of 40K does outweigh the appeal of the fantasy setting. And though I am more so of a medieval fantasy type of guy when it comes to RPGs, I will admit that an RPG in a science fiction that borders on the fantasy type of way of, of doing things is just as appealing. I mean, it's one of the reasons why I like Star Wars so much as a kid. It's because it had all of my favorite things. It had warrior monks with laser swords, and everyone was fun, and everyone just dressed fancily, and everybody was really cool. Everybody was just really cool, and they also used the Force, which was a form of magic that seemed very interesting and somewhat easy to understand. At least for the most part, its application was easy to understand. But anyways, yes. Moving on from that. Warhammer Fantasy being better than 40K is a debate in my mind, because while I still don't understand too much about the fantasy Warhammer setting, I do find that the Space Marines, the interesting relationships that they have with their Primarchs and the God Emperor, among other things, and how everything got as fucked as it was, they are all interesting little facets to the 40K story that make it so compelling in the first place. Whereas this particular version of Warhammer, the fantasy part of it, while it has a lot of interesting factions, they have their own little particular flavor and sort of spice that they add to the setting. I feel like it's gotta be a clusterfuck to manage on some level, because it's a lot. It's a lot of factions. How do normal people function in this godforsaken world? That is a question that I want answered, because it doesn't make sense. 40K at least bothers to try to make some sense out of it. Fantasy Warhammer just seems inconceivable to me. It's just like, how does anyone live in any capacity in this world outside of just like the major holdings for which most of the cities and towns are based around? Like, you have to imagine that being a villager in the middle of some buttfuck nowhere place must be just the most awful fucking existence you could possibly imagine, because at any point in any given time, you could just be raided by marauders, pirates, other races, other factions, and it would just be on a random day, potentially a Tuesday. And I would imagine, right, that in this setting, where everyone is at war almost at all times, like, you probably would have to be migrating almost daily. So it's like, I can't imagine this setting being a fun place to live in, and I can't imagine any real type of commerce as well as acceptable form of living would exist in this setting. But, maybe it's just because I've not seen the overall bigger picture of how this world works. The other aspect of it that doesn't appeal to me nearly as much is that because there are so many factions, there's so little depth to go around, right? And the other factions in 40K have some depth, and it's depth that actually makes it work for its setting, as well as the way it characterizes the factions, because everything is tangled into each other in some way or another. All right, the Eldar are playing games with the Imperium, with other factions, and some of those factions are the way that they are because of other factions, among other things, right? Everything ties into one another in a very interesting yet intricate way, almost convolutedly so. But Warhammer Fantasy just seems like everyone has their own thing going on, and everyone is kind of shitting on their own lawns and are currently overstepping boundaries, and they feel the need to correct it. That's the most of the vibes that I'm getting. But anyways, we shall ignore my ramblings now. Let's get into it. The why Warhammer Fantasy is better than 40K. Let us
It's been
do
a
it.
while since I've done a bit of a rambling opinion piece, and I figured for this one I'd just flop my schmeat onto the table for all to see and judge. As you can probably guess from the title, I think Warhammer Fantasy is a better setting than Warhammer 40k. I much prefer it to 40k for a whole variety of reasons, and I figured I'd tell you all those reasons a little more low-key of a video while the Malekith 1 is waiting to come out and the Tau Do or Don't is in the works. Probably shouldn't have to tell you this, but this is my opinion, not the word of Christ Almighty himself. So if I say something here you disagree with, that's okay. Opinions are nice like that, there's rarely a single correct one. This is a Warhammer YouTube channel, not a congressional hearing. But I'll throw some actual reasons your way too, just to
That
pretend
is
I can
fair.
analyze these settings at a level approaching rational thought. So sit back and enjoy the background Total War footage with occasional pictures while I lay my smooth-brained thought processes out for you. But before I go on, look at this really quickly. One, I'd be terribly grateful if you did what it says, but also I want to give a massive thanks to Barry Waltz for throwing this together for me. I made a silly, poorly edited meme when he overtook me in subs. He gives me something I can use for the rest of my YouTube career. What a class act, that Barry. I don't know how to get rid of the black bar or the green screen, so it's going to stay like this and add to the general trashy feel of my channel. Not that it's trashy itself, it's just me handling anything someone gives me as trashy, you see. Anyways, I don't know what I'm doing. Time to talk about why I think fantasy is better. First of all, and this is a reason that can't really be debated unlike some of the others because it's just personal taste, I prefer fantasy to sci-fi. I like dragons and wizards more than I like spaceship fights and planetary bombardment. Don't get
I mean, that's fair. I feel the same way about it. I feel like there's something more grounded about having your boots on the ground, getting your hands dirty. There's just something more visceral about, like taking a sword, plunging it into people. There's just it's a lot more personable than just taking cover and just clicking a button and then everything dies. It's a very different game. And I feel like that in itself is the major appeal as to why I like fantasy as well. For me in particular, but granted, right, 40k has a level of science fiction fantasy that I actually like, which is that guns don't just automatically kill people unless you're human. If you're a space marine, it takes a little bit more than just a bit of shooty bang bang to take down a space marine. It takes something much sturdier. It takes either multiple bolter shots into a particular part of the armor, the abdomen or whatever, to take down a space marine. It takes also maybe like a decently well-placed plasma shot. It probably takes a giant plasma gun to do it. It probably will take a lot more to bring down a fast-moving juggernaut of a fucking tank it'll take something pretty great to take down a space marine, on top of the fact that it's already a genetically altered, biologically engineered, roided out fucking behemoth of a human being and just tank-like armor. It is a beast of a goddamn faction, the Space Marines, and I would pity the motherfucker who has to deal with that shit. I mean, if it wasn't already bad enough that the Space Marines have an honor and a code that they live by more often than not, depending on the legions we're talking about, most of them are very much like they have their own set of guidelines, principles, and things that they live by, their own sort of codes of honor, so to speak. But if you're unlucky to, like, say, meet the Night Lords, for example, you're gonna have a bad time. You're just gonna have a fucking bad time of it. But yeah, it's I personally like the 40k version of things because, not only are things just fucking wild in the 40k setting, but there is still that level of almost fantasy-like elements. There is the viscera. There is the up-close and personal type of combat that makes it so meaty, right? That it's not just about the shooty bang bang elements. It is that just instantly kill people. It's also like you have the chain swords, you have the power swords, you have all of the things that still give it that level and era of combat where it's like skill meets mastery meets idealism. It's like you still have that perfect story to be told in a way that allows for that argument to take place in both a literal sense and a figurative one. And I like that element. I love that in stories. That's why I like fantasy settings so much more, because a sword fight isn't always just a goddamn sword fight. A sword fight is like a battle of ideals. And Star Wars was like that for a while too. Like at least in the original shit. It was more so a battle of ideals. It was a battle of good versus evil. It was a battle of what's really true. Is it might makes right, or is it compassion and kindness that will win the day? It is the ever evolving, continuously telling the stories that we've all seen in plenty of other fictions, but just told much more groundedly and much more masterfully in a visual representation in the form of laser swords beating against other laser swords. But that's neither here or there. I love any story that focuses on trying to tell us a story through not just the figurative sense, but in the physical one as well. I feel like the story makes is more palpable and far more interesting when the stakes are equally just as shown in the way the characters perform skillfully both in combat and out of it. I feel like there's a lot to be said here in this particular regard, but ultimately my love for fantasy is only as good as the story meeting the actual writing expression of the actual combat and the mechanisms at play, as well as just the overall, just everything being told in a way that is just done in a way that's complementary. It all has to flow nicely together. It's done with a level of mastery. But I think you all get what I'm saying, right? I don't need to harp on this anymore. I like 40K in particular because it mixes technology with this aspect, and plus it's just a more involved, more well-defined universe, in my opinion, but we shall see, right?
Don't get me wrong, sci-fi is still amazing and I love it. I mean, I've got a Halo tattoo among other things, I gotta love sci-fi a bit, but I just prefer fantasy to it. That being said, there are still a few ways within the context of Warhammer that gives fantasy an edge over 40k in this department. Something I read online that I'm a big fan of quoting is that 40k is a fantasy setting cosplaying as science fiction. I mean, there's demons and hyperspace travel involves going through hell. I hope I'm not breaking anyone's mind by saying 40k isn't exactly hard science fiction. But it's still somewhat sci-fi, so this means it has to justify things a bit more than fantasy does. For example, psychic powers. In 40k, the Chaos Gods all have various things related to psychic powers and how souls work in the universe to explain how in a setting that's supposedly sci-fi, there's evil gods and demons. Each of them came about at various points in history in response to events in the material world. It's a similar situation with the old ones and their creations. The Eldar gods, for instance, might not be gods, but either manifestations of Eldar belief, or the old ones taking on the role of gods to survive. Either way, you get people like the Emperor taking on the argument that there are no gods in this setting, just things we don't understand that are evil and pretending to be gods. There's more work being done to justify why the setting is the way it is. Psyker powers themselves also suffer from a similar effect. You see, when Ahriman blasts some poor bastard with lightning, he's not using magic. It's actually psychic powers emanating from a realm beyond human comprehension. Totally not magic. Look at all these reasons we have listed for you that someone resurrecting with the power of someone else called the God Emperor isn't magic. You know what the justification is for there being gods and magic in Warhammer Fantasy? It's a fucking fantasy setting. Of course there's wizards and evil gods. They're just part of the setting. There's much less legwork needed to be done in order to make the setting work. There's also the advantage inherent in fantasy settings that people more or less know a lot about everything involved before they even get into the setting. For instance, high elves are going to be arrogant, aloof, and good at magic. Dwarfs like beer, live in mountains, and eat rocks. This makes the setting much easier to jump right into because if you're getting into Warhammer Fantasy, you presumably know what an elf is. Sure, the specifics might trip you up a bit, like orcs are a bit different in Warhammer than anywhere else, but you can get a handle on the broad strokes before you even read into the lore. Meanwhile, 40k has to explain pretty much everything. What's a Primarch? What's a Space Marine chapter? Why is everything heresy? Even if some of these things have simple answers, they still need answers, whereas with fantasy, you can just jump right into it. This makes it a lot easier to get into Warhammer Fantasy than 40k. For something a bit less meta, let's talk about the scale of the settings. Warhammer 40k is a gigantic blob of a science fiction universe. I mean, look at this map. There's a whole lot of diddly in the 40k galaxy. Now let's go back down to Warhammer Fantasy. It's a single world that looks a whole lot like Earth, with a not Atlantis right in the not Atlantic. Thankfully, there's still a landmass roughly equivalent to Florida, so rest assured there's certainly some lizardmen and or dark elves in that area high on bath salts. At first you might go bigger is better, and in some ways 40k's massive size does give it an advantage over fantasy. There's far more room for homebrews and large-scale adventures to take place in without upsetting the status quo, but that's very much a double-edged sword. There's plenty of downsides to it, and one is that the scale of 40k can keep individual achievements from meaning anything. Let's say some Chaos Lord blows up a planet. Okay. Cool, I guess. That's nothing. Inquisitors do that regularly. Biel-Tan regularly cleanses all life on a planet down to the bacteria on it. A character can conquer a system, and there'll be 100 like him who've done equally as much, if not more. But going back to fantasy, it's a single planet. Destroying certain cities can mean a whole lot, even though it's just a single city. It gives a much better scale of threat than GW having to just keep upping the amount of planets someone conquers to mean anything. There will always be more planets in the Imperium, just conquering one doesn't mean anything for a character. But if some guy and his band of Chaos Goobers take down a city at the edge of the Empire, that can mean something, depending on what.
He's got an interesting point on that regard. Like, I do feel like the scaling does kind of take away from some of the achievements you could have in the setting. So, in my opinion, though, because it focuses more so on scale, I think that puts that much more emphasis on the individual experience, right? I think the easiest way to get around this particular issue, in my opinion, not to take away from his argument too much, you know, because it is a worthwhile argument and criticism. But I think the thing that would help to alleviate this issue, in both my opinion and also to help better support his opinion, would be like the simple answer of it, right? Being that you just make those individual stories feel much more weighty. You know, you give them more impact, all right? Maybe you see the conflict of, like, say, for example, like you see a random planet in the Imperium being contested over and being taken over by a different faction, and you don't just see it from the lens of like the person conquering the thing or from the people who are trying to stand up against it, but rather you see it from like the perspective of, like, say, a whimsy child who doesn't know what the hell's going on, trying to make sense of everything, and watches as his entire planet burns to the ground, not sure what he's supposed to do about that. And then you go on from that, and then he grows up to maybe become, say, a Cadian, or a Space Marine, or a Commissar, whatever, and he essentially gets to take the fight to the warband that did it to his planet, right? Maybe he creates his own chapter after becoming decorated enough, and he eventually decides he's going to take that fight to that particular warband, and he's going to make it his personal mission to hunt them down to the ends of the earth, right? Or the ends of the galaxy. You know, like, there's an interesting, there's more room for telling more personable stories. You know, like, the problem with scale is that if you're trying to tell meaningful stories that impact the setting, that's the difficult thing, to be sure. But with the way that Warhammer 40k focuses on it, and the way writers should focus on the setting, unlike some other ones, like, say, for example, Star Wars, like, Star Wars has a massive setting. All of it is very superfluous to a degree, because every story tries to affect the setting in some form or another. But, you know, like, outside of, like, the trying to affect the setting more, you know, like, more holistically, you know, like, Star Wars rarely ever tells meaningful stories about personal achievement and personal tales of stakes that require personal, like, struggles and upheavals. And it's not as important as the overall way that it impacts the wider story, which I feel like is kind of the problem with Star Wars, because a lot of Star Wars media tends to focus on you being, like, almost a chosen one-esque character, or tries to take more of a power role in how things play out in the grander schemes of the galaxy as well as the universe. But I think that if you were to take away that level of agency and focus more on a specific tale, there's certainly something to be had there. The problem, of course, though, is that, like, let's take, for example, Jedi Survivor and Jedi Fallen Order. They suffer from the fact that we already know how the Empire is going to play out. We already know what story is going to be told with that faction. And so you can't do anything truly meaningful to this faction, because Luke Skywalker is not the protagonist of Jedi Survivor, and the last time you checked, you never saw Luke Skywalker gallivanting across the galaxy looking for holocrons and space wizardry schools and, among other things, to essentially, you know, usurp the Empire, among other things, as well as fight an ancient Jedi who then turns evil immediately after resurrecting them. You know, like, the problem, again, with Star Wars is that a lot of its media is superfluous and rarely ever ties into the grander setting. But with 40k, whereas something like that, my, like, personal stories like Cal Kestis's might not impact the setting too much, and that kind of takes away from the experience, a little bit. Like because the story with 40K is that everything holds a certain level of weight, but it's all very small in the grander scheme of things. Like, it's the little stories, it's the little things that matter the most at the end of the day when it comes to the 40K setting. Like, humanity is constantly on the back burner when it comes to technological advancement. They're constantly losing technology. They're forgetting even what type of technology they even have half the time, as well as remembering what planets they have and what sort of constituents are currently in their employ. Like, there's a lot of problems with the 40K setting, but it's because of these problems and because of how tied away the setting is from everything else that it allows for itself to have that kind of wiggle room to be able to tell those deeper, more personable stories. So the real problem with the setting, in my opinion, right, is not necessarily on how unaffected the grander scheme of the story is compared to, say, like Star Wars is. Like, nothing that the characters do really affect the setting like it does in the movies with Star Wars, among other things, as well as maybe how Warhammer Fantasy might do it. But rather, like, because of how disconnected everything is, it allows for the focus, the clear focus of just telling individual stories in a way that not only makes sense for that setting, but also feels just as important when you consider that we have all of these heroes, we have all of these characters, these important figures, as well as some other less important ones, all doing and contributing their own part into the greater story that's being told in the war effort. It's just nobody knows about it, nobody's hearing about it, and when you really think about it like this, that just means, right, that stories like Rogue Trader, among other things that seem like they're just kind of tacked onto the setting, these things do at some point, on some level, begin to hold some weight. And that's kind of the majesty of why I think 40K works as a disconnected setting compared to some others. It's because you can tell more interesting and personal stories about whatever factions or unique homebrews you might create that help elevate it into an interesting status or position that makes it worthwhile and worth knowing. It's just nobody's heard about it yet. And that's where I think the true appeal of the setting comes into full scale, right? Is that you can have interesting characters. You can have all of these ever-evolving stories, and you could be the one to tell them. And you don't even need to try that hard. You just need to have the ideas, and they just need to work out. They just need to work well enough in the setting, and the only basic understanding that you need is that there are people with lasguns, there are these people called Cadians, there are other factions that do different things, but otherwise, you just need to have a basic understanding of how certain factions and certain things within that setting works, and suddenly, bam, you have stories and things to work with. All you need to do is just execute them. You could even create your own magic MacGuffin. Space Marines 1 and 2 are all about dealing with warp magical MacGuffins, and for the last time I checked, these were never things that existed in the tabletop version, or at least some of the other expanded lore bits from books or novels, at least not as far as I know. So there's definitely a lot of room, because everything is so wild and uncertain. Like, there's a level of mystery and a level of intrigue here. You can just create things that could easily work in the setting if you so wanted to, and it'd be totally viable. And the best part is that if you find something like, say, like there's a group of humans on a planet who have advanced technology, and that advanced technology is so goddamn destructive that it demands some level of response to that faction on that particular world. Like, the easiest justification as to why they excel better than the Imperium does is just because they have a TCG. They have technology, and they innovate upon their own technologies in such a way to where all of these things can't exist. And that's we're going back to the hallmark, the true beauty of the setting, is that it allows for this level of comfort. It allows for this level of creativity. And that's the ultimate appeal of the setting. Like, far be it from me, like Warhammer, the fantasy setting is probably a good setting because of the fact that it is more grounded. It has like already pre-established mechanisms that make it more recognizable and easily digestible, potentially even, and doesn't allow for that much wiggle room. But because everything is so certain, it's a lot easier to work with as a setting, potentially. It's just difficult to find that kind of leg room to really tell a more interesting story in it. And while it certainly offers itself a lot of fun in terms of video games, among other things, among other media, maybe even some stories tell really interesting tales about some people who do certain things for certain reasons, whatever. I don't know. It's kind of hard to really justify anything with this setting because I don't know it or understand it all that well quite yet. But 40K is great because, in my opinion, the way to help to get rid of and potentially lessen this criticism as much as valid of a criticism as it is just by telling more interesting and compelling singular stories about the struggles of a specific chapter of Space Marines, about maybe an Inquisitor who gets sent on a mission to help liberate an entire like solar system from like the tyranny of like some other like human rebel faction or just a human faction that has already conquered the system whole scale and is just a contending power that is against the Imperium and is not a part of the Imperium, and so it must be brought into compliance. There's so many different ways you can tell stories within 40K, and it's all just there. It's all about the creativity. It's all about you having the imagination and the capacity to tell them that makes it that much more worthwhile and that much more amazing to tell it. And it's why I think people often favor games in this setting than they do in the fantasy one, because there's a lot more creative nuance to be had with the 40K side of things than there are on the fantasy side. And that's just my argument and my take on that subject. His criticism is very valid. I think that it's too nebulous. It's far too grand in scale for anything to hold weight, and so you might want to see stories that focus on trying to evolve the overarching story of the God Emperor, of the Imperium of Man, and all these other factions, right? I can understand that reasoning and that logic, because a lot of people want to see things actually change and evolve for the better, like wholesale. But I think that's only ever going to start happening when we start expanding upon the lore of that. And I think the real beauty of the work is that we need to tell more stories that further help to expand upon and further enrich that setting with more interesting and impressive characters that might help lean the direction for humanity to go in that direction. And that's just my 2 cents on that. I don't think I need to say more about it. I think I've given my reasons, my argument as to help support this idea, this theory, this opinion that he has about the setting. And I think that it's complementary to his criticisms because it's a criticism that I understand and I recognize myself in certain other fictions. And I would like to see people try to bridge the gap between like focusing less on the greater story, take away from the grander narrative that's being told, and try to focus on something a bit more personable. Focus on something that feels a little bit more like that feels a little bit more specific, right? Because it's one thing to flesh out the overall world and narrative, like the overall world and state of things, than it is to like focus on like something more personal, so tell a story that's a bit more like easier to grab onto. Again, I bring this up time and time again. Titus as the focal point for the face of Warhammer only works so well because Warhammer 40K allows it to be so. And because he's in a popular game, he is now the face of 40K as of right now. And so it makes perfect sense to me that you would write stories and characters on a similar level or that help to coincide with the story of Titus, the story of other characters who might be involved, who might become involved with Titus. And I think that, like focusing more on Titus's story and then helping to bring Titus into stories and narratives that go beyond just fighting Tyranids and orcs, among other things, will help to further flesh out and both enlighten more people to the setting of Warhammer than anything else, because Titus is quite literally our bridge into this setting. All right, he was my bridge when I got interested in the setting in the first place, because although I didn't like Space Marines 1 that much, Space Marines 2 helps me recognize there is something truly interesting to be had here. There is something truly awe-inspiring to behold. And so it got me into the setting, and after doing a lot of digging, I realized just how fucking amazing 40K actually is. And that's why I believe we need to tell more stories about really interesting characters, or at least characters who fit the bill for being the poster children, like to be the great vehicles like Titus into the setting that help bridge that gap to help us better understand and to better appreciate the world and the majesty that is Warhammer 40K. And that's just my 2 cents. That is my argument. I have rambled on long enough. I've done that for a good bit now. Let us move on. I'll even back it up a little bit, because I'm sure we are going to want a refresher.
It gives a much better scale of threat than GW having to just keep upping the amount of planets someone conquers to mean anything. There will always be more planets in the Imperium, just conquering one doesn't mean anything for a character. But if some guy and his band of Chaos Goobers take down a city at the edge of the Empire, that can mean something. Depending on what the city was, you can get an actual sense of scale out of that. Another advantage of Fantasy's scale is that you can actually get a sense of threat based on where a battle or threat takes place. Space is very big. Realistically speaking, a Chaos incursion taking place 30,000 light years away from Terra is no more of a threat than one taking place 3,000 light years away from it. But the writers of GW are going to make the second one seem worse because it's technically closer, even though in both cases the enemy is still a massive, massive amount of distance away from the throne world. It's space. You can't march an army across the galaxy, no slow attrition warfare across the land. It's just 3,000 is closer than 30,000, therefore that's a big deal, ignoring the fact that realistically speaking, those are both such massive distances with such massive amounts of planets and star systems in the way that they're almost equivalent. But now let's go look at a map of the Empire of Man. Let's say Chaos Raiders are on the coast of Nordland. Who gives a shit? You can probably see Norsca from the coastline if the weather permits. Viking raiders coming into pillage is like the first snowfall of the year. It's just part of life. You can tell based on its location that it's not a meaningful threat to the Empire if a Norscan raid goes into Nordland. But let's say the Chaos Raiders are now in Ubersreich. The exact same amount of raiders with the exact same gear and the exact same amount of attention from the Chaos Gods. Without changing the number of invaders or their strength at all, you just scale the threat level up massively, because now they aren't in bumfuck nowhere, they're in the capital province of the Empire and a stone's throw away from Altdorf, the capital city. You can infer so many more things about the threat than in 40K solely based on its location and distance from other locations. One last thing to touch on with the scale before moving on is similar to my first point. With a few exceptions, a location being destroyed in 40K just doesn't mean anything due to how many more near identical versions of the location exist. Oh no, Forge World Hephaestus was destroyed. What will we do? Oh, there's another 1,000 of them. Sure, some worlds will matter more, but there will always be more worlds. There will always be enough Forge Worlds or Agur Worlds or whatever the hell worlds to keep the Imperium at the level of things are getting very bad, but we aren't quite crumbling yet. The only way to make a particular location important is for the writers to say it's important for one reason or another. This Forge World is important because it has a certain tech blueprint. This Agur World is important because it feeds 100 other worlds. And even knowing that, there will always be more planets to fill in the gap. Again, there are exceptions. Cadia blowing up was pretty consequential, to put it mildly, and either of the two passages between the Great Rift falling would certainly be bad news, to say the least. But for the most part, the Imperium can lose 100 planets in a day and it means nothing. Now go back to fantasy. Let's say a horde of beastmen raise a city. Pillars of literal shit erected up to mark the hunting grounds, the Side of Order has no more presence here, victory for chaos. As small a change as that might be in the grand scale of things, it's infinitely more impactful in fantasy because that's it. There's no replacement for that city sitting around the galaxy. There won't be a lost one to find in some forgotten corner of reality. That city's gone, and without a major effort, it won't ever be replaced or come back. Strategic locations and resources mean so much more because there's not another dozen essentially identical versions of them located across the galaxy. A critical fortress world can be destroyed, but it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. It's space, you can go around it. But you can't go around Helmgart. Unless you're the Skaven, then you just go under it. To stop rambling on about scale, the characters in Warhammer Fantasy just feel more relatable and appreciable as people. Part of that is probably GW's focus on Marines. I'm not a super soldier in the year 40,000, I don't fight massive battles on the daily. I admit this might just be a me thing, but I find it hard to relate to the demigod son of the Emperor feeling a bit snubbed by his divine daddy. Also, this whole video is about a me thing anyways, but I digress. Even ignoring that, however, the people in 40k almost seem like empty shells. I'm struggling to explain exactly what I mean, so how about I try and pull a valid example? Karl Franz, yeah, I'm sure you could predict that was my example, is the Emperor of the Empire of Man, Prince and Emperor of Reichland, wielder of Galmaraz, and yes, I am going to introduce him with that full set of titles every time I bring him up for the first time in a video. He's a noble warrior and great statesman, but by his own admission in Total Warhammer, he does some dark stuff to keep the Empire safe. A witch hunter can order a town burned to the ground because he thinks a chaos worshipper or vampire might have power there, and he does it with Karl's stamp of approval. But he does this because he cares for his country, his people. This is just the only way he can see the Empire surviving another day. He's motivated by the goodness and patriotism in his heart, even though the deeds he approves of are horrendous. Even the evil characters get a lot of depth like this, with some exceptions. Nagash, Sigvald, all of the Skaven ever. Vlad wants power and to rule the Empire, but he gives at least a bit of a damn about the average human in the world at a level beyond walking, talking blood juice box. Characters in 40k, meanwhile, often just seem to do the things they do because it's expected of them, and relatedly are massive assholes because otherwise the setting wouldn't suck. Why do Space Marines fight chaos? Well, there's so many chapters that it varies, but a lot of the time I get the impression the reason is because that's what they're supposed to do. Do they massacre civilians even though they hate it because they just think they need to? No, not really. They just do that because that's what Marines do. They don't give a damn about humanity or even fellow Space Marines. They just fight because they need to fight. There's no motivation beyond fighting. That's it. A lot of Space Marine chapters commit evil deeds not because it's a necessity, but because they're the dickhead chapter and the dickhead chapter has to be dickheads. They commit evil deeds just because that's their role in life, not because they think this is the only option and they hate every minute of it. And yes, I'm aware they're brainwashed child soldiers, but my viewpoint on that is just because there's a reason for something being boring doesn't make it not boring. It's like when a video game character is made to be annoying on purpose. Good job, you succeeded. I still hate them. A lot of 40k characters also fit templates. This man is a salamander. He's kind to the common man and likes fire. This is an Eldar. She's aloof and mystical and arrogant as all hell, only really caring about herself and other Eldar. There are exceptions, don't get me wrong. Caiaphas Cain and the Gaunt books especially break the mold of their factions. But reading about 40k characters a lot of the time, it seems like they take the standard template for a faction and then add a quirk or two. Fantasy still has templates for characters. I'm not going to pretend it doesn't. I'm not going to show that much favoritism. This isn't Halo I'm talking about. But let's look at a few of the high elf characters. There's Teclis, a crippled mage who does his best to keep the realms of man and elf safe, not just his own. There's Eltharion the Grim, the living epitome of a brick wall who cares about nothing but defending his homeland and ensuring that Yvres never falls to orcs like it once nearly did. There's Aletha Nar, who's basically just a spirit of vengeance against dark elves that never got around to dying because he's so damn focused on killing more dark elves he just doesn't age. None of them are anything like each other, and that's ignoring Finnabar, Tyrion, Kalador Dragon Tamer, and all sorts of minor characters. There are two minor high elf characters in a Gotrek and Felix book that to my knowledge never appear in another book, and each of them were completely distinct from anyone else. In fantasy, not only are the characters more relatable, but they don't feel nearly as reliant on templates. Templates still exist, but it feels like they don't to anywhere near the same extent. Something else about fantasy I personally find appealing is that its history is fairly concise and laid out. Now, I'm not that much of a fool. I know that 40k's vibe of history and culture being lost and forgotten is a major part of the setting, especially the Imperium. And the setting as a whole would certainly be lesser if that wasn't the case. But I'm still a silly guy who majored in history. I like seeing the entire chain of events leading into one another, reading about the people and revolutions that changed the world, and with fantasy, you get exactly that. There's still some mystery, like precisely what the old ones were doing beyond preparing for chaos, or how exactly the Skaven came about, given that there's like 5 different accounts from the doom of Kavzar to the sea god cursing some sailors. But everything from Sigmar's rise to the War of the Beard to Nagash are all fairly well accounted for. You can read exactly why elves and dwarves hate each other, just how Malekith's rise to power went down. There's little theory crafting or anything like it involved. That too has its downsides in that there's much less interesting debates and theories to discuss, but like I said earlier, this is a matter of taste. And also, like I said earlier, just because there's a reason something is the way that it is doesn't mean I have to like it.
I think he does, again, bring up a valid point. And I think that, again, it just further expands upon what I was just saying. You know, like, I think that what he just described is that there aren't enough appealing character-focused narratives and stories that make the setting feel like the weight of these characters have more impact than they should. I feel like that, yes, the templates are a thing that is focused on a lot in the 40k setting, but that's only because they are the templates. You know, like, they focus more so on giving you a vibe and a feel, which is easy to gravitate towards when you're just getting into the setting. as well as when you're just trying to understand what it is that these factions do and what these chapters are about, especially when you consider Space Marines, because they have a fuck ton of chapters, not just of the first founding and the second, but they have a third, and I think they have a fourth, and then there's a bunch of other spin-off shits that go into all of that. You know, like there are a lot of Space Marine factions, Space Marine legions, just chapters alone that it's mind-numbing. The Imperium could probably have an entire army just focus on Space Marines by themselves, and they could be the pinnacle of their entire war effort. You don't even need humans by that point. You don't even need Cadians. You just need all of these fucking Space Marine chapters to be focused on doing one thing the best, and that's defending this planet, staving off this enemy force, doing this thing, that thing, and it'd be totally viable. Because it makes perfect fucking sense. Why wouldn't you use the genetically modified, bioengineered, enhanced super soldiers with fucking tank armor to go do the job that about 10,000 or so Cadians could do within, like, the fraction of the cost? It's like you have all of the things you could possibly do with the factions and the soldiers. You just need to do it. But that's the beauty of it, is that they just fucking don't. But anyways, I'm getting besides the point now. The point that I'm getting to is that if the problem is that the templates are the issue, and that the chapters are a little bit too disconnected, and that every character featured in chapters don't really work outside of their initial templates, then I think the obvious thing to do would be to expand upon it, right? Just develop them more, make them more interesting characters. You know, like the beauty of of what I was saying earlier is that if you, like, for example, when I was playing Space Marines 1, one of the things that I commented on was that Titus's story in Space Marines 1 was very much the same problem. You know, like, he was very much a Boy Scout. You know, he was a true Ultramarine, as an Ultramarine should. And he probably became captain because he was such a fucking good boy. You know, like, Titus is a Ultramarine. He is Guilliman's son. And that is ultimately the point of his character. But where they, you know, Space Marines 1 was more so about, like, focusing on the action set pieces, doing cool bits, and just needing to fight chaos, slay a bunch of orcs in between all of that, you know, and prevent another raptioning from happening in the middle of buttfuck nowhere with this Bagria situation, among other things, you know, like, and uncovering chaos plots among, you know, other fuck shit. You know, like, Titus, you know, like, learns and grows as a character as a result of this whole experience. You know, like, he trusted in the wisdom and in the idea of Inquisitor Drogon. He respected his station. He respected his leadership. He respected his inputs, as any true Ultramarine might as well should have, because he is of the Imperium. He is a physical representation of the very thing he fights to maintain. You know, like, he's going to value the opinion of Inquisitor Drogon, as well as his continued, you know, what is the word I'm looking for here? His continued camaraderie and companionship, as well as just his basically his efforts into the war effort about as much as any other Ultramarine, and he's going to treat it with the level of decorum and ethical care that it reasonably should. And that's why even when he was helping Drogon with arming his device, with helping him man his machines, among other things, you know, like, he was still critical about some of the strategies he would try to employ to get there. You know, like, he was just like, just give me the warp stone, Titus, and that way we could just get this whole thing going right there and then. It's just like, no. I will take the thing, because if the orcs see that I have the warp stone and you don't have the warp stone, then the likelihood of it being snatched away from you in our attempts to just hurry this process along will not be null and void. And as long as they see me with the warp stone and they're trying to attack me and antagonize me by trying to steal it from me by killing me, you know, like, you can get the machine set up and then I can take the time of killing more orcs on the way there. And it works for both parties, so to speak. I get to help the Cadians, I can help with the war efforts, and on top of that, I can make the orcs feel bad while doing it. You can prepare the machine for when I eventually make my way over to it, and then we could just get the whole show on the road. You know, like, it makes logical sense, both somewhat tactically, but it more so works in the sense that Inquisitor Drogon is just a guy in like human-sized power armor. He's not that equipped to handle orcs, and you know, Titus, you know, being the captain that he is and being someone who's good at making decisions, you know, he knows about how to handle strategies, and he's good on thinking on the fly. And not only that, but he's just really fucking good at killing things. You know, it's almost like he's biologically engineered to do that. You know, like, it just makes sense. But again, I'm focusing on the stupid shit. Yeah, at the end of the day, Titus goes from being an Ultramarine to then being betrayed by Inquisitor Drogon, as laughable and as easy to see coming as that is. But he then goes from learning from that experience to then being betrayed again by Leandros, when Leandros rats him out to the Inquisition, and so he is then taken away, questioned for being a heretic. It's a fucking travesty into itself, because, again, you know, Titus, being the good boy that he is, he could not believe the almost the heresy levels of heresy of accusing him of being accused of being a heretic. It's like, it's blasphemous not only to him, it's blasphemous to anyone who probably knows him. If Sidonis was alive, he'd probably be looking at Leandros just like, the fuck are you doing? It's just like, Titus is a captain. He's a captain of the Second Company. And on top of that, he, you know, like, knowing how the setting works, he probably didn't get there because he was just that stupid, or because he was just that good of a guy. You know, like, he probably got there because of all of the things that made Space Marines 1 so great. He's good at making quick on-the-fly thinking. He's great tactically speaking. You know, like, he knows how to kill things a lot harder than most others. You know, like, he's very experienced in both combat and strategy. He is what every Ultramarine should aspire to be, but Leandros only saw the potential heresy in his physiology, in the quandary that was him being able to hold the warp stone, and just ran away with that as being like, it can only mean one thing. And it's the level of the skepticism that, you know, like, it's that level of witch hunt fuckery that often plagues the setting for what it is. But nevertheless, Titus then goes from being like that perfect Ultramarine, right? He goes from being that stellar guy to then, after spending at least 200 years with the Death Watch, he then comes back finally home to his brothers in the Second Company, after, you know, many new faces and many new changes here, along with the fact that there's a new captain on board. He is now a lieutenant in the Second Company, and now he has to work with the new captain, Akaran, who basically is telling him how, like, what needs to be done, how to best do it, you know, like, what the strategies at play, and he needs to follow the orders. And that's not necessarily bad, because he was likely already doing that to begin with. The problem, of course, is that his existence for why he came back from the Death Watch in the first place, on top of his reasons for being in it, is now a question that is going to be on everybody's minds. And so, after everything he has suffered, just to return back to being an Ultramarine, you know, he's not all that willing to be as forthcoming about himself or about his reasons for why he is the way that he is, and why he came back from the Death Watch, among other things, or even why he even went to the Death Watch. He just doesn't want to talk about those things. It makes sense that he doesn't want to talk about those things, and why he was kind of a bit standoffish, because he's been betrayed before. He's been betrayed not just once, but twice on the same fucking day. The guy doesn't want to talk about himself, because any hope and chance that there might be an understanding went out the window as soon as Gadriel It's just like the Codex Astartes does not support this action. It all plays into this pretty perfect little picture. I say perfect, but in this pretty little picture of how there is conflict, there is absolutely some level of just like skepticism on both parties. Like Titus doesn't think he can trust his brothers with the information of knowing that he was a Black Shield and he got accused of heresy because he just has an innate resistance to the warp energies that bind the world of both the mortal one and of the chaos one, and he knows that if they were to know this information even just the moment he met them, they probably would question everything he does, and they would be doing the same thing that Leandros was doing throughout the entirety of Space Marines 1. He is completely valid for this, but at the same time, right, it's also understandable that his compatriots would be frustrated with Titus, because not only is he not that forthcoming about why he makes decisions and where these decisions are based from, but he doesn't like talking about himself, and he doesn't like being, he's just not a chatty guy. He isn't one of the bros, all right? He has yet to establish himself as a solid bro, and he is not a bro. So he's failed the vibe check, so to speak. And so there's a lot of reasons why both sides pick at each other like bears, waiting to see which one's gonna fucking, get pissed off first or next. And Titus won the pissing contest because out of the three of them, Titus was very reasonable and was very on the point the entire way through, and even had to deal with their bullshit along the way. Got a little short with them in some instances, but ultimately kept his cool. He kept the mission as the focus. And then when they got out of line, he reminded them very simply and sometimes passive-aggressively to get their shit together. And, that is entirely true. That is entirely valid. That is a very worthwhile thing to do as a commander. Make sure that your boys are not flying off the handle and that they're constantly in their place, that they understand what they're about, what they're supposed to be doing, and not go on stupid tirades or tangents and kind of like what I'm doing. But it's like he keeps them focused on the mission and leaves any personal petty grievances at the door front. And though that kind of got him into some hot water, and when the question of him being a heretic was then asserted, and Gadriel and I can't even remember the other guy's name now. Gadriel and what was it? Carl? I can't even remember. Charon, I think. When the question of his heresy came into question after everything that has been built up, after everything they think that they know, that they thought that they know, it eventually exploded into this big fucking thing where it was like Titus is now being attacked by Gadriel, almost shot in the face, until Charon takes out his bolt pistol, shoots the chick who was accusing him of heresy in the face, I think. I don't know where he shot her. And when his excuse was, I was on Calth when shit hit the fan, potentially, by the way, making him one of the oldest Space Marines in the entirety of the Legion, by the way. But, he says he was on Calth when it went up. He's seen the Word Bearers and how they operate, so he knows a thing or two about chaos and heresy, and as well as their corrupting influence. And so he recognized and he knew, right, that Titus is not about that bullshit. And so, that weird lore justification aside, he shot the seer and thus further vindicated Titus of him being a heretic. And then, again, Titus had to do the usual thing of making sure that Gadriel understood exactly what he attempted to do, and also reaffirmed the status of his allegiance unquestioning. It was all a big fucking deal, but it all led to this one beautiful scene near the end of the game where the bros finally see where everybody's coming from. All of this shit has been thrown out, and then they have this nice, tender, brotherly moment where they're all just sitting there, and they're just like, I'm ready to jump out this thing with you. And though the Codex Astartes does not approve of this action, I am certainly looking forward to it. And they have this epic down to the planet's surface level jump, like in Space Marines 1, the iconic moment that set the stage for the first game, now setting the stage for what would be the climax of the end game of the second game. And it was this great send-off all the way up until the last act, which, though debatable, it was still a pretty cool boss fight. Everything got wrapped up nicely in this beautiful little bow. We even got Papa Smurf to show up. You know, we got Calgar to show up. And also now affirming another interesting connection that Titus has, which is that he knows Calgar to some level. And then we had seen that entire story get wrapped up between Charon and Gadriel and Titus. And then Titus then goes on to do some other shit with Leandros and Calgar, set on a new mission for whatever reason. And one that was made on behalf of Leandros, as fucking annoying as that sounds. And then the only time we ever see Titus again is in the secret level, where he is now far more experienced. He's far more grizzled a little bit. He doesn't have nearly the same level of chip that he did when he came back to the Ultramarines after the first game and the history between the two titles. And now he's just like this very experienced, very like, you know, very almost what is the word to describe it? He's a very decorated almost character. Like, he's a character who's seen it all, and Secret Level portrays him as such. You know, like, he's a character who was once recruited to the Ultramarines for having literally no fear whatsoever. And then it is the Secret Level episode ends with Titus basically proving why he is as good as an Ultramarine as he is, by further expanding on the fact that, yes, he has resistance against warp energies, but he's also not just resistant to it, he's also mind resistant to it as well. The man has no fear. The Chaos tries to use that to basically try to warp Titus into essentially giving in to his baser desires, but the only thing that was there was just his murderous intent. He was able to basically fight through the sort of like warp sort of mindfuckery that the demon was trying to exude onto Titus, because it tried to play into his fear, which he had none, and so he proceeded to kill the demon after breaking through its hold on him, and proceeded, right, to then go off and fight against the never-ending onslaught of traitors and heretics, potentially to go on to do some next grandiose like adventure and mission that's probably going to equally as likely to get him killed, because this particular secret level mission was a suicide mission. It was designed particularly so that way the people who participated in it probably were going to come back alive. And I wouldn't be surprised if Titus's choosing of that, you know, for that mission was not on behalf of Leandros, and I would not also be surprised if, you know, the old man who had recruited him all those years ago into the chapter, being on that same mission, wasn't also just a nice pointed way for Leandros to get another dig at Titus, being like, fuck you, and fuck everything you represent, fuck everything you stand for, fuck you, you absolute piece of shit, why can't you just die? I know you're a heretic, just die, damn it, die. Anyways, I went on the whole tirade about this. I apologize. I did go on a whole tirade about a criticism on an opinion and a criticism of a particular issue, but returning back to the overall point, I think that Pancreas has an absolute point. He has the best point, okay? This is not at all a criticism of a criticism by Pancreas or Pancreas himself. I think his point is absolutely valid. I just think we need more stories about more characters that focus on fleshing them out, making them more integral to the plot, and making them more interesting as characters as a result. We just need to make more interesting characters for the setting, so that way when they die and they eventually potentially lose a battle, or they suffer, or they potentially, like, again, they die like Sanguinius does, we really, we start to really feel it. I think that in order to make the setting feel more impactful, we need to have more impacting characters that don't just affect the setting on a grand scale, but also on a personable one, right? Like, Titus's story is very one note. It is very singular to the overall scope of the 40K lore and grander scheme of the war efforts, among other things. Like, he is just a cog in this machine, but Titus's story is only as good as it is, and his characterization is only as great as it is, because his story focuses on focuses on the problems of the Imperium, why it would have negative effects on those who are actually just really good at their jobs, why Titus is such a great character, and the potential for him to become an even greater character as a result of this. Like, Titus has grown from being a simple captain to being this very decorated, very venerated, and very special Ultramarine, this special little son of Guilliman, who he's just so spiteful and has such a massive hate boner for anything that isn't human, right? He's so good at what he does. He's so good at murdering things, at being a captain, at leadership, that it would seem like the setting would become inferior if something were to happen to Titus. And because now he is the face of 40K, he has become ultimately the face of Warhammer 40K to the common rabble of people who have likely gotten into the setting because of the game, right? Now all of the casual Andys, the casual Babbies who have played the game, who are now interested in the setting, are going to be severely feel like they're going to have something taken away if Titus were to suddenly just up and die in another story, right? Like, the whole point that I am trying to make is that in order to compact this, to counteract this problem of the setting being too grand in scope, of being too big to really have any individual stories have meaning, is to make those individual stories have meaning, that it goes beyond than just the Imperium one. Like, the potential for something greater, the potential for something more, the potential for Titus to be something more. Like, imagine if in the next Space Marines game, right, Space Marines 3, Titus doesn't just prove that he is, like, not just, like, really good at being a leader and, all the things that made him a captain in the first place, like, again, time and time and again, but he's able to do it consistently, but also prove that his loyalty is unshakable. Like, he becomes so good at what he does, and he is so resolute in how he does it, like, that his faith in his leadership, I am getting lost again in the sauce. I am getting too focused on certain aspects of the character now. But anyways, the point is that Titus gets so good at basically, like, solving every problem thrown his way, meeting every challenge with unflinching resolve, and proving himself to be loyal to the Imperium to such a significant degree that he just becomes acquitted of all charges, and everyone just thinks Leandros is just a fucking little bitch, and like he always was, and just everyone who treats him as such. And then Titus in Space Marines 3 goes on from being just an Ultramarine to then just deciding, maybe I'll just start my own chapter. Maybe I'll create my own successor chapter. Maybe I'll create my own successor chapter and I'll call it something new. I'll call it something unique. Maybe I'll call it something much, like, maybe I'll do something that helps disenfranchise Space Marines from other legions, right? To basically, like, be shepherded into this one chapter and create this weird amalgamation of other Space Marines that essentially does the job that nobody else wants to do, right? They're just on the same par of skill and quality and leadership as like some of the Death Watch, as well as most Ultramarines, but also they do it just as well as like some of the chapters who are known for doing these things, right? You know, like it's an amalgamation of a lot of things. You know, like imagine Titus starting a chapter where a successor chapter where he basically has like Marines from the fucking Raven Guard, from the Salamanders to all these other factions, all in one successor chapter. He starts his own chapter. All these people come in, and you can then tell a news story about a group of misfits trying to get along and trying to be brothers despite their differences, and finding how to be so, even in spite of their different approaches and tactics to combat, among other things. And how Titus, again, proves himself to be exemplary by then further showing us his qualities as a leader, by then putting everyone's opinions and qualms aside and focusing on the strategies that make the most sense and are proven to be the most reliable given the circumstances. You know, like, again, another Space Marine story where we can see Titus again show us why he is just doing the most. He is just the best Space Marine, and it's even better too because then GW can have its cake and eat it too because he's an Ultramarine. You know, like it all stems from the fact that he's a son of Guilliman. Guilliman is a great leader, and Titus just happens to be just really good at surviving, making the best decisions in every circumstances, and is just a really great at murdering things because he's genetically and biologically engineered to do so. Again, working with other people who are basically built to do the exact same shit, just in different ways. You know, like it all works and coincides. It all comes together into this beautiful little bow, and I just gave GW the potential idea for a plot of another game. I will not be accepting any royalties. Feel free to steal it if you want, GW. You fucking greedy sons of bitches, you. But anyways, that is a long tangent. Just to say that his criticisms are appropriate, but only because no one who has gotten their hands on this IP has written stories that focus on further expanding upon and really developing certain characters that launch itself into the proverbial mainstream, that make it cooler, that make it way more interesting. I mean, like, we have many novels and stories that try to flesh out the Primarchs, among other things, right? But these are stories that focus on things and characters who actually hold some real weight and significance in the setting. That's understandable. But where I think GW might want to try to focus going forward from here on out is then giving people the ability to focus on telling more unique stories that are very personable but integral to not really necessarily the overarching grandiose scheme of the setting, not just the overall setting itself, but rather a more personal story about how maybe a group of Space Marines need to liberate a planet from a bunch of orcs wholesale, but don't know the best means of which to do that. Maybe they create a new form of virus bomb that helps to target the fungi-like nature that which these orcs stem from, and completely sanitize and I guess you can say purge them from the world, I guess in the more appropriate fashion that it would be used for. And because of this weird invention that this virus bomb is, maybe they don't learn, maybe it's not necessarily technology that is learned, of course, because I know how the setting works, right? So maybe like at one point humanity came across the orcs at some points, like they probably more than likely did. They then fought against them. They realized they are more like a fungi type species, and so they realized that through genetic engineering, they created They created a bomb that helps to. I've been sitting here for so long that the goddamn computer went into sleep mode. They create a virus bomb that counteracts the fungi-like growth nature of the orcs, eliminating them both not just wholesale, but on a microscopic level as well. they employ it, and this new discovery allows them to further counteract the orc tide, the orc was and the orc tides that much more, adding more stakes to the setting, adding more of an interesting story on top of adding another aspect that kind of evolves the setting just a little bit. I don't know. It's the sky's the limits, but I think it's just more so like telling more interesting stories, using more interesting characters is what people should be focusing on. You know, the stakes and the reasons for the story don't have to matter too much. It's more so just about telling more personable stories involving interesting characters doing interesting things, I suppose. But anyways, I went on this whole tangent. I do apologize for that. I did it more than once. I did it 3 times on this fucking video, I think. So that turned this video a lot longer than just the 13-minute mark. Of course, I do this for a 13-minute video about a criticism about the differences between fantasy and futuristic sci-fi, grimdark future Warhammer 40k. It's God. And again, I don't disagree with Pancreas. I don't disagree with the ideas that are presented, with his criticisms, with his arguments. I think that the easiest way to alleviate these criticisms, and again, these are valid criticisms that he absolutely has, and that I believe is true without question, because I do see that problem, especially now since he bothers to bring it up. I think that the simplest issue is to just write better stories, more singular stories, more narrative-focused stories about specific characters doing things that are interesting, and also make characters that are equally as interesting to helm those stories. And that should just alleviate this problem entirely. And I went on a whole tirade tangent about it, not just once, but twice. All right, take from all my ramblings what you will. I am doing the most because I am an amateur writer, and I am a fucking moron. I love to get completely wrapped up in these types of questions and these types of discussions, because as someone who loves pop culture and pop culture media, I am someone who has his own personal opinions and gripes about story conventions, writing conventions, gameplay conventions, among other things. I have my own opinions about certain things, and I already have answers to questions that I have considered time and time again, and I'm just putting my 2 cents in there, all right? And this is from an amateur writer's perspective. I am not a writer. I am not someone who has ever published anything, so take for it what you will, with as much grain of salt as you would like. I'm just telling you what I think, and what I think is that you just need more interesting stories with more interesting characters. At the end of the day, if there's nothing that you could take away from everything I've said, it's that. And with that being said, let's just continue and finish this video. I will not talk the rest of the way. I have tangented enough as is. Let Pancreas have his arguments, and me shutting the fuck up.
Downsides in that there's much less interesting debates and theories to discuss, but like I said earlier, this is a matter of taste. And also, like I said earlier, just because there's a reason something is the way that it is, doesn't mean I have to like it. Sue me. And finally, I just think fantasy has better games. I know, a very weak point, but this whole video is subjective, so why don't I end on something that's 110% subjective, as opposed to the rest of this video just being 100% subjective. The Total War, Warhammer, and Vermintide games absolutely knock it out of the park. By quantity, I think 40k has more good games, and it has some absolute bangers, don't get me wrong. I mean, anyone who's a fan of RTS games that doesn't think Dawn of War is amazing either hasn't played it or is lying to you. Space Marine is a fun little snacky third-person shooter, and Mechanicus I'm sure needs no introduction. But out of the enjoyment I've gotten out of the games, fantasy has it won by a long shot. A lot of people started learning new hobbies and skills in 2020 when we were all stuck at home, from cooking to even painting miniatures, more related to the hobby. I woke up, booted up Steam, and played Total Warhammer 2 for 8 hours. Summer 2020 was the summer of Total Warhammer for me. And I think I'm wrapped up here. That's all my major reasons for why I think fantasy is better than 40k. Do keep in mind I've been specifically referring to Warhammer Fantasy and not Age of Sigmar, because some of the things I said about the scale of the setting, for instance, apply just as well to AOS as they do to 40k. And with that, I think I'm also out of strawman arguments I can think of to defend myself with. Either way, do let me know in the comments why whatever Warhammer setting you like the most is your favorite. I'm happy to read them, because this is all about personal enjoyment, and I love to hear what makes people interested in the setting they chose to champion. Malekith is coming out soon. This should be going up before that's out. Don't tell anyone I told you this one, but me and some other fellas have some Necron stuff coming coming out soon, more on that to come. Shout out again to Barry Waltz for gifting me that wonderful little subscribe notification. He's a real pal. Go sub to Brigingo Waltathan. Thank you, of course, to my wonderful channel members. You are the Galmaraz to my Warhammer. Without you, it just wouldn't be the same around here. If you'd like to support the channel, consider subscribing or becoming a member. Either way, thanks for watching and take care out there. And of course, Dami Mami Marathi is in fantasy, therefore making it the best setting by default. My parents once said to make sure I don't put anything that might harm me on YouTube in one way or another, nothing that'll be embarrassing for me in the future. And for when more of my family finally finds this channel, I'd just like to say this in response to that. You would need the force of 10,000 industrial strength cranes to pull my tongue out of Marathi's asshole.
Anyways, it's a great video. In between my stupid ramblings, it was a great video. Please go support the original video if you got lost in his overall criticism, because, I spent hours, it feels like, just dissecting his arguments. And then further expanding upon it, I think, if nothing else, that's a great fucking reason to go watch the original video. Please go watch and support the original video. Pancreas No Work does great content. I only just now seen only like maybe a few videos by this guy. I remember watching a couple of videos on my main channel, my actual account that is not this channel, to about some of his 40k takes, among other things, but they were very few and far between. But he is someone who seems to really know what he's talking about. He's clearly someone who loves and appreciates not just 40k, but also Warhammer as an entity, as a franchise, and he clearly likes the fantasy elements just a slight bit more than the 40k ones, and that is entirely valid. And I have nothing really negative or even anything critical to say about it. And again, this is all just his opinion. I don't think he should ever be knocked for having an opinion. We know what the internet's like when you get knocked for having an opinion and what people do when they're petty enough to do that. But anyways, I am not that kind of person. I think his opinion is valid. I think his criticisms are valid. In fact, I thought they were so valid, I went on several tirades just to further expand upon it. So yes. And if Pancreas happens to watch this video, my guy, I feel bad for you. I do. I feel so bad, feel so sorry for you. You basically had to sit here listening to a random shitter on the internet with a VTuber model basically rant and rave about how your argument is certainly not invalid for like the longest stretch of time. I feel so bad for you. For something that was just originally a 13-minute video, you get to listen to someone ramble ad nauseum about 40k and how your argument is truly a right one, even if it got kind of lost in between with me getting into more specific bits to further expand and elaborate on that point. But anyways, yes, I am a random YouTuber, a VTuber, a random shitter on the internet. I don't know if you know who I am. I don't know if you know what VTubers are like, but I'm just letting you know. I can't speak for some of my male brethren because I don't watch them, but there are plenty of female ones who are in this space, and I don't think they've seen your content quite yet, but they very may well end up doing so in the future. So yeah, I'll just go ahead and leave it there. In the meantime, it is currently at the recording of this stream about 3 hours going on about to be 4. I'm going to go grab a snack. I'm going to go grab some drinks, and then we'll move on to the next one, which is going to be surprisingly a Fat Electrician video. So, God, let's see how much mileage I'm going to get out of this one. Hey, right, guys? I've turned a 13-minute video into possibly a hour to 2 hour video. Fuck. Anyways, I'll be right back. 1 second. Jesus Christ. Okay. Okay. Here we go. Hello. Is my mic working? Yes, it is. Okay. Alright, I'm back. Ah. Alright. Now, with that bit of palate cleanser out of the way and getting the refresh on some drinks, I thought about getting maybe some finger eating snacks as well, but kind of skimmed out on that because I've already took it in a while. Alright. Is it just going to automatically start the video? I hope it doesn't. Let's see. Yeah.
This is my...
There we go. Okay. Alright. Today... I don't think I need to start with that. But now we're going to be moving on to reacting to another video. One by the internet's most famous, like, I'm going to tell you a story type of guy. You know, campfire storyteller on the YouTube side of things. The Fat Electrician. This guy, I've seen a lot of his content, both, like, literally and also reacted to plenty of times before. He seems like a great guy. He's got great stories to tell. I've learned things from this guy that I didn't think were possible, but they were. And God, the stuff that I learned is some of the most gnarliest things I've ever heard. Underground cheese bunkers, the most gangster politician to ever exist. The simple fact that we had a movies inspired by a veteran who wanted to jump out of planes into Nazi-controlled territory and not get lice as his primary concern. This is the fucking guy who told us those stories. And let me tell you, I gotta say, out of all of the channels that I've seen, this is the one guy that I think of when I go to when I'm just like, I feel like delving down a random fucking rabbit hole for no reason. And that, to me, is just the embodiment of the Fat Electrician. Alright, anyway, sorry for the slight pause there for a second. That was my folks coming into my room to bring me something. Anyways. Okay, anyways. So. Yeah, so without further ado, because I just lost my train of thought. The Fat Electrician, ladies and gentlemen. Today we are reacting to a video of his. It's one of his newer ones that came out 3 weeks ago. It is American's Samurai, the 442nd Infantry, most decorated unit of WW2. Make sure to, and since I haven't subscribed to him on this channel yet, make sure to both like, subscribe, because this guy really does create some pretty wild and interesting videos. I sometimes wonder where he collects these damn things, but, you know, he just goes online, he just starts searching them up, I guess. I have no idea. It's, but they're all pretty wacky stories, but they're all grounded most of the time. He does simplify certain things for the purposes of telling an interesting story. But, you know, like, a lot of the things that he says is, for the most part, it's mostly true. You know, it's like bricky level content when it comes to real life stories, only, you know, he's the, how do I put this? He has a penchant for the theatrics. He has a penchant for the flair. He has the nice heaping helping bricky level of just like, you know, memery and flavor to the overall discussion of the story and how that story came about. But anyways, enough of my ramblings, because I've done enough of those already. Let us delve into it. So, let us react.
This is my third attempt in the last year at making this video, but it's one of those ones that you have to get right. Today we're we're talking about America's samurai, the Nisei, the second generation Japanese Americans that comprise the 442nd Infantry Regiment and the 100th Infantry Battalion, aka the Purple Heart Battalion. Ladies and gentlemen, in World War II, America did what is, in my opinion, one of the most disgusting things that the American government has ever done. They signed an executive order suspending all of the constitutional rights of Japanese Americans and then forced over 120,000 American citizens into an internment camp for the duration of World War II for no other reason than they had Japanese ancestry. Despite that, the sons of these Japanese Americans not only volunteered to fight for America in World War II, they demanded and petitioned for the opportunity to do so. And not only did they fight, they became one of the most effective and decorated combat units in American history. And we're gonna get into it right after a word from our sponsor. This video is brought to you by Sundays. It's food for dogs. Isn't that right, Mushu? All right. Okay. Calm down. Anyways, Sundays for Dogs is dog food that's made with a bunch of human ingredients like, actual meat and not, ground up cartilage and pig dicks. The food actually looks different. Like, it actually looks like beef jerky. It doesn't smell like a bunch of dehydrated dog food. It's air dried. It's made here in America. Mushu loves it, and it's pretty much the only thing he'll eat now. Nope. It's like all the other fancy dog foods with none of the downsides, right? You don't have to open a can every time you go to feed your dog. You don't have to stick this shit inside your refrigerator, and you can get it as a subscription service, so it just keeps showing up to your house, because at least for me, every time I had dog food on my grocery shopping list, I would always forget, then I had to make a trip just for dog food. So it's nice to have it just show up at the house. So if you want to give Sundays a try, I'm gonna have a link and a discount code down below. Let's get back to the video. All right, our story begins on December 7th, 1941,
captions.
when the Imperial Japanese attack America at Pearl Harbor. Okay, everybody knows what the attack on Pearl Harbor is, but what
The
almost nobody
captions
knows
I
about
had to
is
turn
that
on
the
every
Allies
fucking
did
video because I
directly
had them
after the
manually
attack
set to
on Pearl
offline
Harbor
when
that
I
would change
traded the
course of
tabs.
American history. During the second wave of the attack at Pearl Harbor, America was able to get some of their fighter planes up in the air and begin fighting back. Some of these American fighter planes were obviously shooting at the Japanese fighter planes, and one of these Japanese Zeros ends up getting shot in its fuel tank and leaks out a bunch of its fuel. The Imperial Japanese pilot Suganori Nishikaichi does the only thing he can do in that situation. He makes an emergency landing on what he believes to be a small uninhabited Hawaiian island known as Niihau. However, he was incorrect. The island actually had 135 inhabitants, 133 of which were native Hawaiians, and then there was one Japanese couple, Yoshi and Irene Horata. Now, Niihau is like 140 miles away from Pearl Harbor, so the residents of the island had no idea that Japan was actually attacking America, so when he first made this emergency landing, everybody was happy to help this guy. They thought he was just, a pilot from a friendly country that needed their help. Then, within a couple of hours, word had reached Niihau that America was under attack by the Japanese, at which point the Hawaiians did the appropriate thing. They took him as their prisoner, took away his guns, locked him up, and they were going to hold him for the American government to come and get him.
All right, let me ask you this one time. What master do you serve? What master do I serve? What am I supposed to say, Jesus?
But for whatever reason, Yoshi and Irene decided that they were sympathetic towards this Japanese pilot, so much so that they were actually going to help him break out of jail, arm him, and try to help him escape.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
This plan would ultimately be thwarted by the Hawaiians, primarily a man by the name of Ben Kanahele, who was a World War I veteran and rancher. When Ben Kanahele went to stop Suganori from escaping, Suganori shot him 3 times, at which point Ben Kanahele proceeds to pick Suganori up and throw him at a stone wall. His wife then bashes him in the head with a rock while Ben pulls out his hunting knife and slits his throat. Which I cannot stress to you enough is the most Polynesian American shit I have ever heard in my entire life. Homie gets shot 3 times, then proceeds to pick up the armed gunman and throw him at a wall like he's the Incredible Hulk. After that, Yoshi, the Japanese man that was trying to help him escape, would also wind up dead, and his wife Irene would end up being incarcerated for the rest of World War II. So
This story is already starting off great. It's really fucked up. First, we talk about the Japanese internment camps that we put them in as a result of World War II, and our never-ending, continuous issue with racial relations that now have exploded into something that was looking like it was improving to now going right back down to status quo to, yeah, this crazy shit. So, this is an interesting story, but how does this tie into the 442nd Infantry?
So Ben Kanahele saves the day. Hooray, that's good. Bad news, this is a really, really bad look for pretty much all Japanese Americans, right? There was 2 Japanese Americans present, and they elected to side with the Imperial Japanese that were attacking America. And this winds up being one of the main catalysts and excuses for the American government.
Oh, okay. I was missing the context there. So Shigenori. I can't even say his name now. I'm butchering his name. My apologies. But anyways, he's a literal Japanese native. Wasn't actually an American Japanese pilot. That's what I was thinking this was going, but no, it was not.
Government discriminating against American citizens that had Japanese ancestry. By January 1942, the Hawaiian National Guard released all of its soldiers that had Japanese ancestry and basically just kicked them out of the army, which is kind of a big deal because at this point in time, like 40% of the Hawaiian population actually had Japanese ancestry. Then by February 19th, 1942, FDR would sign Executive Order 9066, which effectively suspended all of the constitutional rights of any Japanese American, ordered them to sell their homes, sell their businesses for a much lower value than they were actually worth, and then they were supposed to report to an internment camp for the duration of World War II. With a single pen stroke, 120,000 American citizens lost all of their constitutional rights and went from being a full-fledged American to a prisoner like that. Now, like I already said, I think that is one.
Yeah, bureaucracy, ladies and gentlemen, that is how everything dies. It's when bureaucrats get involved and when we have a bunch of old people making executive decisions on behalf of most people. It is an interesting story, isn't it? How, again, time and time again, we let politicians make the decisions on behalf of most Americans, even though this country is supposed to be for the rights and liberties of most Americans. Granted, the Japanese at this time, 120,000, doesn't seem like a big number, right? It is a small number when compared to the overall scale of America, even as far back as this day and age. But you still have to agree that incarcerating 120,000 people is just a bad look. It's also just bad optically. It also just is fucked up. It's also just kind of a certain level and layer of fucked up. It's like, there's no way you're going to swing this in the history books. Like, oh yeah, we went to war with these people, and we have citizens from this nation who are now citizens of this country. What should we do with them? Oh, well, we should imprison them. Bing, bang, zoom. There you go. It's the most dumbest, boneheaded decision you could have made. Granted, there might have been reasons behind it that supported this idea. Like, for example, like, because we have native Japanese Americans, it makes sense that if the enemy wanted to, they could send in people disguised as native Japanese Americans to essentially pose as regular, again, Japanese citizens to just spy on and potentially do subterfuge and heinous shit to Americans and the American government. Which, yeah, that's certainly a problem. That could be that certainly has interesting quandaries to it, but is it worth incarcerating 120,000 people for it? Maybe not. Probably not. Depends on how effective and targeted this attack is by the Japanese and how well they train their agents. But, as long as your border control is on par, you don't have to worry about this type of thing. Which, if you know our history with border control, it's piss fucking poor. Now that I think about it, maybe we might have actually had a point. Oh no, am I siding with the American government on the fact that maybe it was all right to incarcerate 120,000 Japanese Native Americans just because? And some probably even migrated from Japan. And it's fine just because we're terrible at actually managing our border control? Shit. It's amazing how everything plays into itself, doesn't it? But that is the funny thing about American politics. That is the dog and pony show. That is the literal clown show that is American politics and bureaucracy. America is just a massive fucking hypocrite half of the time. Like, we are all about freedom and liberty until we're not. It really is a funny thing. I still like this country. I still like its values. I still like the things that it's about. And while it's not perfect 100% of the time, it is, for the most part, usually on the side of the people. And the people usually stick up for the little guy. And until that ever changes, which it's starting to seem like it's starting to have some tuggle wars here and there nowadays, I definitely like the fact that America is very much liberty and freedom first most of the time, at least on paper. And that's great until they stab me in the back. But yeah, it's for the most part, that's pretty fucking great. The ideas, great. I wish the politicians could exercise them a hell of a lot more than even the actual American citizens would, as well as some of its more vocal Americans. But anyways, the point is, yeah, it's more vocal patriots. But yeah, it's for the most part, America is America. That's just how it is. Speaking as an American, you know, it is what it is. We're all fucking morons here. All right, we ranked 30th place on the on the global scale of education. All right, we're all technically a bunch of dumbasses. All right, not gonna lie. It is what it is. Just gotta accept it as fact and just move on. All right. We're not nearly as smart, and we're certainly not at all self-aware enough these days to really give too much of a shit about how we manage certain things, especially with the fucking politicians, because they're old, they're crusty, they're practically on their way out. They have little to no care about the actual people of this country. They're kind of just there just to suck up taxes so they can abuse the taxes to buy stupid shit, such as maybe fund their medical equipments that they need in order to maintain their life support systems. But, you know, that's neither here or there. I don't care for politicians. I don't care for the government. I don't care for a lot of things. This is why I am a registered libertarian. It is, and as much as I don't really vibe with my own party, I would prefer my own ability and my own way of doing things than rely on the government most of the time, ideally. But granted, we do need laws and we do need ways to be able to maintain ourselves, to maintain our own existences. So there you go.
One of the most disgusting things the American government has ever done. However, I do have to get kind of sidetracked because I have a crazy conspiracy theory about this, and it's going to get weird, so bear with me.
Oh boy.
Get real weird with it. Meanwhile, block the wind. I'm gonna roast this bone.
Jesus Christ.
I think that this inspired Star Wars, and just hear me out. The Jedi and the Sith, you know, the guys with the lightsabers, are clearly inspired by samurai. You know, they have the robes, they have the same garb, they have swords, that's their primary weapon. They're just space samurai, that's all it is. You've got the Jedi, which are the good ones, and then you've got the Sith, which are the bad ones, similar to Japanese people. You've got the Imperial Japanese, which are the bad ones, and then you have the American Japanese, which are the good ones. But then Chancellor Palpatine comes along. He is the leader of the Republic, the president, so to speak. Also worth noting, he's an elderly guy that nobody ever sees standing up. He's always sitting down.
I'm too weak. Oh, don't kill me.
And he issues an order to get rid of all the Jedi. He gets rid of all the good guys just like that. Okay, I know what you're thinking. Chubby Electron guy's reaching too far. He's lost his mind. Potentially, okay? But here's the linchpin in the entire argument, right? When Emperor Palpatine got rid of the Jedi, he got rid of the good guys. He executed Order 66. When FDR got rid of all the Japanese Americans, he signed Executive Order 9066. I mean, what the fuck are the odds, right?
They're on to me, dude.
That is conspiracy theory level crafting. That is pop culture theory crafting right there. That is truly some big brain shit. And now I cannot look at that the same way since he brought it up. That's actually mind blowing. He might be onto something. He might be onto something. You know, as a Star Wars fan, he may very well be onto something. You know, like they are basically space wizard warrior monks, you know, and he did take direct inspiration from Japanese samurai films when designing the Jedi and what they're about and getting a better idea and understanding of who they are. So you know what? He might be onto something. He may very well be onto something. That is some big brain shit I just...
Dude, those guys are sharp as nails up there. You can't put anything past them.
Sorry, I'm getting sidetracked. Anyways, 120,000 Japanese American citizens.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna get sidetracked plenty of times in this video.
America, shitty, awful, horrible, but It's what happened. In Hawaii, however, things went a little bit different because a significant portion of the Hawaiian population was Japanese and they couldn't throw all of them in a concentration camp. Otherwise, it would crash the entire Hawaiian economy. So a lot of them got to kind of live borderline normal lives. So a lot of the Japanese Americans that were previously serving in the National Guard that got released from duty end up forming what they called the Varsity Victory Volunteers, and they petitioned the Hawaiian governor and they were like, hey, look, I understand I have a Japanese ancestry, but I'm not Japanese. I'm an American. I understand you're not going to let me fight and have a gun, but I still want to help with this war effort any way I can because this is my home and I want to fight for it. And the Hawaiian governor ends up letting them form this volunteer group. And essentially, they just start doing any manual labor jobs that they can do that's going to help with the war effort. They're stringing out concertina wire. They're digging ditches. They're pouring roads. They're pouring airstrips. They're doing anything and everything that gets asked of them. And this goes on for months. And then by June of 1942, the government's like, okay, I get it. You guys are loyal to America. We're going to go ahead. We're going to bring you back into the army, but you're going to be in a segregated all Japanese unit being led by white officers. You're going to be known as the 100th Infantry Battalion. So they take 1,500 of these young Japanese American men that are second generation Americans, also known as Nisei, and they ship them off to Fort McCoy, Wisconsin, which is completely redundant because all of them had already been in the Hawaiian National Guard and they'd already gone through Army basic training, but that's where they send them to go through it again, and they do it.
Done, drill sergeant?
Why did you put that weapon together so quickly, Go?
You tell me to, drill sergeant.
And while they're there, the Nisei continue to prove that they are 1,000% committed to America, despite the fact that America has given them every reason to not be. And they prove it not with just their general dedication to the task, but while they're actually there, the Army secretly sends in psychologists inside of their command structure to evaluate them, to see if they're lying, to see if they're actually dedicated to America. And all of the psychologists are like, yeah, these guys are 100% legit. They mean it when they say they're here to fight for America. On top of that, they go above and beyond when 5 Nisei end up getting awarded the Soldier's Medal because there was some civilians that went out on a frozen lake and the ice shattered and they were going to drown, and these young Nisei went out and saved these civilians. In addition to that, 26 of them volunteered to go be bait for attack dogs when America was trying to train dogs to be able to sniff out Japanese people for the Pacific Theater. They were literally...
This can't be stressed enough. This really cannot be stressed enough. That is... They did the most, right, when it comes to proving their loyalty to America. But that just speaks to the level of lows that America's willing to go to subject people to when it comes to basically taking a gift horse in the mouth, right? You already got these guys, you already have these soldiers. They're already saying they would fight for America, and they prove that both in basic training and on the fact that they take psychology tests, which is already pushing the boundaries a little bit here. Just basically stating, yeah, they're exemplary. They're basically patriots. There really is no qualms with these people whatsoever about working with America or fighting for America. They're truly all about America. And then it goes from this to then like, oh yeah, and then we'll have them do all the grunt work, and then we'll make them even become guinea pigs so we could train our attack dogs to basically sniff out Japanese people. It's like, I can understand the utility in one of these things, but I don't really like the approach they took with this. Like, everything about this is awful. It's just awful. Like, no self-respecting human being should be subjected to this level of just discrimination. And not just that, they shouldn't be subjected to this level of bullshit. It's just like, you've proven time and time again, just even with our own bullshit conditions, that yes, you are indeed, in fact, patriots. But we're going to continue to treat you like you're second-class citizens, despite the fact that you're fighting for us. It's like, the fuck? Again, maybe I can understand attack dogs need to understand how to, how to sniff out the enemy, so to speak. But why didn't you just take captured Japanese officers and Imperial soldiers and just train them by sniffing them out specifically? I don't think Japanese natives to America are going to have a similar smell or even dietary consumption level of behavior, or just even type, right, of smell that is indicative to what the dogs are going to be expecting to smell when they go fight Imperial Japanese. That doesn't make any fucking sense when you really stop to think about it. So what you're essentially doing is that you're training these dogs to fight an enemy that sounds similar to, but is a bit more vague. It's a bit more like it's not as clear cut as smelling another potentially Japanese soldier who they might confuse as the enemy. And then when you go into Screaming, like to sick them, like they may just veer in the other direction, attack the nearest Japanese American soldier, and then you're just left wondering with your fucking dick in your hand, just wondering what the fuck happened. It's like, no, the enemy's right over there, dog. It's right over there. Go sick them. And then they continue to go sick the other Japanese soldier. Jesus Christ. This is dumb. This is just dumb. It is dumb. God damn, is it dumb. Man, were things so much different back in the day.
Doing anything and everything that was asked of them, regardless of how shitty of a job it was. And somewhere along the way, it becomes clear to the chain of command, like, okay, these guys are legit. We're going to give them guns and we're going to send them off into combat. But we're going to make sure that we send them off into the European theater. We're not going to send them into the Japanese theater for a multitude of reasons. One, if they get caught as Japanese Americans fighting against Japan, the Japanese are going to absolutely torture them to death, and it's going to be horrible. So,
Oh, so they were that considerate. Yeah, I think the real reason is just because they didn't want any confusion between American allies and soldiers to basically be like, we got Japanese fighting for us, and we're fighting the Japanese. Try not to shoot. Let's try not to kill each other by accident. They probably wanted to avoid that issue. They probably also wanted to avoid the other issue, right? Which is like, a lot of vitriol, racism, a lot of tension would be in the barracks of any forts that they happen to be stationed in. That would just be an unequivocal fact of reality. So, yeah, to fight on the European front against the Nazis seemed to be the best decision of the two.
A, we're going to protect them in that fashion, but B, we also don't want Japanese Americans really participating in the Pacific theater in a combat role, because if the American soldiers that aren't Japanese get accustomed to seeing Japanese guys in an American uniform, eventually the Japanese could figure out like, hey, we're going to start taking uniforms off of dead GIs, we're going to dress up as Americans, infiltrate their ranks, and then wreak havoc behind friendly lines.
Just be honest right now, how confident are we that we're going to be able to know who's who, right? Like,
I mean, that's also a fair point.
it's going to be the Spider-Man meme.
So at this point, they send him off to Camp Shelby, Mississippi
The
for
Spider-Man meme.
training, and then FDR announces that he's going to form an even larger all-Japanese Nisei regiment, the 442nd. Now, the American government is hoping to get 4,500 volunteers to be in the 442nd Infantry Regiment, which is kind of a big ask from a community of people that you've just taken all of their civil rights away and then thrown them in a prison. And not only do they end up getting 4,500 volunteers, they get over 10,000, which is absolutely insane, because I'm gonna tell you right now, if you incarcerated my entire family for no other reason than the color of their skin and then asked me to go fight in a world war for you, I would probably tell you to go fuck yourself. So all 10,000 of these dudes are far bigger men than me. Speaking of bigger men than me, one of the volunteers is a young man by the name of Daniel Inouye, who...
Yeah, to be fair, Japanese people are very principled. They'll make decisions if they know it benefits not just their family, but also just, it's all about, it's kind of like honor, like it's all about like doing what's right, regardless of the task being given. And so if you know how to word it right, it's not that terrible of an ask or even that big of an ask if you can, if you know what you're doing and you know what you're saying, which is even more twisted if you really stop to think about that line of logic. But, that is probably how the government thought about it, and it is what it is. Like fucking Americans, the American government, I would not be surprised if they took any amount of blows to get the job done. We need more Japanese recruits in the military. Let's appeal to their sense of honor.
He was currently in med school trying to be a doctor. When Pearl Harbor happened, he ran to the nearest Blue Cross aid station and started working around the clock treating the wounded. And he's been volunteering at aid stations and hospitals for months while also going to med school ever since Pearl Harbor happened. So when he goes to the draft board tells him like, no, you're too valuable where you're at. You're going to go off and become a doctor. On top of that, you're already doing a bunch of work for us stateside. We don't want to send you off to combat. So he's like, okay, I'll be right back. He leaves, drops out of med school, tells the hospital he's not coming back to help anymore, and then goes back to the draft board and is like, I just quit my job and I dropped out of med school. Fucking send me. So they end up sending him, and he ships off with the rest of the 442nd Infantry Regiment for basic training 2 days later. While the 442nd ship off to get their training started, the 100th Infantry Battalion is finishing up their advanced training at Camp Shelby, Mississippi. They are then sent off to North Africa, and they get there in September of 1943. So they land in Oran, which is a major port city in Algeria, and from there they get attached to the 34th Infantry Division, aka the Red Bulls, in particular the 133rd Infantry Regiment, aka the Iron Men, which, cool part, that's my old unit. Not so cool part, the commander is kind of a dickhead because when he has his greeting speech to the 100th Infantry Battalion, he openly refers to them as the guinea pigs from Pearl Harbor. And not that I'm trying to defend Commander Mark Clark for calling them guinea pigs, I'm absolutely not. But to put it into a little bit of context, a lot of people have a lot of doubts that the Nisei soldiers are going to be effective on the battlefield, okay? The average Nisei soldier at this point in time was between 5'4" and 5'6" and weighed somewhere between 120 and 140 pounds. And they just got attached to the 34th Infantry Division, which is based out of the Midwest, okay? The 34th Infantry Division, by and large today, but especially back then, was almost nothing but 185-pound corn-fed white boys with machine guns that grew up on a farm. So they're looking at these dudes with a smaller stature like, what do you guys really think you're going to do on this battlefield? Why are you even here?
Look at that. He's making me cry.
If the Nisei want respect, they're going to have to prove themselves. And from the second they step foot in combat, that's exactly what they did, because they started kicking ass right outside of Salerno, Italy, when they first saw combat. For their first week of combat, they drove the Germans back 15 miles per day, every single day. These guys were fearless on the battlefield. In a matter of a couple of months, they had completely changed the opinions of absolutely everybody that encountered them. Mark Clark, the same commander that referred to them as guinea pigs, sent a note up the chain of command saying, hey, when that 442nd Infantry Regiment's done training, I want them too. These Nisei fighters are fucking awesome. When the Des Moines Register, the biggest newspaper back home in Iowa, wrote an article being critical of the Nisei being attached to the 34th Infantry Division, the members of the 34th Infantry Division wrote a letter to their editor. And I quote, "We're Iowa boys of the 34th Division. We have fought side by side with the boys of Japanese descent. We know plenty of folks that call themselves Americans that have done much less to prove they give a hang about their country. There have been times when these Japanese, as you call them, have saved many lives, only because they have proven themselves better Americans than some that were not of Japanese descent."
Damn. That's some baller-ass language right there. That is some serious fire. And they're absolutely right. It's true. Like, they proved themselves pretty well. Even the commander, who was initially referring to them as guinea pigs, was just like, oh my god, these guinea pigs, man. You know, like, they're probably not going to last for very long. They don't weigh very much. They're not tall enough. They don't seem very imposing. And then they get out there on the battlefield. They kick the ass. They kick the quote-unquote ass. And then, you know, he just kind of turns around and just kind of changes his tune. He's just like, okay, all right. Yeah, I would like these guys in my unit. I would like to be in command of these guys. And, you know, that's absolutely something that's actually really fucking awesome about the American military, is that you will come in and you will be given shits for anything that is easily and readily discernibly wrong about you. But then the moment you start showing your competence, the moment you start proving yourself, is the moment when the tune changes and they're just like, yo, this guy is actually fucking good. Can I actually get this guy in my unit? Like, it's a level of respect and admiration that is only recognizable when you have done the most. And that's the part about the underdog story that people love so much, is that when you have people who actually are seen as the underdogs, the people who don't seem like they could do the thing, who can't make it, who don't seem like they could make the cut, suddenly be able to make the cut and actually prove that they can kick as much ass as everybody else. It's like, damn, I want these people in my unit. And the fact that they have the gall, right, to basically sit there and be like, we have proven that we are more fucking American than even actual quote-unquote Americans themselves is very fucking fine cake to be served on that platter. It is like, you cannot. They literally handed the asses of other American soldiers to them on a silver platter. They took that cake and they were eating it, and they were eating it gloriously. That is some crazy shit that he just spewed, man. But yeah, this is an interesting story. I can't wait to see what else he's going to say about this, because I know for a fact that if I try to go and research this later, there's going to be some parts about it that, yeah, it's going to be not exactly as probably as was stated, but it's going to be, for the most part, it's all going to be very true, including the quotes. You will find quotes like this all the time.
So not only are the Nisei of the 100th Infantry beating the Nazis, they are also winning over hearts and minds left and right, and they're just getting warmed up.
Nice.
All right, by January of 1944, the 100th and the rest of the Allied forces have advanced through North Africa, and they have come up to the German Gustav Line. The Gustav Line is effectively the line in the sand that Germany has drawn, where they are not going to let the Allied forces advance past this point. It is heavily fortified, they have the high ground, they have all the advantages, and they are going to fight tooth and nail to not let Allied forces penetrate through this line into Europe. And one of the most vital areas of the Gustav Line is where the 100th Infantry is at. It's at Monte Cassino. Cassino is a small town, and then above it, on a humongous hill overlooking the town, is an old monastery that the Germans have turned into a massive fortress. And not only that, they went and chopped down all the trees on the hills and the ground in front of the monastery, knocked down all the buildings, so there's absolutely nothing to provide cover or concealment in case they assault. So you're pretty much running through an open field uphill into German machine gun fire if you try to take this position, and that's exactly what America is going to do anyways, because it's the only option. And because the 100th Infantry, which I'm now going to refer to by their nickname, the One Puka Puka, because it's easier for me to say, has developed a reputation for being both fearless and willing to take on any challenge, they are selected to lead the first assault on Monte Cassino. January 17th, 1944 at midnight, Alpha and Charlie Company of the One Puka Puka are going to take off, advance up this hill. They fight all the way up this hill and make it to the outer stone walls of this monastery, where they get pinned down and they continue to fight all night long. They're taking heavy casualties, they're running out of ammunition, it is straight up not a good time, they need more ammo. But now it's broad daylight out, so they're gonna have to send in reinforcements. So they send in Bravo Company of the One Puka Puka. But if they go out in broad daylight up this hill with no cover, they're gonna get absolutely mowed down, so they drop a bunch of smoke. Bravo Company starts advancing through the smoke, and then the wind shifts and blows all the smoke away, and they get just utterly destroyed. Of the 187 men of Bravo Company, only 14 of them end up making it to the wall. After taking that many casualties and running out of ammunition and having fought all night already, they are finally ordered to withdraw. A couple of weeks later, the Allied forces launch another major attack on Monte Cassino and the Gustav Line. This time, the One Puka Puka is ordered to take Castle Hill, a neighboring hill to the monastery that's of vital importance to be able to cut off support. The Nisei actually managed to fight their way up the hill and take the top of the hill, and they managed to hold it for 4 straight days, fighting their asses off. But then eventually the flanks of the 34th Infantry end up collapsing, and they're about to get completely surrounded and stuck on top of this hill, at which point they are ordered to withdraw again. By this point, the 100th Infantry Battalion has lost 50% of their men, and they are ordered to the rear, where they can recuperate and pick up reinforcements to replenish their ranks. People start referring to them as the Purple Heart Battalion and the Little Men of Iron, a play on the 133rd Infantry Regiment's Iron Men nickname. After a brief recuperation, they are then sent to a different spot on the Gustav Line near Anzio, and this spot of the line is essentially World War I-esque warfare. Each team has their trench, and there's just no man's land in between. For 2 months straight, all they do is sit inside their trenches and their foxholes. They fight all night and they sleep all day. The One Puka Puka starts referring to it as Dracula days. They sleep during the day, they draw blood at night. While the One Puka Puka is there is a third major attack on Monte Cassino by other Allied forces that also fails. At this point, the chain of command's getting restless, they're pissed, they need to break through the German Gustav Line, and eventually they come to the conclusion, fuck it, we're just gonna pick a point where we're gonna attack, and we're gonna hit that singular point along the line with absolutely everything we've got. The problem is, the Germans have massive tank units in the area too, and they need to know where those tank units are, because if they decide to attack at a singular point, and that's the point where there's a bunch of German tanks, it's not gonna go that great for the Allied forces. So they need to figure this out, otherwise this is gonna be a humongous gamble. At this point, a member of the One Puka Puka steps forward and goes to the chain of command because he's got an idea, and that man is Lieutenant Young Oak Kim. And Young Oak Kim is already a complete badass. He's already earned a Silver Star and a Purple Heart, and he's coming to the chain of command with this crazy idea. But what's most interesting about Young Oak Kim is he's one of the very few people in the One Puka Puka that's not Japanese. And that's because he's an officer, and typically the officers were white men, but in Young Oak Kim's case, he was Korean. Now, as I'm sure you can imagine, the racial tensions between Japanese people and Koreans during World War II was pretty high, considering the Japanese had invaded Korea and were committing atrocities there. Because of this, prior to deploying with the One Puka Puka, the chain of command pulled Young Oak Kim aside and they were like, hey, we understand that Japan is invading Korea. There's racial tensions between Japanese and Korean people. If you want, we can give you different orders and have you attached to a different unit. To which Young Oak Kim replied, and I quote, there are no Japanese nor Koreans here. We're Americans and we're fighting for the same cause. So Young Oak Kim is just a complete badass.
What a boss.
And he goes to the chain of command and he's like, look, you need somebody to go behind enemy lines and figure out where these tank units are. Here's my plan. You guys keep attacking at night with these major formations. It's obvious. They know we're coming at night. Why don't you send me and one other guy behind enemy lines in broad daylight? I will sneak back there. I will capture a German soldier, drag him back. We can interrogate him and figure out where these tank units are, and then we'll know where to attack.
Serious?
Okay, now right out of the gate, that's kind of a stupid idea, right? You're really going to go behind no man's land, capture an enemy soldier, drag him back without getting caught and killed. But the Allied forces are desperate, so they're like, you know what? It might work. And if it works, it's not that stupid. They give him the green light and he sets off to do it. May 16th, Lieutenant Kim and PFC Irving Akahoshi crawl through no man's land through an open wheat field in broad daylight, crawl all the way behind enemy lines where they find a German unit that had been up all night manning their machine guns. They then stalk them further behind enemy lines and watch them as they eat dinner, breakfast, whatever they're eating at this point in time. Watch them eat and then fall asleep. And then when two dudes go to, be the guards, they stalk them and then they end up sitting there and waiting till they fall asleep. And they wake them up by shoving their guns in their mouths so they can't scream. Kim and Akahoshi then take their two German prisoners, smuggle them back through no man's land, behind friendly lines, turn the prisoners over, they get interrogated, they gather the intel as to where the German tank units are, and define the battle plans for the entire Allied advance. 48 hours later, after setting off on his mission, the Allied force.
Damn. And the scariest part about that is that they could have taken guys who were completely just not in the know about unit placements, among other things. These could have been these are more than likely just everyday grunts. But I guess depending on how jam-packed these units are, they probably know where all the other units are stationed regardless. So it makes sense on paper to maybe want to do this. But still, they were taking a bit of a gamble, abducting someone just to interrogate them and ask where certain unit placements are on this fort. And my god, did it pay off. Holy shit. That is crazy. That would have gone completely disastrously for them if they had taken the wrong person and he didn't know jack shit.
Forces launched their attack in Monte Cassino Falls on May 18th. Lieutenant Young Oak Kim is then awarded the Distinguished Service Cross, the second highest award in the American military. And as he's getting that pinned on his chest, Commander Mark Clark looks down and sees his first lieutenant rank, and then points over to a captain nearby and is like, you, Mayor. Captain approaches, he rips the captain rank off of this guy and pins Lieutenant Young Oak Kim as a captain as well. Cutting back to the rest of the One Puka Puka over at Anzio, they also coordinated the attack with the 4th Battle of Monte Cassino, so that if Monte Cassino fell, they were also going to launch their offensive, hopefully driving the Germans back, so that they broke the Gustav line in 2 locations. That way, they could advance forward and in and either crush the Germans in the middle, or the Germans would be forced to retreat. And that's exactly what ended up happening. And not only that, the One Puka Puka was the lead element of the Anzio breakout. So now the Allied forces are chasing the Germans as they advance towards Rome, and the One Puka Puka is out front. And as they get near Rome, they're like 15 miles outside of Rome. They are going to be the first Americans to set foot in a major European capital as the Allied forces capture it. They are ordered to stand down as they peel off the side of the road and just kind of hang out in the ditch, and they don't know what's going on. And then other American units start catching up, and then they keep marching, and they keep marching into Rome. And now the One Puka Puka is not the first into Rome, and it dawns on them, They pulled us off to the side because they didn't want a bunch of Japanese dudes being the first Americans to capture a major European capital. They never even got to set foot in Rome. They were ordered to go link up with the new Nisei unit, the 442nd Infantry Regiment, and they would be absorbed into that unit now instead. From here, the 1 Puka Puka still kind of retained its identity as the 100th Infantry Battalion, but they are just now one of 3 battalions inside of the 442nd Infantry Regiment. And their new unit slogan is one of the best and most famous slogans in military history: "Go for broke," which is a...
That's where that term comes from. That's amazing. Also, that's fucked up. That's just petty. That last bit is just fucking petty. Like, just because they were going to be the first ones to step into Rome to be able to take it, that's just petty. Like, these guys have never brought race into it even once. In fact, they're fucking... The lieutenant who became a captain was just like, when asked if he would step down from being in the 100th infantry, was just like, hey, we could send you somewhere else. We know that the Japanese are attacking Korea right now. Maybe it's going to create some bad blood between you and the other Japanese among you. Maybe we could station you somewhere else. And he's just like, nah, there are no Koreans. There are no Japanese, only Americans. And yet, even in spite of this, these motherfuckers were still thinking about race. Even now. See, this is the stupidest part about this whole thing. This is why I think the wokeism bullshit, why all of this stuff is so laughably petty, so irritatingly stupid. It's like, the only people who see race is you. The only people who care about race is you. All right? The moment you have to stop and be like, hey... doesn't it bother you that this and this is happening because of this and this reason? It's just like, no. I mean, like, if they're not clearly and outright, annoyed by it, then then they don't care. Nobody cares. All right? The only person who seems to care is you. And until they start saying, hey, this is kind of fucked up, that's when you should care. But no. That is not what happens. Instead, race is a big component in the way that certain people make decisions when you're not the race of which it concerns. That is how this works, all right? And when it came to back in the day, racism was still a big thing. Like, this is around the 1940s, the whole civil rights movement was still very much a thing that was probably... I don't even remember exactly when the civil rights movement took place in particular, but I believe it took place around the 40s. But it was essentially still a new thing that was happening. America was still racist. They were still racially focused. And so it makes sense that this would be a problem in this context, in this day and age. But still, man, this is still fucked up. This is still fucked up. And the saddest part is that you still see instances like this even now. Like, only instead it's done for the good of the people who it is trampling upon. Isn't that just the best twist of that knife? It is, we're doing this for you. We're doing this because we care about you, because it'll make you better. It'll make you feel better. It's uplifting you, all right? We're saving you from being downtrodden, from being animals, savages. Yeah, it doesn't sound very good when it comes into that context now, does it? But that's exactly how these people think. They think that they are doing you a solid, when all they're really doing is just saying, fuck you, you can't get anything done unless we give you the tools to do it. It's like, Jesus fucking Christ. Anyways, I'm tired of this. Yeah, I'm tired of this shit. It's just dumb. This shit is always dumb. All right? Don't do it. Stop thinking about race. Stop thinking about this. Stop thinking about some stupid fuck shit. Just, if it works, it works. And if it doesn't, who fucking cares? It's really just a question of, like, can you get the job done? Great. Get the job done. And then when it comes to petty shit like this, it's like, this shouldn't even be a question. All right? You're soldiers. You're already on your way there. You're close enough. Take the fucking fort. Take Rome and just fucking relax. It is all you need to do for the rest of the war effort, right? Just take Rome, relax, really bask in this achievement. No. These people were fucking petty, and they were just like, we're going to have you guys sit on the side, and we're just going to let these American troops come in. that are white predominantly and take Rome instead. So that way it's white people taking Rome and not Japanese or Koreans or whatever the hell taking Rome. And it's like, that's fucked up. You know how fucked this whole situation is just fucked. It's so dumb. It's laughably petty. Just laughably.
A Hawaiian slang term that basically means I'm going all in. I'm pushing all my chips into the table, because that's exactly how these guys felt. They're all in this shitty situation where their former homeland is attacking them and their new home seemingly doesn't want them. So they're picking their side and they're going all in. From here, the 442nd is ordered to head north and take over a town called Suvareto, and this is going to be the first major military operation that they get to conduct by themselves. This is the ultimate point that they get to prove themselves, where they can say, we did that alone and nobody else helped. And they do it with surgical precision. They end up taking the 2nd and 3rd battalions of the 442nd Infantry Regiment, and they attack the front of the town, and then they send the 1st Battalion, the 1 Puka Puka, around the backside to flank their retreat. Now, 2nd and 3rd Battalion, this is the first time they've seen combat. These guys are green. They just got out of training. So the Germans actually end up launching a semi-successful counterattack, but the 1 Puka Puka, 1st Battalion, sees it happening, and they instantly, without orders, adjust, go through, and they flank the Germans from the side, completely crushing them and taking over the entire town. From here, the 34th Infantry Division continues to advance deeper into Europe, and the 442nd alongside them is credited with over 1,100 confirmed kills and capturing 331 German prisoners of war. They then come up on another German defensive line where the Germans dug themselves in, called Hill 40, which they end up nicknaming Little Casino because of how hard the Germans resisted, and the town of Castanella. 442nd leads the assault on Little Casino because, like it or not, they are now pretty much America's premier fighting force when the situation is running uphill into enemy gunfire and winning anyways. They battle the Germans for 3 days straight and end up taking Hill 140, aka Little Casino, which is ironic because their entire motto is about gambling big and going for broke, and every single time they manage to win.
Oh no! I'm ruined!
From here, the 442nd goes on R&R for a little while. Then they get called back in. They are going to go into France, and they are getting detached from the 34th Infantry Division, and they are getting reattached to the 36th Infantry Division out of Texas. They travel 500 miles by foot and rail into France. They link up with the Texans, and they go back into battle. Now, combat from here, the terrain's completely different. They're in the Vosges Mountains. This combat is brutal. They're in heavily wooded forests, and every time they have to take a hill with Germans on top of it, the Germans retreat, run down the hill, run right up another hill, and then they have to fight up the high ground again. It's absolutely miserable. And the first thing they need to do is they need to take over a town called Broyers, and in order to do that, they have to take over all the hills surrounding the town. There's 4 big ones, A, B, C, and D. The 442nd is in charge of taking over all the hills, while the rest of the 36th Infantry goes in and takes over the town. 442nd goes to work, they do their thing, they run uphill into German machine gun fire, take the hills anyways on A, B, and C. But on D, the Germans are putting up a hell of a fight. This battle goes on for hours. It's just a seesaw battle of they drive up the hill, they get driven back down, they drive up, they get driven back down. It is yard by yard brutal combat. They're taking heavy casualties. There's finally a lull in the battle. There's not a wave going up. And normally, all the combat they've been experienced to at this time, the Germans have been pretty respectful of the rules of war, right? When you're not launching an attack, you send out the medics go out there, they pick up the casualties, they pick up the dead, they bring them back, they get everybody taken care of. You extend the enemy the same courtesy. That's usually how it's gone at this point. But now the Germans are getting desperate because D-Day has already happened. Shit is hitting the fan, and they are no longer playing by the rules. The 442nd doesn't know that, so they send the medics out. The medics go, they lay out the litter, they grab a guy that's been shot, still alive, probably gonna survive. His name's Abe Ohama. They get him on the litter and they start carrying him back, and then the Germans open up on the medics and the wounded with machine gun fire. Abe Ohama, while he was on the litter, was struck again and immediately killed. Seeing this, the rest of the 442nd, unprompted, without orders, pissed off, gets on their feet and charges the hill while screaming, takes the entire hill, killing 50 Germans and capturing another 7 as POWs.
God damn. That is some seriously metal shit. And you know what? That is just straight, that is just fucking, that is just raw, just fuck it energy. You have to have serious cojones. You have to have some serious balls to be looking at that shit and just charge it all at once. And you know, to be fair to their credit, that is some bullshit tactics they pulled. They've been respectful in the acts in the engagements of combat thus far, but the fact that they were willing to shoot the wounded and the medics just because they were losing is fucking petty. And that pettiness is what drove them to get so goddamn pissed off that they pulled out a W out of the sheer fucking ferocity of the fact that they were just pissed. That is amazing. And you know what? Kudos to them. That is some bitch behavior. I would not appreciate that shit at all either. As soon as I saw those kind of tactics, my first reaction would be to pull up tactics nearly just as petty. No, not these guys. They are literally like, how fucking dare you? And through sheer gumption, like Kiryu Kazuma from fucking Yakuza, they just charged full fucking Dragon of Dojima level energy into the fucking fields of fire and pulled out that W. That must have been some serious shit. That is crazy. They were really channeling that inner ki or spirit that time. Man, oh man. That is the funniest thing about a lot of Japanese history, cultures, and traditions. It's often the spirit that wins the day, and they tend to rely on that heavily in a lot of the foundations of their cultures and among other things. And even their fiction tends to pick this as well. Like, it's more so about training the mind as well as the body. And in that moment, they were just on fucking point. They were just like, I have the sound mind and the sound body now. Fuck the gunfire. Fuck the noise. They fucked with our guys. They shot them while we were too busy licking our wounds, while our fucking backs were turned, while we were currently down, and they just proceeded to kick us. Let us show them a courtesy that can only be described as unbridled fury. And they gave it to them. Oh my god, they gave it to them. That shit is epic.
442nd has just conducted what is very reminiscent of a Japanese bonsai charge, and it's practice that they're going to need for later. From here, the rest of the 36th Infantry goes in, they take over Broyers, and the 442nd renames Hill D Ohama's Hill.
The Lost
At this
Battalion.
point, the 442nd's been fighting nonstop for weeks on end, so they're finally sent back to the rear for R&R. And the second they get there, it's like 2 a.m. in the morning. They immediately get told there's an emergency. They got to turn back around and head back to the front line. The commander of the 36th Infantry, General Dahlquist, somehow got placed in charge of an entire infantry division and had never actually been in combat. In addition to that, men that served underneath him said he seemed to care more about being the first unit into Germany than he did about actually taking care of his guys and keeping them alive. These factors would culminate and come to a head on October 24th, 1944, when he would order the 1st Battalion of the 141st Infantry Regiment to overextend into German lines, and they would then be engulfed and completely surrounded by an entire German division. To put that into perspective, if you don't know military unit sizes, that's about 300 men surrounded by about 6,000. So while the 442nd is making their way back to the front lines, General Dahlquist orders the 1st and 2nd Battalion of the 141st Infantry to go in and save their buddies. They go, they try fighting, they end up getting pushed back. And here's the kicker. The Germans just think that the Americans are trying to break through the line. They don't know that the Americans are freaking out because there's an entire battalion surrounded. They have no idea that 1st Battalion is up above them on a ridge. But from the American perspective, they think obviously the Germans know that. So they're like, oh shit, we can't punch through the line to go save them. We better start airdropping in ammunition, food, and water so they can stay up on that ridge and fight as long as possible. So they go and try to airdrop a bunch of supplies to them. The airdrop gets caught by the wind and goes off course, and then the Germans are like, wait a minute, why the fuck are the Americans airdropping supplies to us? Oh shit, we have an entire battalion surrounded.
Congratulations, you played yourself.
So now they start attacking the Lost Battalion too. The 442nd makes it to the front line on October 28th. Now in hindsight, some of the
I mean, that's just oh my god. Yeah, that explains the characterization he gave us of the commanding officer in charge of this whole thing. Well, we can already see how this is gonna go.
Nisei feel they were sent in particular because they were deemed expendable, and if they all died, it wouldn't be that big of a deal. However, a lot of the other Nisei...
Fuck you, man. How dare you? That is some bullshit. That's how you know this guy does not deserve to be in charge. When you start treating units like they're disposable pawns. It's the most annoying shit. Like, I get it. Sometimes sacrifices have to be made, but it's like, my god, these are still people, man. These are still people, all right? You can't just throw people's lives away, especially when they have utility and some use. You have to think about that rationally, at least a little bit, even if you're just even if you're only just looking at the logical factors in play. But no, this guy is just like, I don't care how it's done. We're going for broke. We're taking Germany because I want to be the general who makes it first into Germany. Fuck that shit.
Like to believe they were sent in because they were the best. So the 442nd goes in, and it is absolutely brutal. The Germans have minefields all over the fucking place. They have fortified machine gun positions. So the Lost Battalion's up here. The 442nd has to approach from here. There's the German line in between, and then off to the side is Hill 617 that also has a bunch of Germans on it, overlooking the approach to the German line. So they're just getting machine gun fire and mortars rained down on them from absolutely everywhere. For the first 2 days, the 442nd advances like a couple hundred yards. Every time they peek out from behind a tree or stick their head up out of a foxhole, anytime they leave cover, they're getting shot at. They can't move. They're completely pinned down. After 2 days of being essentially paralyzed on the battlefield, the 442nd, the Nisei decide they're going to live up to their motto, go for broke. They're just gonna fucking send it. Here's the plan. They've got 3 battalions. They're gonna send one of them up to Hill 617. They're gonna take that hill, wipe the Germans off the top of it. Then they're gonna come back down the hill, rejoin the other 2 battalions, and then they're gonna launch a full-on assault and penetrate the German line and save the Texans. 3rd Battalion gets the order. They're gonna launch their attack on Hill 617 first, at which point the 3rd Battalion commander grabs his Colt 45 pistol and says, okay, boys, let's go. Nobody moves. Nobody wants to get out of their foxhole or poke their head out from behind their tree. If they get up, they're going to get shot. This is absolutely crazy. After that, a couple of moments go by, probably the longest couple of moments in human history. It's just dead quiet. Nobody wants to move. And eventually, 2nd Lieutenant Edward Davis, the last officer in his company, stands up and gets on his feet as all the other Nisei are looking at him like he's crazy. And he turns to his highest ranking NCO, Sergeant Kohashi, and asks him, doesn't order him, he asks him, will you go with me? Sergeant Kohashi leaps up onto his feet, screams a battle cry, and starts running up the hill. And all of the other Nisei do the exact same thing as they have a full frontal assault up this hill. Some of the men even sarcastically screamed "Banzai," both making fun of the Japanese that do this and making fun of the situation as a whole, literally being a smartass in the face of death. They take heavy casualties, but within an hour, they've cleared all the Germans off the top of Hill 617. They then split up that battalion and send some of the companies back down to rejoin the other 2 battalions as they begin their assault towards the German line. And those companies that come down from the hill bring the same energy with them, and they launch another banzai charge straight at the German line. Worth noting, one of the men that was in this charge was Daniel Inouye. Remember the kid we talked about earlier that dropped out of med school to go be part of the 442nd? He is in this charge going in to rescue the Lost Battalion, and as he's charging towards the German line, he gets shot in the chest. But he carries $2 silver in his front breast pocket for good luck, and they literally deflect the bullet and save his life. The 400...
That's fucking mental, bro. You can't tell me shit like this. That is fucking mental. This story is crazy. This shit would only make sense in a fucking movie. You cannot tell me this shit. Oh my god. That is crazy. That is some serious shit. That is insane. That is just insane. That is fucking crazy. That is wild. Oh my god. But that is truly awesome. They literally cooperate. They work together to fucking banzai charge the fuck out of these Germans, and it proves again. It shows again just the strength that vibes have in a complete in these kinds of situations. Right, spirit sometimes is just enough to pull a victory out of thin fucking air. Like, sometimes you just need to be that crazy that boneheaded, that thick-headed, that dumb fuckery. Just you need it to be just ballsy enough to be able to just look at a problem and just beat your skull against it. Just charge right into that shit. It's crazy. It's crazy. Oh my god. And mind you, that charging and doing crazy shit isn't the only thing that the Japanese do when it comes to just having a lot of gumption. It's a lot of things, right? There's a lot of things that go into this kinds of shit, right? Sometimes it's just having the balls to stand up against intimidation in itself is a level of awe-inspiring bullshit that is enough to overturn even decisions that seem sensible at the time to suddenly seem questionable. It's all about the character. It's about the vibe. It's about the demeanor in which it is presented. And the Japanese understand this. They are the masters of this type of media, this type of shit. It's why most of their stories focus on warriors, warrior ethics, and honor, as well as just having the balls to do the right thing, even in spite of impossible odds. It is crazy. And this is the kind of shit that I love about anime, because it's an anime, it's in all kinds of stories. Even old samurai films have this kind of, sort of energy to it. And man, is it on display in this. Jesus Christ. But that part with the fucking coins deflecting the bullet, that's just doing the most. That is fucking insane. That is just too crazy. That is so unreal. And I'm not even talking about Engine 5. That shit is mental.
142nd then proceeds to fight and break through the German line, and what happens next is probably one of the coolest moments in human history. Cutting back to the Lost Battalion, they've been surrounded and fighting for their lives for the past 5 days. They're starving, they're dehydrated, they're low on ammunition, and there's this 19-year-old Texan kid in his defensive perimeter with his gun pointed outward, just waiting for the Germans to come and get him. There's fog, there's smoke, he can't see shit, and off in the distance he sees a silhouette approaching, and it's getting closer, and it's getting closer, but the silhouette's not shooting at him, so he doesn't shoot at them. And as it gets closer, he can start to see the person through the smoke, and it's a Japanese guy in an American uniform, Private First Class Matt Sakamoto. And as he gets closer, he stops, and Matt Sakamoto and this young Texan kid are looking at each other, and this Texas kid's lip starts quivering, and he starts tearing up. He's just had his life saved by this Nisei soldier. And then Matt Sakamoto, in the coolest thing ever, just reaches in his pocket and pulls out a package of Lucky Strike cigarettes, one for himself, and goes, "You want to smoke?" And a couple seconds after that, the rest of the Nisei come walking through the smoke, and they've rescued the Lost Battalion. 64 men of the Lost Battalion were killed in combat.
That is fucking crazy. That's awesome, though. That's amazing. See, they are the masters of this kind of shit. They know how to bring the vibes. They do it. They know it. They always do it. I can always count on the Japanese to just bring in the ultimate vibe check when it comes to these types of stories. It's like, what's the best way what's the best, coolest thing we can do in this situation? Just ask the fucking Japanese guy. He'll probably give us something that's at least on par with something that's cool that he's seen in some other fictions or some type of works, right? This kind of shit is amazing. I love this kind of shit. It's so unpatently ridiculous, so ungodly level of just fuck it energy that it demands respect. It commands your attention. And that's the part that I'm going to be really fucking furious about by the end of this, is that if these people do not get venerated and do not get decorated, they do not get the accolades they deserve by the end of this, I'm gonna be fucking pissed. I'm gonna be really fucking annoyed. This shit annoys the fuck out of me, alright? I've played Yakuza. I've watched all kinds of anime, right? And as someone who understands and appreciates the hero getting his just rewards after all of the crap he goes through, this is the kind of shit that would really piss me off if the fucking generals and the American military was just like, you guys did a good job, but now it's time for the dog and pony show to continue. It's like, no, fuck you. Go fuck yourself. These people have worked their asses off. You are going to give them the respect they deserve, or I will fucking resign right here and now.
211 of them were saved by the 442nd. To save those men, the 442nd sustained 800 casualties, 120 dead, and 680 wounded. And it is at this point that a rational person that's maybe never served in the military would ask, is that even worth it? Should they have went in there to rescue them if it costs that much? And the answer is unequivocally yes. And it's not because the Nisei were expendable or that they were worth less than the Texans. It's because nobody's expendable. When you join the United States Army, when you become a soldier, they make you say the Soldier's Creed over and over and over again ad nauseum. And in the Soldier's Creed, it says, I will always place the mission first. I will never accept defeat. I will never quit. I will never leave a fallen comrade. And those aren't just words that they make you say because they sound good. No, it's a promise to the person to the left and the right of you that no matter how bad shit gets, we're going to come to get you because you're one of us. You're not just some number on a spreadsheet that we can plug into a mathematical calculation and determine if you're worth saving or not. No, you're an American soldier and we're coming to fucking get you.
You're goddamn right.
And there's never been a better embodiment of this principle than the 442nd rescuing the Lost Battalion. Because not only did they live up to the ideal of you're one of us, we're coming to get you no matter what, they also, in doing so, proved that they are one of them. The Nisei, the outsiders, the Japanese that nobody can trust, proved irrefutably that they're not Japanese, they're not outsiders, they're just Americans. They're one of us.
Fucking men to that shit. That is crazy. That is awesome. That is amazing. I will never get over this. I'm gonna be inspired for the rest of my fucking day. This shit is great. Oh my god. This story is wild. I love it. And it's only gonna get either worse or better from here. Most likely worse. Knowing reality, knowing history, it's only ever gonna get worse. But goddamn, that is awe-inspiring. That is some commendable shit right there. Fucking that is crazy. Let's fucking go. And they did it, and he was pointing out exactly what I was saying earlier, right? About no soldier gets left behind. Not necessarily word for word of that, but I was saying the same thing. Just like, hey, don't treat your soldiers like they're expendable. All right, these people fight on behalf of you and the rest of the country. Okay, they're not just fodder. They're not just expendable. These are fucking people. These are soldiers. Okay, they are trained to do the most. And if you're not going to treat them with the level of respect that they are deserving of, and if you're not going to give them tasks that are actually something that American soldiers could feasibly handle without dying in large swaths and numbers, you're just a fucking shithead. You're just a terrible commander. Fuck off. Like, what the hell is this? It's amazing that they pulled out this W in spite of all the costs, but Jesus Christ, that commander should absolutely be taken to task for this shit. I cannot believe he allowed this shit to happen. And on top of that, he made strategic blunders that cost the regiments, as well as the Texans, so much horseshit because of his stupidity. I would fucking bury this guy in all manner of bullfuckery. I would make this guy's name the most disgusting thing under the sun because of shit like this. I fucking hate that kind of crap. Oh yeah, I want to be the first guy to do this. How about you be the first guy to shut the fuck up and just do your goddamn job and not bother about focusing on too much on glory or whatever have you. Accolades are only as strong as the person behind it, motherfucker. Pins and badges are only as great as the person who carries them. Eat shit, you fat fucking reject. I hate this shit, man. I'm getting a little petty now.
Okay, now, finally, after getting pulled off of R&R almost immediately to go save the day and rescue the Lost Battalion, they are then finally sent to southern France where they can actually have some R&R. And from November till March, they're on a security detail that's relatively low impact. They get to rest, recuperate, they get their ranks replenished, and this is referred to as the Champagne Campaign. Then in April of 1945, the Allied forces finally make it to the German Gothic Line, their last-ditch effort of defenses inside of Italy. It is heavily fortified, and like everything else the Germans made, it's believed to be impenetrable.
That's actually hilarious.
So the Allied
This guy
forces
watched
called
Scott
up the
Pilgrim.
18. They bring in the 442nd. Nothing has fucking stopped these guys
Oh,
yet.
man.
This probably isn't going to stop them either. And because they're the best guys, they're going to get the toughest mission. They are assigned to attack one of the mountain strong points of the entire Gothic line. Literally, the most impenetrable part, that's where the 442nd is going to attack. Now, the reason the chain of command did this is they wanted to use the 442nd as a diversionary attack, right? They're going to have the 442nd attack this super strong point. That way, the Germans are going to send all of their reinforcement troops to this strong point to hold that point, right? And then once all the reserve troops are there fighting the 442nd, because these guys aren't going to give up, and hell, they might win anyways, they're going to be able to attack a weaker part in the Gothic line and punch through. However, nobody told the 442nd that, so the 442nd treats it not as a diversionary attack, but as a main attack, and they punch through the strongest point with reinforcements anyways in a single day.
God damn.
It worked.
God damn. That is some serious fucking balls, man. And not just that, that is just fucking absolute strength. That is sheer fucking ferocity. That is a goddamn fast-moving train. That is a, what is the fucking Maxor quote? It is like a monster truck made of lead coming right at you. They have this shit on lock. This shit is crazy. All right, these guys have been through a lot, but my God, that is just that they are just fucking crazy. They are just wicked. These people, I am convinced, this is who Kazuma was born from. All right, that when the Kazuma was born, it was because the people from this regiment got together with probably some dame somewhere. And Kazuma was born from this meeting. There is no fucking way on God's green earth you can convince me this is not just fucking balls deep, just sheer badass ferocity, just unfettered, unquenchable, unsatiated ferocity just in motion. This is not just nature running its course. This is just crazy. My God. These people are absolutely crazy. I cannot imagine them not getting accolades. I know they're not going to get the real fucking recognition that they deserve, but oh my God, these people are amazing. I get inspired just listening to this shit. God. I cannot help but stop and pause in awe. It's amazing.
During that attack on April 1st, 1945, the main character that's been
have
there
to
all
think
along
about it.
would finally emerge.
Oh,
Daniel
man.
Inouye, the 18-year-old kid that dropped out of medical school and put his dreams of becoming a surgeon on hold to go off and fight for his country. Daniel Inouye, the guy that helped save the Lost Battalion and had his life
Like a true Naruto character, we have to go through at least 40 to 30 minutes of fucking side characters before we see the main character finally make his play. It is awesome. This is just astonishing. He really built this up like a shonen manga. God damn it. The Fat Electrician is a storyteller of all time, and I don't even think he knew it. I don't think he even understood the goddamn play he was doing. And that's how you know the mark of a great storyteller. That shit is crazy.
saved by $2 silver when he was shot in the chest, had ended up getting promoted in the field to a lieutenant and was now leading an entire platoon. During the attack on the Gothic line, Daniel Inouye's platoon gets pinned down by 3 German machine gun nests with MG-42s, the most terrifying machine gun of World War II. With his entire company pinned down, Daniel decides that he's going to live up to the unit motto of go for broke, and he's going to do some gangster shit. Advancing by himself, he gets shot in the stomach, fights through it, gets to the German machine gun nest, hits it with a grenade, blows it up, immediately shifts to go to the next German machine gun nest, makes it all the way there, throws another grenade in that one, takes out the Germans there as well. He then crawls up to the third German machine gun nest, gets within 10 yards, grabs his grenade, pulls the pin. He's just holding down the spoon, winds back to throw it, and the German inside the nest shoots him with an anti-personnel grenade that hits him directly in the elbow. He was so close that the grenade didn't have time to arm itself, and it is just the blunt force trauma of a massive grenade flying at him that severs the majority of his arm. His men immediately leap up to help him, but he screams at them to stay under cover because he's worried that that arm that he's not in control of anymore is going to relax and let go of the spoon on that grenade and kill him and even more of his men, so he orders them to stay back. In his own words, and I quote, "I looked at my right hand and it was gone. The grenade was still there, clenched in a fist that suddenly wasn't a part of me anymore. I pried it out with my left hand and threw it." That grenade hits its target, and Daniel Inouye has just taken out a third German machine gun nest, both left-handed and single-handedly, literally. He then gets to his feet and continues advancing on the German position, killing at least one more German with his Thompson submachine gun before getting shot in the leg and collapsing to the ground unconscious. He then wakes back up flat on his back, looking up at his men who are looking down at him, and he hits them with the hardest line in military history, and I quote, "Nobody called off the war," literally telling his dudes, quit worrying about me and assault the fucking objective.
This is fucking gangster shit indeed. My god, the anime protagonist really has shown himself. What a fucking boss. Oh my god, this is a fucking video of all time. I have to see reactions of this. I haven't seen any reactions of this. I have to see reactions of this. This shit is so fire. Why is this so good? Oh my god. I am losing my fucking mind. The guy literally fucking takes the grenade out of his left hand after it just got lobbed off by a fucking high impacting grenade that didn't even blow up. It just completely took his arm off. And then he takes the grenade, he rips it out of the dead hand of his other hand and just chucks that son of a bitch after he just got shot in the stomach and getting lit up a little bit, and then proceeds to throw grenades at all of these other bunkers, lights their asses up, and then he goes to this last one just for this shit to happen. It's fucking crazy. This shit is wild. Oh my god. Fucking, this shit is amazing, man. This shit is amazing. God damn it. If I saw shit like this, if I heard shit like this in my office, I would be fucking foaming at the mouth as if I'm waiting to see, oh my god, I can't wait to see what crazy shit these people do next. This shit is wild. I would be absolutely, if I was a commander, if I was somebody who was hearing stories about this type of shit from a unit, I would be begging. I would just be absolutely just enthralled at the idea of meeting these soldiers made of some sterner stuff, and just look at them and just feel like, so this is what it's like to be in the presence of truly dragons among men, just truly fucking terrifying individuals, just truly metal upon metal. Like, these guys are so metal, they don't have a periodic table, they are the fucking table. God damn it, these guys are fucking awesome. I wish we could get stories like this in fucking media. God, this shit would be so cool. Imagine playing out stories like this in other fucking works of fiction, or even in just like just historical reenactments. Hell, in actual Call of Duty games where they choose to reenact, like they used to reenact scenes that were told to them, moments that happened in actual fucking history, like the fucking franchise was based on and predicated on, in actual video game format. That shit would be so fucking wild. It'd be so gnarly. And Activision is totally sitting on it. They're sitting on it. They're sitting on it harder than fucking Bobby Kotick was with the fucking goddamn maternal milk. I get... I'm losing it. I'm losing it. I can't even think straight. This shit is so mental. It's so wild. It's so crazy. Oh my god.
Bring on this
die!
And as if that wasn't gangster enough, Daniel Inouye is then rushed to the rear where he receives emergency medical treatment and has to get his arm amputated in the field completely sober. He had already received too much morphine in the field, they couldn't give him any more without killing him, and they don't have anesthesia on the front lines in World War II, so they just had to cut it off while he was awake. While that's going on, Inouye's men and the rest of the 442nd go on a German ass-kicking extravaganza. Over the course of the next week, they liberate like 5 towns, a concentration camp, they secure key roads, they cut off German supply lines, they're forcing Germans to surrender left and right. The 442nd is advancing so fast that American supply lines can't even keep up, and they're forced to operate on whatever they confiscate from the Germans that they kill or surrender to them. Then on May 2nd, 1945, the German forces inside of Italy surrender. 5 days after that, May 7th, 1945, all of Germany surrenders, and World War II for the 442nd is over.
This is some Castle Wolfenstein shit. This is Doomslayer level energy. These motherfuckers are fucking BJ Blazkowicz. They are just absolute destruction incarnate. I fucking love it. This story is amazing. Oh my god, I really am getting set up for the fall for this. I'm gonna be so irritated, I just know it.
When all was said and done, approximately 18,000 men fought in the 442nd Infantry Regiment. And those 18,000 men were awarded more than 18,000 medals, making them the most decorated unit in U.S. military history for their size and tenure. A few of those medals include 8 Presidential Unit Citations, which is like the Medal of Honor for a military unit, and they earned 5 of them in a single month. 21 Medals of Honor, 29 Distinguished Service Crosses, somewhere between 360 and 600 Silver Stars, 4,000 Bronze Stars, and 9,486 Purple Hearts. And
these motherfuckers were earning medals like they were grinding for achievements. Holy shit. This is so fucking cool, my god. These guys earned the most medals. That's actually insane. I was expecting this shit to go sideways. God damn it. They earned so many medals. That's actually amazing. That's astonishing even. I cannot believe the military must have been paying attention to this. I mean, I certainly would have fucking been paying attention to this. If I heard any half of the crazy shit I was hearing from this story, I would be like, hey guys, I know we're in the middle of a strategy and meeting and everything, right? We're currently plotting out a course on how we're gonna assault this base and all that. Have you fucking heard of the 442nd Division? Have you heard about these guys? Dude, look at this report. This shit is crazy. They're just like, oh my god, how the fuck did they do this? Just like, I'll fucking know, but I want to know. Then they learn about it. They're just like, this shit is mental. We have to get these soldiers awarded. It's just, we can't. It's unconscionable. We can't even begin to think of a possibility where these people don't get at least every medal under the goddamn sun.
And that is the story of the Nisei, the Americans that made up the 442nd Infantry Regiment that had every excuse in the world to hate America and chose to love and fight for it anyways. Thank you for watching. Best way to support the channel is go buy some merch over at thefatelectrician.com. Quack bang, out.
You fought not only the enemy, but you fought prejudice, and you've won. Keep up that fight, and we'll continue to win. To make this great republic stand for just what its Constitution says it stands for, the welfare of all the people, all the time.
I feel like I'm forgetting something. Oh, Daniel Inouye, the main character. Yeah, so he made a full recovery. He survived World.
He forgets about the main character. Of course he did. Of course he did. You know, every main character in anime is forgettable. God, this guy is on point. Even now, he's still on point. Congratulations. He's the Daniel Inouye, man. He is literally the Naruto of this story.
World War II. Not only that, he goes back home, and you can't exactly be a surgeon with one hand. So Daniel Inouye gets involved in politics, graduates college, ends up becoming one of the government representatives for the United States territory of Hawaii. He is then instrumental in Hawaii becoming a state, and once Hawaii becomes a state, he then becomes Hawaii's state senator until he passes away in 2012. Now, I realize that I've just glorified a politician, and that's inevitably going to rub somebody the wrong way for some reason, and to be honest, I've intentionally avoided looking at his political career while researching for this video. I genuinely have no idea right now whether that man was a Republican, a Democrat, an independent, something in between. I have no idea. But here's what I do know. Regardless of what his politics were, I have the utmost confidence that that's the type of dude that I want in a leadership position, because at the end of the day, I have absolute confidence that he wants what's best for the country and not what's best for his party, which is extremely hard to find in a politician. So yeah, thanks for watching. I really hope I did that story justice. See you later.
On the day I left to put on the uniform, and so he accompanied me on the streetcar, sitting side by side, and both of us looking straight ahead, and nothing is said until we get close to the destination. When we know that the streetcar is going to stop, he clears his throat and he says, "This country has been good to us. It has given me jobs. It has made it possible for you to go to school. We have lived a good life. We owe a lot to the country. Therefore, if you must give your life, so be it. But whatever you do not dishonor the family, do not dishonor the country." It appears that this was an important part of the Nisei's, as you put it, value system, because I recall very vividly the night before we began our first attack. So that following morning, I sat down and said, "By the way, what were you people thinking about last night? I'm just curious." After a while, one of them popped up and he said, "I was praying that I don't be a coward." And the next one said, "Yeah, I was thinking about the same thing." Everyone said the same thing in different ways. Do not dishonor the family, right? So here, these are the men who work in the plantations, who work in the fields, men who volunteered from the camps, you know, because they were a mixture of Kotonks and us. And every one of them, whether they were in Montana, Wyoming, or Arizona, or Honolulu, came out with the same thing.
That shit is so wild. I'm fucking losing my mind. I'm still reeling. That shit is amazing. These guys were so fucking great. I cannot believe this is a story that I never heard of. Not even schools teach this shit. This is the part that also pisses me off in retrospect. It's like, why the fuck did I get to hear stories about this shit? This shit is so awesome. It deserves to be put in the history books. And yet they don't do that. That's fucking annoying. God damn. I'm not gonna get over this. This is, I thought my Pancreas video about that about his 14-minute rant about the differences between fantasy and 40k Warhammer, and among other things, was the video that was gonna be my biggest fucking like issue. Well, not really issue, but it was gonna be like the thing that was gonna take the fucking cake for this stream, for this list of videos. Oh my god, this shit is amazing. These guys, I can't believe half the shit I heard, and then the shit that I did hear, I was like, I can totally see it happening, only because I know the people who are behind it. It is crazy. This shit is amazing. I cannot stress enough how pickled I am. It is awesome. This story was so cool. These guys have my utmost respect. I have never heard of a more metal story than this. I bet their grandkids are probably equally just as in awe, if not proud, to hear about their grandfather's achievements. That shit must be just like, yeah, that was my grandfather. He did that. Isn't he fucking cool? Like that shit. Yeah, that shit. Your kids would be proud to talk about. God, that shit is amazing. Oh my god, it's so fucking cool. And it's so funny to hear it too, echoed by Daniel himself. Just like, yeah, it was like we were just afraid to dishonor the family. We love and respected the country. They gave us all these opportunities, all this ability to be ourselves, to make something of ourselves, to essentially just be, happily law-abiding Americans. And then when our faith was put into question, and it came time to prove our loyalty and our ability to perform was put into question, well, we did the utmost. And it's like, half of the shit, I don't even think you deserved even nearly the level of scrutiny that you got. That shit is crazy. Like, I was sold the moment they literally, I have to unpack this. This shit, I'm so fucking out. I'm so tripped out. This is gonna be a gnarly video, and it's not even because I have interesting things to say about it. It's just gonna be me losing my fucking mind. Oh my god. The 442nd Infantry, some of them being originally the 100th Infantry Division, these guys are just amazing. And Daniel's story was just as awesome, and the way that the Fat Electrician told this story was pretty keen, was pretty on par. This guy literally told this story like a shonen manga. What a goddamn... This guy is a real professional. He doesn't even know it. He's just sleeping on it. He's sleeping on the fact that he is a real storyteller. Man, this is the kind of shit I wish I could do in my own time. I could probably write a script similar to this. I don't think I could capture nearly the same level of gravitas that he had on display for this. But granted, the source material was fucking king. This shit was great. I don't think even I could give it the same level of grandeur. My god. I need to sit on this, man. I need to sit on this. This was a story of all time. God. But yeah, that was the 442nd Infantry, the most decorated unit of WW2, the American Samurai by the Fat Electrician. Oh my god. Go watch and support the original video. I'm going to be leaving descriptions. I'm going to be leaving links in the descriptions of this VOD, as well as the short VODs that I'll be making after. Just go support the original video. This shit is wild. Oh my god. I cannot believe this story. It is so mental. Motherfuckers literally charged. They did bonsai charges at their lowest point, and then proceeded to do that again and again at every other front, showing that zeal is definitely just as powerful as any fucking American-made weapon. And then, just when you think it couldn't get more awesome, right? The collaboration between other units, the respect between the commanders and the generals who happen to be in charge of these people, and the absolute sheer camaraderie between the traditional American units versus the Japanese units is amazing to behold. And on top of all of that shit, right, the fucking Daniel story was peak on top of everything else. And I will agree with one thing. He has absolutely right about this. Daniel growing up to be a politician, it does not fucking matter. It really doesn't. Like, if I heard a story like this coming from a politician who is sitting in office or is currently sitting in office, and he literally did all this kind of shit, I don't care if he's a Democrat. I don't care if he's a fucking Republican. I don't fucking care if he's a goddamn fucking Nazi. That guy literally did the craziest shit, the most gnarliest of shit, and I would want him in office. Now, I would look at this guy and I'd be like, you know what? Fuck it. Take a seat, my guy. You earned this. You earned this table. This is the kind of politicians I wish we had. All right. If it isn't Cassius motherfucking Clay, it is Daniel Inouye. What a fucking boss. These guys are Chatham Chaz. They are men among men. I would fucking love to see more people like this in office. In fact, maybe we should have more soldiers as politicians. Although that would probably be equally just as kind of crazy, because they're probably not going to be the most appropriate of politicians, most of them. But god damn it, like that. I would love to see I would love to see anyone else in position of power that isn't the fucking old fogies, the absolute boomer generation that is currently in office. Like the fucking I need to stop. Anyways, point being, these guys were fucking good. They're crazy. They were borderline insane in some instances, but oh my god, did they rise to the challenge, and god, did they meet it. They came in with the zest. They came in with the sauce. They came in with the zeal, and they performed. Oh god, did they deliver too. Like, they didn't just see the task at hand. They did it, and they did it to not just to the letter, but they did it above and beyond the Call of Duty. They pulled out a W out of sheer fucking tenacity and ferocity of their charges. That shit is amazing. And they didn't even just do like one or two of these charges. They did multiple. And if that wasn't even more crazy, right? Like, these motherfuckers did it not just out of sheer righteous fury. These motherfuckers did it just because they were asked to do it, and because they didn't even care if it was expected that they would win. They did it just because they could. They saw the challenge and they rose to meet it. That shit is awesome. I don't think there's anything I could possibly say that could do this story justice. It's so crazy. I cannot believe it is real. I am losing my goddamn mind. Ugh. Anyways, I need to stop. I need to stop doing this. I need to move on. Okay. God. Anyways, all right, that was a much needed break from Warhammer for like a solid second. We're going back to another Pancreas video. This one is Lothar Harkin, Insane Vampire Pirate Admiral Emperor Arch Commodore of the Vampire Coast. Holy shit, that is a fucking title. Yeah, coming off the wheels of coming off the wheels of that Fat Electrician video. Holy shit. And if I know this is going to get turned into a VOD on its own, so any of you people watching this video, I mean, I wouldn't dare suggest you go stop watching this video real quick to go watch that one, but oh my fucking god, please go watch that fucking video. Oh, that shit is amazing. That 440-second Fat Electrician story was so fucking wild. I'm still reeling. I literally just come off of that. My fucking mind is still on fire. My eyeballs are still fuming from the absolute insanity. My ears are steaming from the craziness that I was hearing. That shit is crazy. It was so wild. I was literally what the fucking the whole time. I didn't even have anything notable or even worthwhile to say. I didn't even have anything intellectually sophisticated or even smart to say. I didn't even have anything wisecracking or wise-assing to say about the whole thing. It was just that fucking wild. And that's just debatable if I even have any real input to begin with. But I'll fucking just fucking, with that regardless. Okay, I'm still tripping. Anyways, if nothing else, go watch that video. Holy shit, that thing is mental. I probably should not be swearing, knowing that I'm going to turn this into a VOD later, and first 7 minutes of me swearing probably won't do the video justice in terms of bandwidth, but oh my god, I just can't. That shit is amazing. Lothar Harkin, Insane Vampire Pirate Admiral Arch Commodore of the Vampire Coast. We're going to get into that. Please go watch please go watch the original video. Please go support the original video. Like and subscribe. All of the things. You know what to do. I'm currently tripping balls right now. That was more than just a palate cleanser. That was a fucking awe-inspiring, god-shattering star levels of just, oh my god. Yeah, go watch that 440-second reaction. Holy shit. When either right now or when you're done watching this one, I cannot stress it enough. That was probably the best electrician video I've seen yet. And I watched Cassius Clay. That one is by far my favorite story outside of fucking Seymour. What was it? The fucking what do they call him? He was the great Finnish sniper. Amazing. Anyways, without further ado, let's get into it. God damn it.
Has there ever been a single person who hasn't at least briefly dreamed about what it'd be like to be a pirate? I mean, come on now. I can't be the only one who watched Pirates of the Caribbean as a kid and thought, man, that looks so cool. I wish I could do that. Swinging down from the mast to duel other pirates or a corrupt official, boarding enemy ships and looting all that sweet plunder. God, I miss Pirates of the Caribbean Online. That was such a fun game. But then you learn about what pirates really lived like, with scurvy and constantly being on the run and probably being shot on sight at almost every...
Yeah, it's actually so bad. Robot Chicken made an entire segment about it, about Pirates of the Caribbean and women's fascination with Jack Sparrow, among other things, right? It's being a pirate is not nearly as glamorous as you think it is. It's they're dirty, they're smelly, they're alcoholics, raging alcoholics most of the time. You know, like they're truly something else entirely in real life, but in fiction, they're some of the most free. And they're some of the most free-spirited banditry type people that live so vicariously by the whims of the ocean that it's almost commands a certain level of awe. Like, you can't help but feel like there is a certain level of freedom to this that is just compelling, right? Like, there's a meme about this, right? About how every man must answer the call of the ocean at least once in their life. And this is usually the stories that inspire it, is pirate stories.
Every port you could have gone to, not exactly a glamorous lifestyle. But the dream still lives on in fiction even to this day. To some extent, we romanticize what it's like to be a pirate. You can do what you want because a pirate lives free, after all. But what if you weren't just a pirate? What if, in the ultimate middle school notebook doodle come to life, you were an insane vampire necromancer pirate who sailed the seven seas, fought Aztec lizards riding dinosaurs, that can use the power of the ocean itself to drown your foes. Assuming, of course, the 500 cannons you brought to the battlefield weren't good enough on their own. That dream may not be something you and I can ever achieve, but for Luthor Harkon, that's everyday life. So get ready to set sail, because today we're talking about one of the silliest, most entertaining Warhammer characters to ever exist.
Fortune favors the infamous.
What a fun guy. Luthor Harkon's origin is something that even he doesn't know. One of his origin stories is that he was once a man named Luder of the Harkoni tribe. They were a tribe of humans who lived near Nehekhara, specifically Lamia, which is important for vampire reasons. It's said that Luder managed to rise to quite the prominent position, becoming the head of the city's harbor guard under the command of none other than Avarash himself. Aside from the fact his name is basically the same, I mean Luder is just Luthor with the HO taken out, Lamia is where all the vampire nonsense started in Warhammer Fantasy. Incidentally, if this origin is true, it means that Luthor is not only a vampire, but one of the first and potentially a blood dragon, given his subordinate status to Avarash. In this version, he traveled with Avarash for a while and likely helped defend Lamia when the living besieged it, but beyond that, there really isn't too much to say on the matter. Of course, there's also the possibility that he was originally a mortal necromancer from the eastern portions of the Empire. This also tracks in a few different ways, chiefly among them being the fact that on the vampire coast where he's most prominent, there's a city called New Bekofen. Bekofen is a city from Ostermark where theoretically Luthor once resided as a mortal. Also as evidence is the fact that the eastern portions of the Empire are where the undead usually cause problems for Sigmar's realm, and the fact that Luthor himself doesn't sound much like an Nehekharan when he speaks. Granted, he doesn't sound that much like an Imperial citizen either, he sounds like every pirate ever, but he certainly doesn't have the same speech patterns as Tomb King's characters. But who knows, maybe he's just a weeaboo for the Empire of Man. I get it. His true origin almost doesn't matter though either way, since he doesn't really remember his mortal life and only knows that one night he was born anew. He's never tried to dig into who he once was or go back home, so I'm just gonna take a stance and say that if Luthor Harkon doesn't care about his origin, we shouldn't either. He also doesn't exhibit any bloodline traits, further proving that his backstory is kind of irrelevant. Depending on which one you believe though, we either could have had a good 100 or a few thousand years to the year 876 IC. The scene, an Imperial merchant ship sailing around doing its thing. Unfortunately for this ship, it was attacked by Norscan raiders who do what they do best and slaughter everyone aboard so they can loot it for profit and glory in the name of the Dark Gods. Much more fortunately, however, at least for us, was the fact that this ship contained Luthor Harkon's coffin aboard it. He was escaping from witch hunters and smuggled himself aboard this ship out of Marienburg. The Norscans saw that it was something valuable looking and took it with them on their journey, which for was one reason or another taking them towards the lands of Lustria. If you've seen part 3 of JoJo, it's honestly just the beginning of that, because Luthor eventually awoke from his coffin, having either gotten himself out or been rudely interrupted by the Norscans, and by the time he reached Lustria, the entire crew had been turned into his undead puppets and minions.
Wait, so would that mean technically the story of Dio inspired Luthor Harkon's story, or... You know, that's an interesting question. I know Warhammer is very old, but I know that it's like 40K in particular is old. Warhammer Fantasy, though, I know that one came first, so that puts into question, doesn't it? Which one is actually the oldest? Oh my god, that's a question. Fuck, when was JoJo's made? You know, I don't even remember at this point. You know what, regardless, that is a very strangely familiar story from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. And also, goddamn it, Pancreas is a weeb. That means my first reaction video of him talking about my 2 reaction videos of him talking about Warhammer is probably going to be seen by him, maybe to some degree. And he's probably going to see the one where I spend probably hours reacting to his every reasons why fantasy Warhammer is better than 40K's. And honestly, I feel so bad for that guy if he sits down and watches that, because, oh my god, that is a tangential monster he is about to delve into, and it's not even because he disagrees. Oh no, that would at least give him some content and something to chew on. No. It's everything that I agree about his statements, just taken to its most evolved, rational conclusion to the point of nauseum. I feel so bad for that guy if he ever sits down to watch that fucking video.
Now normally, this would be the end of the story. I mean, sure, the specifics are a bit unique, but a vampire waking up and zombifying a whole bunch of people is nothing new in Warhammer. In Stirland, that's called Tuesday. But despite what would eventually happen to him, Luthor Harkon is apparently the luckiest bastard in all of Warhammer short of Caiaphas Cain. Because the exact spot he ended up staking his claim in Lustria, what would become known as the Vampire Coast because of his shenanigans, was geographically perfect for his needs. The Great Ocean, aka the Atlantic Ocean but with a donut in it, has ocean currents and whatnot like all oceans do. Stay with me on this 5th grade geography lesson, I promise it's important. Even in our own world, sailing when we only had wooden ships was oftentimes more art than science. Add in the fact this is Warhammer and doing literally anything has a significant fatality rate, and you get a whole lot of dead sailors and shipwrecked vessels. The Vampire Coast region of Lustria not only is incredibly hard to navigate safely, but ocean currents also bring an inordinate amount of these wrecks and bodies directly towards it. Luthor Harkon, through sheer accidental circumstances, landed on the one site in Lustria, maybe the whole planet, where bodies will just come to him. So because he washed ashore on the mother of all corpse deposits that refills itself, he just developed his undead army without really needing to put real effort into it. Oh sure, he put effort in raising the dead, you have to do that, but most necromancers and vampires need to either quietly dig through crypts and graveyards or kill a whole lot of people first before they get their army. Not Luthor. He just waits for the next batch of unlucky souls to drown, and when they wash up, he gets free zombies. Every now and then, because he is also a pirate, remember, he expedites the process a little bit by sinking the ships that come too close. That's actually where the name comes from. High Elven sailors named the area the Vampire Coast both because of Luthor Harkon and because of the general undead spooky vibes it gives off. Sirens wailing and bringing sailors to their doom, mist blocking people's sight and forcing them aground where the undead wait to bring them into watery graves. Really, even if natural ocean currents didn't do you in already, going near the Vampire Coast is a great way to get yourself killed. He even went through the effort of clearing away the jungle at the point where 5 smaller rivers meet the sea to give the illusion of a safe haven for ships to temporarily ground themselves at. It's an illusion because the moment they land, they find out each of them has both a fort waiting to gun them down, as well as swamp monsters that are just there because Lustria is a miniature Catacan. Now guaranteed to have a military for basically eternity, Luthor Harkon decided some empire building would suit him quite nicely. He based it off the Empire of Man, naturally, giving us another point in favor of him originally being from the Empire. Of course, to run an empire, you need slightly more than undead zombies. Zombies are all well and good for the army, and Luthors are even just a little bit smarter than the normal zombies of Warhammer, but you need someone who can count to at least 100 to run things at a governmental level. So he divided his realm into 6 districts, one based on each of those 5 rivers, and the 6th and main one based around New Beckafin in the area known as the Blood Swamps. Each of them is run by a trusted vampire or ghoul, with trusted meaning they know full well that if they betray Luthor, they're going to explode. He crowned himself emperor, made a throne out of bones held up by zombies, and then decided he was going to be a pain in the ass of the Lizardmen for all time. Sometimes instead of emperor, he just calls himself the Pirate King or Arch Grand Commodore or something equally goofy, but he's in charge, and the name is just a way of flaunting his ego. And this is where he overstepped his bounds just a little bit too much. He and his forces discovered the city of Huatl, an abandoned Lizardman city that Luthor felt had something in it that would make him even stronger. After about 3 weeks, he found a sealed chamber in pristine condition covered in magical glyphs, and was only slightly deterred by the fact that every zombie he sent in there almost instantly withered into nothing as it drained the magical energies keeping them alive. Making the faulty assumption that he was just built better than that, Luthor used his own dark magic to try and deal with the chamber's glyphs. But if you know anything about the Lizardmen, you know that for all that Luthor Harkon is a fun and lovable rogue, he's not quite at the pay grade of sorcerers the Lizardmen usually have to deal with. Kairos Fateweaver is the minimum to successfully be dealing with Lizardman magic, and Luthor is no Lord of Change. The room started collapsing around him, and he realized that the glyphs were not only absorbing the magic he threw at them, but his very life essence as well. Barely escaping with his unlife, Luthor Harkon emerged from Huatl a broken man. Quite literally, actually. His mind shattered into a dozen different personalities, because the Lizardmen could apparently induce multiple personality disorder. At all times, they're battling for control over his mind, and
He literally turned himself magically into a fucking schizo. This poor bastard. That's crazy though. I mean, he started off fairly well enough, right? He was amassing an army of dead, and he was building up a corpse army. He had got most of the shores around that entire part of the coast, and he was doing pretty well until he decided to raid this Lizardman town and wanted to get into this chamber. I mean, it's the most plundering whatever is behind magically encased doors is, it's kind of hard to resist the call of plunder, but at the same time, you get too greedy, the avarice starts to kick in, right? You're going to start making dumb, boneheaded decisions, and it's nice to know that Luthor is not above making dumb, boneheaded decisions.
if none of them are dominant, he just stands there motionless until one of them does gain control. He was at one point playable on the tabletop, and that was actually part of his rules. I believe it was if you rolled a 1 through a 3, he gained the stupidity special rule. This also gave him a very curious condition on top of being the main character from the movie Split. The winds of magic cease to be able to connect to him. In fact, he's almost a blank. Magic ceases to work around him, and he's resistant to any spells people try to cast on him. Aside from being able to reanimate and control the undead, there's no blasting spells for Luthor Harkon. If you thought that would put a damper on his plans, however, you're dead wrong. As he happily tells you almost every time you click on him in Total War, his madness is not weakness. The only thing any of his personalities agree on is looting Lizardmen artifacts to find a cure for his condition, which is also something he wanted to do anyways twice before he went insane. And after this happened to him, he still managed to make himself into such a pain in the ass for the Lizardmen that they have entire prophecies dedicated to dealing with him. Entire armies will be mustered just to fight him, and these aren't small battles either. If he needs to, he'll build up his forces for hundreds of years until he can march into the jungle with enough zombies to trample it beneath him. One of them, in the year 930 IC, required Nakai the Wanderer to show up, and if you're fighting anything less than an apocalypse level battle, he's not showing up. There's also the time he stole the city of Axolotl. I don't mean Luthor Harkon showed up and stole a bunch of important stuff. No, I mean Luthor Harkon rolled up with the endless horde of the undead and stole the city. Everything the Skinks didn't manage to get away in time to prevent him from grabbing it was stolen. It's outright said that not a single stone was left stacked atop another when he was done with it, and he came home a whole lot of magical artifacts richer. He just does this every now and then. Well, he loses every now and then, sure. The Slant can't ultimately do anything about it because he just doesn't have to deal with magic, and the other Lizardmen can chop through all the zombies they want. It doesn't matter. He just goes home to the Vampire Coast and waits for another 100 years for 1,000 new ships to crash and give him a new horde. In the year 1492, when the old world sailed the oceans blue, civilizations like the Empire, Bretonia, and even the Norskins began coming to Lustria in ever greater numbers. And Luthor Harkon is many things, but he's not one to let a chance to grow his power slip away. So with all the knowledge and artifacts he had gained over the years, he created the Ebony Skulls for those who came to the New World with less than pure hearts. These things are the epitome of a deal with the devil. At any point the person they're given to can smash them on the ground, and they instantly get not only necromantic powers, but the ability to call on some of Luthor's servants. As a downside, their souls belong to him now. So his forces just kept growing and growing. More ships, more zombies, more vampires and ghouls all joined his ranks. And it's amazing, because in spite of all of this, he is no way a major world power. 99% of the time, he's either sitting there in a stupor because his mind is going through another civil war, or he's just bothering random Lizardman cities. But he's been so successful at it that if he decided to invade the Empire or something, he'd probably blitz through it faster than Manfred could ever hope of doing so. Speaking of the Empire, he stole a massive cannon called the Queen Bess. There's no special lore for this, it's just a massive gun he looted off an Empire ship.
That's fucking mental. The guy literally just got an undead army at his beck and call, and he does nothing with it. Granted, he's insane, but I mean, you know, when you have all of this firepower, all of this ability, and you just have the sheer numbers and prowess, he has all of the means to basically start going to war, both like literally and figuratively with magical power, and he just doesn't do it. It's crazy. The madness really does contain most of his whatever potential humanity or inhumanity he had. It's been completely fractured by this whole situation he's found himself in. It's kind of interesting to see how he's actually not seen by other factions as a potential danger.
A medieval Mac cannon, and he uses it to blow things up. This lore alone makes him more interesting than a solid 50% of the Primarchs. Since he was insane now, he realized he had to put just a bit more power in the hands of people who aren't him, because when he's in one of his less lucid moments, he needs someone to take charge. He ended up getting two main guys to go for with that. One of them is his right-hand man, Captain Drekla. Drekla is an Ailstorm album cover. When you think of the words vampire pirate, this is the guy you think of. He's dumb to the point he can barely think for himself, and wherever Luthor goes, he follows. He's loyal beyond all belief to his captain, and would follow him to the mouth of hell if need be. The other major person Luthor relies on is Black Jens. Black Jens is a cleverer than average ghoul who runs the day-to-day administration of the Vampire Coast when Luthor is having an episode. If the lights aren't on in Luthor's head, Black Jens takes care of the dealing with his vampire admirals and all the other crap that needs to be done. Black Jens is loyal, but every now and then his conscience whispers to him that he should break free from Luthor's control, and those whispers are always getting louder. Spoiler alert, this never happens because we all know how Warhammer Fantasy plotlines end, but it is a cool bit of development for the Vampire Coast. In 2471, close to modern Warhammer Fantasy, and 1 year after the birth of our Lord and Savior Karl Franz, he and Morathi briefly worked together against the Lizardmen to steal more of their stuff. Luthor was a bit too greedy though, and unfortunately was too insane to understand that being able to work work with Morathi as its own reward, so he argued just a bit too hard for a greater share of the loot. He is still a pirate though, to be fair, you can't blame him that much for it. Morathi locked him in one of the treasure vaults for her part, which doesn't seem to have actually amounted to anything because he shows up later. In fact, end times now. Luther for his part has both great moments to shine, as well as what's tied for the most infuriating end to a character during the end times. He shares a very similar fate with a character who dies at the very end of the end times, in fact, for a bit of a spoiler, but we'll get to that soon enough. When Nagash comes back, Luthor pledges his services to him and becomes the Mortarch of the Abyss. Maybe he did it because he saw the writing on the wall and knew that any undead not serving Nagash was going to die an abrupt death. Maybe he thought Nagash could cure him of his condition. Or maybe he was just bored. Luthor Harkon is like an orc. Him doing something because he wants to is a perfectly valid reason. He's an insane vampire pirate. He does what he wants, and damn what do you think about it. Nagash looked at his massive fleet of ships.
He's the Joker. He really is. He is just the Joker in pirate form. Pirate vampire form. And honestly, that makes him far more interesting as a character than, yes, arguably, potentially even the Primarchs. Though I think that all of the Primarchs in themselves are very interesting, and the characters by themselves are, I wouldn't say, are nearly as interesting. You know, it's definitely the Primarchs by themselves do have a lot of intrigue, but I would say that when you see them actually, like talking and mingling amongst themselves, that's where a lot of the magic really starts to shine. At least that's what I think. You know, like, that's one of the reasons why I'm getting into Horus Rising series. I kind of want to see more of the stories kind of unfold that way. And that one's coming up in a bit. But yeah, moving on.
From every era of history and ordered him to destroy the Tomb King's fleet of Zandri. For anyone else, or even any other faction, this would be a massive undertaking that would almost certainly not be worth the effort. For Luthor Harkon, a man who had spent almost 2,000 years being a pirate and building up his fleet, this was a walk in the park. At the Mortis Delta, where the river Vitae flows into the sea, he crashed his forces into the banks. He lost an entire third of his fleet on the reefs of the shore, and it just didn't matter. A third of Infinity gone still leaves Infinity left. The Tomb King leading Khemri's navy, King Kalhazar, patiently waited for the catapults he had on hand to tear Luthor's navy apart. But even as the battle between the two navies raged, all of Luthor's ships that had crashed, been sunk or destroyed since the start of the battle were still a problem, because they were filled with zombies. You know how in World War Z, the book, not the movie, zombies could wash across the ocean and start an outbreak that way? That happened. Guided by Drekla, they washed up alongside their vampire commanders, and all poor Kalazar saw was flashes of dark magic and shambling corpses walking up and down the bank. To make matters worse for the Tomb King defenders, Luthor had taken a bunch of salamander bladders to use as makeshift flamethrowers. The Queen Bess was also present, blowing things up as it does. Mac rounds, in fact, were deployed in atmosphere. This was far and away the largest naval battle in Warhammer's history, and while Luthor's fleet was vastly reduced in size, the zombies made it ashore and Hekara's fleet was no more. Luthor even rewarded Drekla with Kalhazar's head as a gift for his excellent service in destroying the Screaming Skull catapults on the shore. Let it never be said that Luthor doesn't treat his crew right. For reference, by the way, even after all of this, he still had 150 ships left over that were properly seaworthy. He had quite the hoarding problem. With the Tomb King's navy destroyed, Luthor decided he might as well plunder Zandri while he was there. He sent Drekla out first, and Drekla had the tremendous misfortune of coming upon Manfred von Karstein, who was running away from Zandri's main army. Drekla and Manfred asked Luthor to get in the fight, which he did, but in his own way. Instead of joining them directly in battle, he got it in his mind that if he killed the Hierophant of the army, the rest of the Tomb Kings would crumble. So he gathered a whole bunch of fell bats, grew bat wings himself because apparently he can just do that, and he just jumped the Hierophant with a bunch of bats. I would like to retract my earlier statement. Luthor Harkon is more interesting than every Primarch's lore. This unfortunately didn't kill the army outright, but the Tomb Kings stopped respawning after that, so it still led to a victory. After that, they went to Khemri to join the main battle. They were a bit late because every step of the way Luthor would halt the entire force to ransack Tomb King structures for loot, which pissed Manfred off, but Luthor will not be denied his pirate booty. They helped cover the flank of the main force from the Tomb King reinforcements when they got there. Honestly, not too much to tell. After that, it's off to Sylvania. Nagash needed people defending his ritual to become death, so he called every undead back to the province. Luthor and Manfred were once again working together, although working together is putting it very generously. Manfred hated Luther, and Luther wasn't exactly Manfred's #1 fan either. Between a shrine to Sigmar and an inn known as the Dead and Buried, side note by the way, some bartender in Sylvania had a great sense of humor with that name, Manfred and his forces did battle with Nurgle demons led by a possessed Isabella von Karstein. Also someone known as the Nameless, or Drakenfels if you're an older fantasy fan, but who cares about him? All he did was mix some zombies in with the Nurgle demons, don't worry about him. Manfred held the brunt of the forces at bay, and once he fully committed to fighting the demons, Harkon's own force attacked from the flank. Now on paper, this might seem like all is well and good for the undead. Do remember, however, that Luther is not much of a mage. He's not a mage at all, in fact, and while he can still resurrect corpses, he's not quite as good at it as someone like Manfred. So his forces weren't as effective at this point, especially because Sylvania is a landlocked province and he can't just rely on the Queen Bess blowing people up from offshore. Beasts of Nurgle kept plowing into Luthor's lines, making things even worse for the pirate. For his part, he had one of the angrier personalities take over and he charged headfirst into the fray. Do you know how Manfred reacted to this? Guess, viewer, what do you think Manfred did in response to seeing an ally of his start fighting? Did you say weaken the bindings keeping Luther's army together? Because if you did, you're right. While they're fighting demons, no less. This let some of the beasts of Nurgle pounce on Luther, which wasn't enough to kill him, but it was still a colossal dick move. Manfred then retreated to the Dead and Buried Inn, murdering one of Luther's vampire admirals to heal his dread abyssal mount. Luther had slipped in unnoticed while Manfred did this and nearly slit his throat with his cutlass, but Vlad showed up with reinforcements and just barely managed to calm everyone down. Luther was glad Vlad had showed up to take care of Manfred and was privately happy for it, because even though he really wanted to kill Manfred, he knew Manfred's a slippery little bastard and would probably find a way to turn the tables. Or I was misreading what happened and he didn't want to piss off Vlad by killing Manfred. That one sounds a lot cooler, so let's go with that. Theoretically choosing to help Manfred defend the courtyard of the inn, Luther and Dracula stood at the opposite side of it to be as far from the slimy weasel as possible. Once the fighting resumed, Luther was all over the place. He not only flew back into proper madness, but it was so bad that he was either speaking in pirate speak or was just completely unintelligible. He'd be swinging left and right, butchering zombies and unclean ones, constantly going, yar, avast. Dracula had to keep yanking him back to prevent him from jumping into the horde, and at this point, I'm fully confident Luther's mind was actually put back together briefly, and every personality just wanted to kill. A great unclean one burst through the lines and started smashing what was left of the undead forces, and Luther simply looked at it and tried to 1v1 it. Dracula pulled him out of the great unclean one's way and saved his life one last time at the cost of his own, being smashed flat by the demon's weapon. Everyone, pour out your finest of ales for Dracula. May we all be so lucky to have a first mate as dedicated as he. Manfred, for his part, jumped at the opportunity given and helped finish off the great unclean one, sealing its essence to fully heal his mount so he can make a break for it. Having gone back to being as sane as he possibly can, Luther also went to join Manfred on his steed to get out. But unfortunately, everyone, Luther Harkon made the greatest mistake a Warhammer character could ever make, trusting Manfred to not be the absolute worst. And so, because Manfred von Karstein is Manfred von Karstein and cannot do anything without being the single greatest dickhead in the franchise, eclipsing even Erebus by a factor of 10, Manfred got Luthor killed. Luther had grabbed onto Manfred's mount, and Manfred cut his arm off at the elbow so Luther plunged back into the mass of plague bearers and zombies. Thank you, Manfred. What reason did he have for doing this? Oh, he just didn't much like Luther Harkon, wasn't a fan, didn't like the cut of his jib. Also, no, I don't know why Luther didn't sprout bat wings again and fly away. End times. Down an arm, his army, and first mate, and now with a broken leg from the fall, you would think that Luther Harkon would die now. And while his end is soon, it doesn't come from the infinite horde around him. Because all he does is get somehow even angrier, like Angron levels of sheer unrelenting rage, and starts swearing at every single being that approaches him to finish what Manfred started.
I mean, I don't know much about this Manfred character, but he does sound like a bit of a dick. Although that's usually how these stories tend to go. You know, like, if this is Luthor's Odyssey, you know, like, this is very much the, what is it? Eurylochus of that story. And honestly, I'm not sure what to make of Manfred, because I don't know much about Manfred's character, but the fact that he's actually a character outside of Luthor himself probably speaks volumes as to the true, I guess you could say, the true staying power that he has of being an absolute piece of shit. I mean, the fact that he almost got Luthor killed and did get Luthor killed is... it's pretty evident enough, but I wonder what else he did that garnered him such a reputation of being a massive fucking douche.
A zombie takes a swing at him, it dies. A plague bearer walks up, it dies. Dozens of plague bearers all at once? Congratulations, Nurgle, a whole bunch of your demons are showing back up to your garden a little bit earlier than they were supposed to. He's swearing like a pirate, he's cutting things up left and right, making Davy Jones and Manon and whatever ocean being you can imagine weep tears of pure joy when finally at last Isabella shows up. She disarms him, again very literally, and gets a bunch of plague bearers to hold him down. She whispers some wheat nothings to him, and he melts into soup. Despite him supposedly being immune to magic, that was the end of Luthor Harkon. On paper, it took an endless horde of demons to finally bring the Pirate King down. But in reality, he just got Manfred von Karstein. Thank you, Manfred. Very cool, Manfred. I hope your genitals explode, Manfred. But thankfully, Creative Assembly came through where GW failed, because while Luthor Harkon and his vampire zombie pirates were briefly playable on the tabletop, Total War has given them unlife like never before. They have a theme song now. So for fun, let's end on Do or Don't Luthor Harkon for Total War. And I'm gonna be honest, this will be the shortest lore positive section ever, but not because I think he doesn't have a lot of things going for him. He has solid goals that are very achievable, because stealing Lizardman stuff and loot in general is really all he wants. He's a pretty powerful character in lore who keeps on kicking, both because of his inherent anti-magical ability, because he's a vampire pirate king, and because he's the luckiest man on the planet who gets entire armies delivered for free due to the ocean. But you know what? His ultimate lore positive is that he is a vampire pirate emperor. And if the words vampire pirate emperor don't instantly sell you on this character's lore, I don't want to talk to you. There's nothing I can say that will sell you on Luthor Harkon, and quite frankly, the only thing I want to sell you on is the idea that you need therapy if you don't think that's the coolest shit ever. If vampire pirate emperor doesn't make you want to chug a bottle of rum and start singing sea shanties, you're dead inside. Or
I mean, he's got a point. He's got a point. The only reason why I'm even watching this is because I heard of vampire pirates in the middle of fucking ocean who also controls undead crew members, among other things, with the power to rival other factions. That shit was wild to me, and I'm like, I gotta see this.
worse than dead inside, actually, because Luthor's a vampire and he's pretty clearly having fun. So for gameplay positives, let's go over his faction specialty stuff first. Luthor gets a massive diplomatic relations bonus with Arkan the Black, which is quite nice. Not spectacular, granted, but it's a fun nod to the fact that he was a Mortarch under Nagash, and Arkan usually sticks around, at least during my campaigns. He gives all lords and embedded heroes 6+ to melee defense, nothing spectacular again, but it's a solid bonus. It's nothing you're going to be writing home about, but it can be the difference between a lord clutching out a win and going home in a body bag. And one of his skills you can unlock gives you +1 to both capacity and recruit rank of vampire fleet captains, which isn't great, but it's there. It helps. For in-battle gameplay, he's certainly got some more positives. His army automatically gets 25% spell resistance, so if you happen to be fighting Tzeentch or Aslan, you can safely tell them to get bent. He also gives an additional 3 points to vampire corruption in a province per turn. Very nice, considering you very much need that. And when fighting Lizardmen, you get +8 leadership on all your units. Do as Luthor does, and go steal Lizardman shit. You can also get Drekla as a follower, unfortunately not a legendary hero, but he does buff your army, so he's still hanging around giving his captain his support. His unique skills, in all honesty, aren't super interesting, but they are the sort of thing that makes a solid and reliable army and character. His skills can give him Frenzy, increase his melee defense and armor, lower his army's upkeep by 10%, and not only give himself exploding ammunition, but also increase the missile strength of zombie gunnery units. Only by 8%, which might sound rather underwhelming, especially considering that a lot of those gunnery units are rather low tier. But remember, when you're playing the Vampire Coast, you weren't really playing Total Warhammer 3, you're playing Empire Total War 2. Complete with naval battles, only this time the ships are so eager that they walk onto the land themselves to get in on the fun. These low tier units, especially when buffed, are a ranged hellscape for your enemy, and Luthor makes them stronger. And to top it off, he gets a dragon mount at level 18. A Deathshriek Terrorgeist if you want to be technical about it, but come on, it's a dragon. Mounted on it, Luthor can turn infantry blobs into slurry, turn weaker characters into slurry, and if there's anyone that could potentially give him trouble in melee, he can just fly away and shoot at them with a gun. In terms of being super ultra competitive, I'm not going to speak on how well he is. In terms of just playing single player, once you level up Mr. Harkon, he's going to be killing most things you throw him at. You can also restore him to lucidity and give him access to the lore of the deep as the game goes on. This turns someone who's already pretty great at ranged and melee combat into a wizard who can cast one of the most damage-filled spell lores in the game. He can also summon giant crabs with it, as well as slightly buff range units with a spell. To put it bluntly, he turns into a monster. Unfortunately, his dialogue and animations don't change, so he still looks and sounds insane, but I like to imagine that from that point on, he's just doing it to mess with people. For his lore downsides, no. I'm not giving lore downsides this video. Vampire Pirate Emperor. You will instantly know from that description alone if you have any passing interest in Luthor Harkon's lore. Aside from that, the only downside I can give the man is that he is yet another direct victim of Manfred von Karstein during the end times. So I guess you have to live with that knowledge when you're playing as him. For gameplay downsides though, picking him as your starting legendary lord means you begin with a massive relations penalty for the Lizardmen. Given you want to be fighting them, this isn't too much of a downside, but you better be ready for war the moment you find a new Lizard faction. They'll be declaring it soon enough if you don't. He also starts in Lustria, having remained on the Vampire Coast unlike Teclis, who took the first chance he had to get the hell out. Now the Southlands where Teclis moves seems to be the Warhammer 3 Thunderdome, presumably because wherever Teclis goes, violence follows. But just because the Southlands is now worse doesn't mean Lustria is pleasant. There's still most of the Lizardmen, who especially hate you, the Skaven, Marcus Wolfheart, and Ulthuan isn't far away either. Cathayans have also decided they want to come for a visit, because the Jade Dragon has nothing better to do than beat up random people in the jungle, and if you're playing with Mixu's Legendary Lords mod like I usually do, there's multiple Demon Legendary Lords kicking about too. You are going to have your work cut out for you. For battlefield downsides, he doesn't get his Terrorgeist mount until level 18. Until then, he has to footslog. Similarly, you need to fix his brain first before you can be allowed to cast spells with him. And speaking of that, every now and again one of his personalities takes over and changes his traits around. Each time this happens, he gets bonuses in one area and minuses in another. So he may be great at melee attacks one turn, but he can also suffer from Rampage. The next his ranged attacks are stronger, but his leadership takes a nosedive. On the plus side, this can randomly let you cast a Lore of the Deep spell before you fix him, but that is by no means something you should rely on. The trait can change at the drop of a hat, and then your carefully constructed battle plan can fall apart if you base it around him having that spell at that moment. And for the last of his gameplay downsides, he really doesn't do anything to buff his faction, or even his own troops. If you aren't fighting Lizardmen, I think the only thing he gives is his army 25% spell resistance and buffing gunnery units. Those are nice, but Luthor is first and foremost a combat lord. You want him tearing things apart at range or up close. If you prefer lords who are more buff wagon than murder machine, you might want to look elsewhere. And there's Luthor Harkon. Given his end times lore and how potentially difficult his Total War campaign can be, you might think he's the worst pirate you've ever heard of. But even so, at least now you've definitely heard of him. I held myself off for this entire video to say that. I think I've earned it. Thank you as always to my wonderful channel members. You are the insanity to my Luthor Harkon, driving me to create whatever crap I decide to at the drop of a hat. If you'd like to support the channel, feel free to subscribe or become a member. Either way, thank you for watching, and take care out there.
That was an interesting video. That was Luthor Harkon.
DCA, just add the shanty to the game. I will pay for it at this point. Make it a music pack or something. Just record a couple more and sell it for 15 bucks. I promise you people would buy it. Yeah, they'll absolutely complain, but if you think that most Warhammer fans won't spend the money to add sea shanties to the game, you're more insane than Harkon is.
Yeah, but that is a video, certainly. I liked Luthor's story. Though I do find that there are some details I'm a little bit light on, like who the hell is Manfred and why the hell is he such a bastard? Like I kind of got some of the details. Like I think he's a zombie that he resurrected or something, or he just happens to be working with him for some reason or another. That part's a little bit light on the details because I was more focused on the fact that this guy literally just was fortunate enough to be at the right place at the right time for him to start an army. He's a vampire. He's basically immortal. He's got all of these crazy magic powers, and then he fucks it all up. But then immediately, right? He immediately decides that he's going to try to open a vault by, completely covered by this impenetrable magic shield by the Lizardmen. And like a goofy bitch that he is, he gets fucked over so hard by it, his mind fractures, and now he's very lucid at all times. Crazy bitch is a schizo. But that's just Luthor, I guess. He seems pretty cool. He's actually seems like a pretty cool guy. Definitely, it sounds like that he has a difficult starting position, certainly, but I would definitely not mind, playing a fucking vampire pirate. That's fucking crazy. I mean, can you imagine that? That shit sounds gnarly no matter how many times you think about it. But anyways, yeah. That was that video. I am interested to see where, if maybe there's other stuff that tie in to our good old Pirate King. Looks like the Book of Choyers just has a recommendation right down there that's 4 years old. Wouldn't mind looking at that. But otherwise, yeah, that was that video. Let's see. We are bordering on... do I have enough time for Horus Rising? Let's see, for 2 fucking hours? You know, I don't know. I think I might have to just cut it there. It's probably a lot of videos, to be fair, to immediately want to jump into this one. But yes, I think what I'll do is that I'll make another video next time around that has this and that has this in the stream. Or maybe I'll just make a separate, like, a video reaction of it. I have no idea. Not very many people popping in my reactions anyways, so my reaction streams anyways, or me reacting to things when I'm streaming stuff, but yeah, I could just probably just record it, maybe just throw it in there in my list of things. I have no idea. But yeah, that was the stream today. Holy crap. And that was the Luther Harkon video. I hope to get to... I'm not sure what I'm going to be doing next stream. I'm probably going to be thinking of maybe a game to play. Maybe I'll be playing Stellar Blade again. I have been debating about doing Stellar Blade again, but I don't see very many people wanting to watch that. But I don't know. Granted, it might just be because it's just it's a game that not very many people are interested in watching me play. I have no idea. It could be that. It could be a lot of things, but... You know, with how much sales it seems to be making on Steam, I imagine that the interest is there. It's just not in, I guess, watching a guy play it. I have no idea. That's not a big deal. I could just find something else to do. I mean, if nobody wants to watch me play it, that's fine. I don't mind playing it in my own time. I fucking love Stellar Blade. I love playing the shit out of that thing. I want to play it right now, actually. But anyways, yeah, that was this stream. That was this these list of videos. Please go support the original creators. We got Luther Harkon video by Pancreas. In fact, now that I look at it, it's mostly all just Pancreas with Warrior Tier and the Fat Electrician mixed in there. But yeah, go support the original content creators. They're all great. You know, they are totally deserving of your time, your love, and affection. I would humbly, respectfully encourage you to go and subscribe to the channels at the very least, if nothing else, right? You don't have to go watch the videos, but I would recommend that you highly do that. Go watch and support the original videos. Leave a like, if nothing else. Hell, even go as far as downloading it. Maybe even share it to your friends. That way, they can experience the true wonder and majesty that is Warhammer Fantasy. Because this guy likes Warhammer Fantasy. So there you go. I'm gonna go ahead and just leave it there. Before I say something stupid, maybe? I have no idea. I've been everywhere today. I have been everywhere this stream. But anyways, I shall cut it there. I shall see you all in the next video. And as far as when that video is coming, I'm not too sure. It'll probably be next week. It probably won't be next week. It's up in the air right now. My schedule's looking kind of finicky. So I'll stream whenever I can see you guys next time. Bye-bye.